Good morning!
Hello!
Happy Sunday to you all. It is 10 o'clock on the 9th of June. I had to check what date it was there. Good morning, Adam. How
Hi,
are
Bex. I'm good. How are you doing?
Oh, it's so nice to be here
Oh.
with you. We had a small power cut here at the nursery this morning. We genuinely didn't think we were going to make it,
Bit
did
of drama, isn't it? And also, it's pigging freezing as well, isn't it? I mean, for June, it really is. It's well parky out there this morning.
We've actually put the heating on in the potting sheds this morning. I've got my jumper on as well. But anyway, look, it's going to warm up a little bit later on, so it's going to be absolutely fine. We're going to be able to get out in the garden once we get home, so I hope that you get the opportunity to later on. But I do hope you'll stay with us at least for a little while, because we've got loads of things, haven't we?
We have got a 4-hour marathon, but in a really good sense, because, just some brilliant, fantastic plants, products. Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. So we want your input, okay? So we were just looking on the emails, actually. We've got some pictures we're going to show you from Tony. Good morning, Tony. If you're watching, he sent us some pictures of his garden, and we want to see your gardens as well. There's an email address on the bottom of the screen there, ygtv@yougarden.com. So if you've got any questions, you've got any comments, but more importantly, if you've got any pictures you want to share with us of your gardens, how they're looking, what you're planting, you know, what you're doing in the garden, we would love to see them, and we'd love to share them with our lovely gardening community that we've got here. Adam's got his cup of coffee.
Nice cup of coffee, yeah.
Sorted, aren't
getting
you?
that caffeine buzz.
Absolutely, I've had mine, it's all right. Right, so I'm going to tell you some more of the housekeeping, we call it, the boring stuff, but the really important stuff. First thing is, there is an offer code on the screen there. You can see it, YGTV2324, that's this week's code. What is that going to do for us, Adam?
That is actually going to give us 10% off our orders, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
It is indeed, yeah.
Well, it might give us more than that, in actual fact. So the club will get us 10% off.
You're right, actually.
But that code will unlock
all the double ups and all the other kind of buy one get one frees and all that business.
Absolutely,
all those offers.
It's what we call the magic key code. So if everything we've got has got a saving. Some things have got a double up deal. Some things are a buy one get one free. Some are a buy one get two free. Also, we have free postage on orders over £40. If you can get your order to over £40, we will take off that postage cost for you. But how that is unlocked is by putting in that offer code, and it will also give us a free gift.
And that code thing,
where is it?
It's always. Do we put it in the beginning or do we put it on at the end?
It doesn't matter,
does it? You do it either way.
Yeah. So you go to YouGarden.com to place your order. You can also go to the phone lines as well. By the way, the details are right down there on the bottom of the screen. Just tell the operator you've got an offer code, YGTV2324. If you put the offer code in on the website before you start shopping, whenever you go to the product pages, it will give you the offer price. If you don't put the offer code in first, you won't see the offer price. We know some people get a bit confused by that, so it's entirely up to you how you do it. Just make sure you enter that offer code, because it also, as well as unlocking all the deals, the gifts, the offers, it gives us our free gift.
It does as well, and that's not kind of a lazy free gift as well. This is just not some piece of tat. This is an incredible fertiliser, a liquid fertiliser. It's got all the trace elements in as well, so it's not just your nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. It's got those trace elements, and it's going to make 100. It's 100 litres, isn't it? 100 litres of this. So. My watering can is 10 litres, so I'm going to get 10 big watering can loads of feed from this.
That's
absolutely
awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, most people have a 5-litre watering can, so you're going to get 20 of those, but ultimately 100-litre watering capacity with this, or feeding capacity. Absolutely free. It's worth £4.99. If I think about it, I take to go around and feed my pots and things.
2 weeks?
Well, I'm trying to do it every week, but...
No, I mean the actual time, because you've got about...
It takes
You've got more pots than an Italian pot maker.
I have got a lot of pots.
You have?
A lot of pots. There's not much room to move around. But anyway, I probably use about 3 watering cans every time I do it, and that's going to use 10 in my 10-litre one. So I've got a good few weeks' worth of feed.
And I tell you, I like your little trick about this as well. When you say about the compost thing, to keep getting the because it's the free people, and then you just keep ordering, getting the free gift.
Yeah. So if you want to get multiples of your free gift, and this is definitely a free gift worth getting multiples of, it's one with every single order that you place. So if you want to do that, and you need some compost, because we all need compost, maybe you could just want 100 litres of compost. Place a separate order for your compost right now. Just go ahead and do it. 100125 is the item number. There is no postage attached to that particular item. So go to the website 100125, put 100 litres into your basket, enter the code YGTV2324. We'll send you a free gift along with your compost, and then then come back and place another order. Get that to over £40, you get free postage, you'll get another free gift, and you'll get a load of goodies as well. Maybe you want 300 litres of compost. I like this idea.
Yeah.
Place it in 3 separate orders. You'll get 3 bags. We know somebody who did that earlier on in the week. I would definitely be doing that if I wanted multiples of my compost. Yeah, apparently she came back and did more orders after that as well. So it's a really savvy way to get hold of that free gift, which is a brilliant one, worth £4.99, and getting multiples of them. It's 1 per order, not 1 per customer. Anyway, I've banged on enough about the free gift, haven't I? Make sure you join our discount club as well. It costs just £5 to join. That's where you get your 10% discount.
Yep.
So costs just £5, lasts you for a full year. It auto renews, but you can cancel it at any point. If you don't cancel it, you'll always pay £5. We're not like those phone companies that go, oh yeah, come and join me, it's £5 this year, but it'll be £50 next year. No, £5 every single time that it auto renews, and it gives you 10% off your plants, your pots, your compost. You get 5% off outdoor living and gifts and things, because you can shop the entire website, by the way. It's not just the plants and pots and things that we select for our shows. You'll get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers. That's like free money, isn't it?
It is. I mean, well, Bex, when we go through the whole thing, I mean, when Stu does those examples on there, and we put all the different things in, and then we put the voucher code in, then we've got the club membership and everything else, and you just hit the button at the end.
Yeah.
It's insane to me sometimes.
I love it. We'll show you
how
that.
the prices drop down.
We will show you that throughout our 4 hours as well, just so you can see how many savings you can actually make by shopping with us here at YGTV. So join the club, send us your emails, get your order to over £40. What have I missed, Stu? I feel like there's something I've missed. That's all of it. Yeah, let's get on with talking about some plants.
Can I just ask one more thing?
Yeah, of course you can.
I'm a bit nosy. That 20 quid that you get when you join the club,
Yeah.
Can you spend the first fiver on today's order, or you've got to wait a bit to spend the first fiver?
I think you need to wait for your welcome pack.
Right.
Yeah. So when I joined the club, a welcome pack came out in the post to me. It's got a little letter in there from my head gardener as well, welcoming you to the club, but you'll get your £5. So it's £5 every 3 months. So you get your full pack of vouchers with your welcome pack.
Cool, brilliant.
You'll get your 10% discount today by joining the club, but you'll have to wait just to get your welcome pack to spend the £5.
So that could even be by next weekend, possibly, if it arrives in time.
If it arrives in time, absolutely,
So,
yeah.
Cool, brilliant.
There you go. All right, let's crack on, shall we? Let's start talking about some plants. Remember, can I show Tony's pictures first? Can we do that? Oh, I've got to mirror the screen. Hang on. I know how to do that. I'm in control of the tech, man. Seriously. Right, you should be able to see that now, Stu. Lovely. Let's have a little look at Tony's garden, shall we? Because he sent us 4 beautiful pictures. He's got his dianthus growing. I planted some out yesterday.
They are just stunning. And I'll tell you what, I can just imagine the fragrance from those Becks. I bet they smell so sweet. And you get those kind of tropical, spiced kind of fragrances from those, don't you? They're glorious.
Gorgeous. I love them. Of course, evergreen. Evergreen and coming back year after year as well. And you can divide them, you can propagate from them. They're dead simple, aren't they?
And they just grow in really, really, really poor conditions as well. Full sun, poor soils, stony soils,
I put them in a
soils.
pot yesterday, so I've got this lovely stone pot that I inherited from my mother. So I planted some in there.
Some more.
Oh, some more. Oh, yeah, those are those beautiful ones,
That looks
aren't
like
they?
Is it Doris? It looks like... No, I think it is Doris. It might be Doris, but it's very similar.
Beautiful, more dianthus going on there.
More fragrance.
I think the next one is the raised beds, and I like the look of the raised beds because I seem to remember Tony is disabled, isn't he? So he needs some raised beds so that he can get to them and he can only garden for a short amount of time. But that's looking stunning, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony. I mean, I'm going to say it straight. Your disability has not held you back creating an amazing garden. Honestly, that's flipping knockout. You should be dead proud of that.
I've lost connection apparently.
Really proud of that. That's amazing.
I haven't. It says we're connected. Hang on. There we go. Mirroring. There we go. Now you'll be able to see it as well. Oh.
Stunning. That is
Look,
absolutely stunning.
I love those raised beds. They look so pretty, don't they?
And that's the rock rose at the back. Remember we had the rock roses a few weeks ago? There. The yellow one. Yeah. How glorious is that?
Looks beautiful. I love how it tumbles over the edge there as well.
Such a riot of colour, isn't it? Beautiful.
Really
beautiful,
pretty.
beautiful, beautiful.
All right, well, if you want to... Oh, sorry. If you want to show us your...
That's the nighttime shot. He lives in quite a rural area, apparently.
Rural, yeah, it gets really dark.
Really dark.
If you want to show us your gardens, if you'd like to share your gardens with everyone who's watching, then do send us your emails, ygtv@yougarden.com. Elaine, I noticed that you have just sent some, so I will be looking at those in a second. Let's start talking about the plants, shall we? Because we're 12 minutes in and we haven't mentioned any plants yet. Let's start over here, shall we, with our callistemon.
Yeah.
But this is the pink variety, the hot pink.
It is, and I've seen pink ones flowering, and oh boy, they are really, really stunning. It's weird sometimes, isn't it? Because we could be talking about oleanders, and normally pink oleanders are the ones that you kind of see all the time.
Yeah.
And it's nice to have a different colour. But quite often with callistemons, you generally see red ones all the time.
That's it.
But in this case, pink is more unusual, and I love the pink-coloured ones of these.
Me too.
Yeah, just so vibrant and colourful.
I love that. They're known as the bottlebrush plants anyway, aren't they? Because I think that the flowers, or the flower formations on here are just so unique, so unusual, and obviously they look like a bottle brush made up of hundreds and hundreds of stamens, aren't they?
Yeah, all joined together, and that is why when you get these, the bees,
real wildlife friendly.
Oh wow, the pollinating insects go berserk for these, and they can be fragrant as well. And the foliage, I'm going to see actually if these ones are, because at work when I prune these on occasions,
yeah, you get some fragrance from them.
Oh, actually, yeah, that is. This one's got fragrant foliage, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit menthol, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
so it's a bit eucalyptusy.
Yeah, eucalyptusy. That's it. Yeah. It's weird because, again, and that was something.
Look at us.
Yeah, that's it. It's a nostril feast.
It's a nostril feast.
And that was something I didn't realise till some years ago because we planted some for a customer many years ago, and they got quite big.
Yeah, so you pruned it back.
So yeah, I just trimmed them with a hedge trimmer, and the next minute it's like, whoa, what is that gorgeous fragrance?
Wow.
It was actually coming from the foliage. So you do have that fragrant foliage, evergreen foliage as well. And then those amazing flowers that look stunning, flower for a really long time. And what I found with callistemons is you get this explosion of flowers sort of early-ish in the year, or sort of early summerish. And then, like a lot of shrubs, they have this habit where they just occasionally send out some odd flowers throughout the season.
Yeah.
Plant this somewhere full sun, really well drained, and they actually do very well on quite poor soils as well. So again, if you've got those stony, gravelly, gritty kind of poor soils where other things struggle, callistemons, if they've got full sun and drainage, they'll love it. Amazing.
Do we need to give them any sort of extra winter protection?
You know what?
They're mostly hardy,
yeah,
aren't they?
in recent years, I've seen most of them get through most years. I mean, I remember back in 2010, we had a really severe winter, and a lot of them did get knocked back quite badly then. But yeah, I mean, if you live somewhere you know it's going to get really cold in the winter, grow them as a pot plant, and they make fabulous pot plants, and they'll forgive you for being quite drought neglected as well. But if you've got them in the garden and there's a really cold spell coming, just wrap them with some horticultural fleece.
Yeah, dead easy.
Yeah, and don't just do one layer. I feel sometimes people get a bit hoodwinked with those kind of covers, which is just one fleece layer thick. That's going to do nothing at all. Get a roll of fleece and go round and round and round.
My mum always saves the bubble wrap. Whenever she gets bubble wrap, she saves bubble wrap, and she wraps everything in bubble wrap.
Yeah, bubble wrap can work well. What I'd do actually, I would actually put the fleece round first, then bubble wrap, because bubble wrap's all right for a short while, but what you can find with bubble wrap is you get a bit of condensation build up, and that can cause moulds.
That can cause its own problems, can't it?
But certainly, the fleece first, then some bubble wrap. But in recent years, I would say 9 winters out of 10, you're easily going to get this to go through the winter.
That's amazing. All right, 510237 is the item number if you would like the hot pink callistemon in your garden. It's a huge £10 saving that we've got off there. Remember that saving is unlocked when you place your order by entering the offer code that you can see on screen. I will keep saying it all the way through these 4 hours, so apologies if it gets a bit boring, but we do want you to get those savings. YGTV 2324. When you place your order, there's a little box that says, do you have an offer code? That's where you enter that code, and that will take that £10 off that item for you. So 510237 in a 2.5 litre pot as well. It's not a tiny one. This is nicely established. So yeah, it's ready to get growing in your garden. All right, let's move on, shall we? We're going to bring you on to, I mean, the most beautiful cordyline. I've got a green cordyline in my garden. I love it. it. I love the structure. I love the architecture. I love the height that it's starting to give me as well. Because as it grows, the lower leaves fade and then it forms a trunk. So obviously you get this sort of tall trunk forming and then this spray of leaves coming out the top. But this variety is stunning.
It is knockout Becks. I mean, that's why they call them cabbage palms, because you know, sometimes when you see like sort of cabbages or Brussels sprouts, when you know, eventually they get really tall and you have that long stem and then the kind of the big growth on top. Well, that's what these do. They kind of form like a palm tree kind of look. And like I remember back in the 80s, you know, cordylines were just green. I mean, they were, and we thought they were really exotic back then and really different. And then they brought the red coloured one in. In recent years, oh my goodness me, we've got so many stunning colours. And this one, wow. I mean, this almost looks like it's illuminated itself.
It does, doesn't it?
It's so bright and so cheery. And when you've got something like this, it gives you that opportunity to do those really crazy contrasts. We were saying the other day, put this in a pot, and we've got some brilliant pots to show you. Put it in a pot, under plant, for example, with black snake grass, and then mulch with white gravel.
Oh, love it.
That is going to knock your socks off.
Love it, yeah.
That'll be a real statement piece for, you know, sort of a nice sunny spot, or on a table somewhere, or at the top of some steps either side of a front door. If you want something sleek and dramatic and contemporary, but really easy to look after, just try.
Easy to look after, and looks like that all year round as well.
Exactly.
So real low maintenance, but proper high impact instantly if you go for this, particularly if you go for that double up deal. 680256 is the item number, but let's have a little chat, shall we, with our lovely Sean Ryan, who went out onto the nursery to check out how these are looking out there.
Oh, this is paradise. So many different types of cordyline. We've got Torbay Dazzle there. We've got the green cordyline. That one looks like Red Star. Yes, it is. But I've been drawn over here. Come on, Charlie boy. Yes, this is Charlie boy. Sounds like a racehorse. Come on, Charlie boy! But this is an absolutely gorgeous cordyline. I'm just going to get down so I can get closer to it. So, for me, God, to get this really bright pink, this bicolour pink, is just absolutely magical. And let me just get one out. Look at this. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? And I always say a cordyline, it adds instant structure and architecture to a garden. A cordyline can lend itself to really modern gardens. If you've got maybe a contemporary garden, contemporary house, they look fantastic just in a pot with gravel. But equally, mixed amongst other more traditional plants in beds and borders, they can look absolutely fantastic. But pink foliage is just so beautiful and actually quite rare. And this particular cordyline, Charlie Boy, you very rarely see it in the garden centres. It is one of the rarer varieties. Very easy to grow, like sun, well-drained soil. In the wintertime, all you need to do, if it's really cold, they are winter hardy, but if it's really cold, just literally fasten it up just to protect the crown. You can even put a pleat over it. And actually, this is probably how they'll arrive. Just so, don't worry when you open the box and it looks a little bit small. It will just be tightly wrapped up. And all you do is undo it and voila, you get a cordyline looking like that. Isn't it beautiful? I do remember when these grow, and they're actually quite fast growing, but what will happen is the lower leaves will start to go brown. So just always snip those off with some nice secateurs, and it will actually form a trunk. So over the years, you'll get a really nice tall trunk, and then all of this beautiful foliage at the top. So yeah, well, that's one of my favourite cordylines. I'd definitely get a pair of those, known as Charlie Boy, and a very handsome chap.
Don't they look amazing? And you could really see that gorgeous contrast. You know, obviously that was red cordylines with the green cordylines, and even that gives amazing contrast. But imagine our Charlie boys in your garden contrasted against, you know, wonderful green, gorgeous foliage. The contrast it gives, the height, the structure, the architecture really is absolutely amazing. And this is why I love cordylines so much in planting schemes. It is a double up deal for you, so you can go for one for £14.99 if you want to, £5 saving on there, or you could double up and get the second one for just £5 more. And I think that's a great idea, because this, I love the idea of the pairing. I love the idea of either side of something.
Yeah, definitely.
You could even go for even more multiples of this. You could go for 3, you could go for 4, and dot those around your garden as you see fit. They're perfect pot plants, as you can see here. 680256 is the item number if you would like like to go for our Charlie boy, I do recommend doubling up and just spending that extra £5 to get the second one. And of course, you'll still get your 10% discount if you're in our amazing discount club. Let's talk to you about the pots that we've put these in, though, because these have been super popular this week, haven't we? These are the Laval planters.
Yeah, these are really high-end looking Becks, and I always say I used to really hate plastic pots. I was not a fan at all, but that was back in the day when you could see the seams, you could see the join, you could see where they'd gone through the blow mould, and there was wafery bits of like plastic hanging off. Nowadays, they just look so high-end, such good quality. I mean, these, you could walk past these and think they were stone pots. You really could, or even metallic pots. But the great thing about them is these are lightweight. These aren't heavy. They're UV stable. They're frost resistant. These are good plastic. These aren't going to be bobbing up and down in the ocean like in a year or so's time. These are going to last you year after year after year after year. And these are elegant. These are contemporary. They
fit into all garden schemes,
they do.
Don't they?
Yeah, I absolutely adore these. I mean, and those cordylines, that's a marriage made in heaven for me, seeing those sort of cordylines planted in there.
Well, yeah, because as these grow, as we said, these are going to form those gorgeous trunks, and these are going to get taller, which really then allows for that underplanting. I was talking about my orange marigolds that I bought, and how I think that would look great. That orange against those red would look wonderful to underplant around these. And that pot is going to allow for that because there is room for these to grow, and the cordylines are going to live in here quite happily for a few years.
Yeah, I'd say 2 or 3 years they'd look good good in there. And you could even underplant these with deep blue lobelia. I think kind of the blue and that colour would go well. Yeah, sort of just think of it. Or if you want to go a bit patriotic, you could go for blue lobelia, white alyssum. So you've kind of got red, white and blue. Could be quite good for the Olympics or something later in the year if you want some kind of Olympic-looking pots.
We've got the Euros coming up.
The Euro. Yeah,
England,
absolutely.
So, red and white.
Yeah, that could work well. But but yeah, I mean, these are absolutely fabulous. And we're going to bring you lots of things today that will do well in these pots. I mean, even the calostemon would. I'm just going to pop that in there quickly as well.
Go for it.
Because even that would look lovely in there as well. Because these pots are just so incredibly elegant. That look at that. That looks gorgeous in there. Actually,
it does, doesn't it?
That lovely evergreen foliage in that pot. It just really kind of uplifts and uplights the actual calostemon itself. And imagine when that's got the sort of the pink blossom. So yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about pots, isn't it? They give you that other option. They give you those sort of other dimensions in the garden, because some people don't have soil to plant in. They've just got a solid surface. Perhaps you just got a patio or a backyard or something like that, but you want to grow things. These are brilliant.
They are indeed. And this is a twin pack, so put one in your basket and you will get 2. But you get some extra value for money here. If you put 2 in your basket, you will get 4. And the double up deal means that you're only paying £19.98. Basically means it's working out about just under £5 per pot here. So 130595 is the item number. Definitely recommend going for that double up deal. You can even double up your double up if you like, and go for 8 of these, which is probably a lovely idea if you've got lots of things to plant out in your pots. Now we're just going to give you a basket example to show you something here. So we've got 1 cordyline in our basket. We've got 1 planter in our basket. We're on YouGarden.com, by the way, right now. This is where you go to place your orders. Now I said that you could double up, didn't I? So we're going to put 2 of each into our baskets. But look at the price. I definitely said it was going to be a lower price than that, didn't I? I also said that there's a free gift with every single order that you place. This is where the offer code comes in. Down the side there you can see, do you have an offer code? Yes, you do. YGTV2324. If you're on the phone, let the operator know. Now look, here's where it starts to kick in with the savings. We've now got our free gift in our basket. So you can see the blooming fast up at the top there, absolutely free. We've got our Laval planters in there. We've got 2 twin packs, £19.98 is the total, so £5 per pot. And then we've got our cordylines, we've got our Charlie boys in there. We've doubled up, which means that they're only £10 each. Now, I did say that if you spend over £40, it would be free postage. That order total says over £40, doesn't it? The order total includes the cost of the delivery. That bit at the top there, that's what you're looking for. The items subtotal, that needs to be over £40 to get your free postage. I think somebody's having an issue with this, which is why we're just showing this basket example. So we need to add something else into our basket to get that to over £40. I'm going to suggest, we've still got the Torino pots, haven't we? Let's do the Torino pots. Yeah, I didn't bring them in, so sorry, Stu. Stu will throw them at me in a moment. The Torino... He's going to throw them at me, not to me, apparently.
Nice,
the Torino pots is the lowest priced item that we have got on the show. 130272 is the item number. Put one of these into your basket because it's a buy one, get two free. We've already entered the code in, so that's why it's appearing. One there, two for free. So £3.99. You're getting 3 extra pots in there. And now check out over the side of the screen here. We've got free postage. We're actually spending less now than we were before. It was up at £46 something, wasn't it? It was at 46, but we've added pots into our basket to tip that basket to over £40. We are now getting free postage. We're saving £3 and we're getting 3 pots included in our order as well. I hope that clarifies it for whoever was having an issue there. And Adam has saved me from having the pots thrown at me, because while I was talking you through that, he's nipped outside and gone and got them for us. These are the Torino pots that we're talking about. Really handy size, these. They're just that lovely size, aren't they, for you to be able to change them over regularly without costing too much money.
That's the thing, you can do this cheaply because, you know, if you've got really, really big pots, they're pretty much going to stay where they are, aren't they? Too heavy to move around, and you might get bored with the look. With these, you can seasonally change these, you know, 2 or 3 times a year and just keep updating that look, getting new interest into your sort of potting displays.
Yes, definitely. Stu, have we got the item details for these? There we go. 130272 is the item number. 8-inch square, 4.5 litre capacity. So really quick and easy, really cheap to change these over as regularly as you fancy. And of course, you can put them in lots of different places, create tiered effects with your planting schemes, put them onto tables, put them onto steps, put them on top of walls and things as well. It's up to you. But this is a great way of tipping your basket over that £40. £3.99, and you will get all 3 of those. Excuse me. Right, we're going to move on to the oleanders, particularly if you've gone for your double up deal on your twin pack of your pots here, and you're going for the Charlie boys. So you've got 2 pots for your Charlie boys, and then you'll have another 2 pots that you can use for your oleanders as well. So let's put them in there. They don't come like this. Obviously, you need to order these if you want these in here. But we want to talk to you about these oleanders because these are on the best deal that they have ever been on. We have never brought them at this price here or anywhere else. It's 680057 is the item number, and this is a double up deal. You can get both of these for £19.99. Excuse me. That is £10 each. Tell us about these while I have a little drink.
Well, these are amazing, Bex, aren't they? Because oleanders, in recent years, I mean, I've been gardening, self-employed for 37 years, and in the last 10, 15 years, I've seen oleanders getting bigger and bigger in the UK and growing more and more often, you know, because we're getting the milder winters. We sort of get warmer summers, but it's the milder winters that makes that huge difference. These are hardy down to about -5, and the bigger they get, the harder they get. These are just absolutely fantastic plants. And the value is incredible because these are cuttings, these are grown from cuttings, and what you'll find when you look at the base of your plants, quite often you'll see 3 groups of 3. I mean, this one has got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There are actually 9 stems in this plant. So this isn't one weaselly little single stem. This is already a super bushy plant. It's got leaves all the way down to the bottom, these fabulous glossy willow-shaped leaves. It's smothered in flowers. There are buds here to come for month after month after month, and we've got to do the thing we always do, is
Rooty beauty.
If I can get it out. There we go.
Hey.
Look at that. I mean, that is... Look at that. I mean, such a fantastic root system on there.
So strong, so healthy.
Those gorgeous white fibrous roots. And that's really, really important because, you know, these cuttings haven't just been struck or grown on in the last couple of weeks or so. You know, these have been grown on with love, with care, to become really established plants. So as soon as you plant these, those roots are going to establish. You can grow these in pots, as we've got here. I mean, the pots that are in these Laval pots, they'd be happy in these for probably at least a couple of years, to be honest. Yeah. And then you can put them out into the garden. If you do plant them in the garden, plant them in the sunniest, most sheltered, warmest spot you can find. Really, really well drained. That's what they love. Say they will go down to -5. But you can always, again, fleece them. If there's going to be a really, really cold winter, put lots and lots of fleece around.
But of course, if you keep them in a pot, you can always move them closer to the house as well. The
Definitely.
extra couple of degrees difference it makes by just putting a pot next to the wall can be the difference of, you know, a plant getting affected by frost or not. They are toxic, by the way. We have to point this out. But like a lot of things in the garden, snowdrops and lilies, if you've got cats, viburnum, there's so many.
Foxgloves that we'll be talking about later, yeah.
But it's important to let you know. So when you're pruning and things, maybe use gloves because the sap can be a bit of an irritant. Yeah, and just watch it if you've got dogs and cats and things like that. But you can keep them in pots, you can keep them out of the way. That's what I do with my rhododendrons and things like that that the dog likes to chew on for some reason. Yeah,
it's weird. So I don't know why we always have to particularly point out, you know, these are toxic when so many other plants are as well. But, you know, we always have common sense, don't we? We're not going to go around eating these sort of things.
Yeah, don't go and eat it, basically. I don't often go in the garden and eat the flowers, but
no.
I know some people.
Some flowers are edible, like nasturtiums and violas and things like that. But
well, these come to you from I know you've pointed out the quality, Adams, but just to highlight, these come from a Sicily-based grower. There's a waiting list to get to work with this particular company, and we have joined that waiting list, and we got to the top of that waiting list.
Is it 10 years?
We have now, the waiting list is currently apparently 10 years. I think we had to wait a couple of years, didn't we, to get to work with them. But yes, we're so proud of this relationship because they genuinely are the absolute best when it comes to, you know, oleander growing. And actually, if you go, as Stu's just saying in my ear, if you go online and you search for oleanders, generally, wherever you can get them from, it's pretty much from us. We distribute in lots of different places, and that's because we've got this amazing relationship that not a lot of people have. So best value, though, is definitely to come direct to us because we've got the gorgeous red colour, and it's not a bright red. It's not like a scarlet. It's a beautiful red, isn't it? It's a classy red.
Yeah, it is a classy red. It's almost like a deep sort of pinky red, really. In fact, the picture you see on the screen there, I'd say the plants are slightly sort of different colour. I'd say they're more of a darker red than what you're actually seeing on the screen there. Kind of more, almost like a bit of a beetroot coloured red, aren't they?
It's beautiful.
Kind of really stunning colour.
But the best thing is that you're going to get 2 of these for £19.99, £10 each. That is so much better than any price we have ever brought previously. 680057 is the item number. This is on our nursery just the other day. So this is genuinely the plants waiting on the nursery, ready to be dispatched to you. With your double up deal, you must put 2 of these in your basket, okay? It's not like a buy one get one free. It's a double up deal where you have to put both of them in your basket. 680057 is the item number. It's $14.99 for one. If you put 2 in your basket and enter the code YGTV2324, you will get them for £10 each. Don't forget those Laval planters that we've put ours in as well. If you need some pots, these are a great value. They're just £5 each if you go for the double up deal on those, and I think that's excellent value for money when we're talking about high quality, beautiful plastic pots. I've been out and I've had a look in the garden centres at the plastic pots, and some of them are just shocking, aren't they?
They are really, really expensive plastic pots.
And they don't look pretty, and as you keep saying, Adam, sorry, I've got something in my eye, as you keep saying, when you look at those pots, they don't look plastic.
No. As I say, you know, quite often Bex and I say we'd like to do that kind of thing. We just like to get people to just walk past, and as they walk past, metal, plastic, stone. You tell, and I bet, you know, a huge amount of people would probably say stone or metal, you know, because they just don't look plasticky. They look like the real deal.
It's well worth going for. Lots of you have this week already, I know. Now then, we're going to bring you on to, it is the gerberas we're going to talk about. This is our brand new offer for Sunday. This is the one that we want you to have a little look at because this is it's a buy one, get one free, right? Yeah, buy one, get one free, but it's actually 3 pots that we're talking about. So you're actually going to get 6 pots in total, and it is the gerberas, the Garvinia Sweet Bright Collection. Oh, I love gerberas. They are so happy, aren't they?
Yeah, my mum grew these, about 3 or 4 years back in a trough on a windowsill, and they looked absolutely knockout. These are the hardy ones, Bex, aren't they? As well,
yes,
these go down.
Absolutely,
I think about -8 we say on these as well, and I've actually heard somebody sort of said or counted you can get up to 50 flowers per plant.
Yes, totally.
Throughout a season, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, I grew some gerberas last year, and I've got them growing again this year, and it's amazing how easy they are to grow. They're hardy, they come back year after year. These are excellent qualities, you can see here. But they just pop up these flowers, these lovely tall stems that you get out of here. Obviously, gerberas are used a lot in flower displays, aren't they?
Yeah, cut flowers.
And they are tall, strong stems you get.
Yeah, they are, and that's a great thing about me. I never ever thought, we'd get round to seeing gerberas that we could grow outside all the year through in the UK. It's just phenomenal. But what is also phenomenal is look at the quality. I mean, the quality. Hey, look at that. That is a rooty beauty.
That is a rooty beauty, definitely.
I mean, that is absolutely stunning.
I mean, if you plant these out this year, you will get flowers this year. Well, definitely. You'll get flowers. Once it gets established, you'll get even more flowers. But yes, you will get flowers this year. I planted mine last year, probably at about this time. And I got multiple flowers off each of these. And this year I'm going to get even more because obviously they've got established for this year.
No, I think these will definitely flower.
I was trying to see a little flower stem.
We had
they
some
pop up really quickly as well.
Yeah, well, we had some the other day, exactly the same size, and they were little flower buds, already about an inch and a half tall, coming up in the middle. I think the only thing that's holding these back at the moment is they're so well established now. They just want to get out of these pots.
Look at that.
Yeah, they want to get into the garden. They want to get into the soil.
It'll be amazing how quickly these romp away once you get these planted.
But they're just so green, so verdant, so healthy, these plants. And again, plant them somewhere really sunny, well drained and sheltered. That's where they're going to do best. As I say, my mum grew them in a trough, a plastic trough. And they absolutely flowered their socks off. And they actually gave a display like you see there, because sometimes you look at these displays and you think they're airbrushed and it's all right. But
this is why people love gerberas, actually, and this is why gerberas are used so much in cut flower displays, because they are perfectly formed.
They are. They're perfectly formed flowers. They've got these, sort of telegraph pole straight stems. Lovely, huge, foliage. Great big glossy, lush foliage. Yeah, I mean, look at that. And that fabulous colour mix there as well. I just love that mix of colours.
You are going to get 3 different colours. I was just looking at them, actually. One's called Hot Pink or something or other, with a Sweet Blaze. There's Maggie, which is hot pink, and that's a Sweet Blaze, and that's a Sweet Blaze. And that's a Sweet Blaze. Oh, Stu, can you have a look on the description for me? Because I think we've got multiples of some of the same ones here. I'm sure it's 3 colours that you get, and of course it's a double up deal or a buy one get one free, so you'll get 2 pots of each basically. They will come back for you hot pink, red and yellow basically. You're getting pink, yellow and red included in the collection, which once these get... Sweet Blaze, Love and Maggie is what I'm being told they're called.
Okay.
But once you get these growing and get them establishing, 50 flowers per plant is what you're talking about. And they just pop up so easily on those lovely strong stems. And then you're going to get those displays outdoors, but also you can cut them to bring them indoors as well. It is a buy one, get one free. Now, this has gone out in an email offer. If you're already a YouGarden customer, you may have received that email offer. But if you use our code, YGTV2324, you're going to get the same deal, but you're also going to be able to unlock all of the other, amazing benefits of shopping direct with us at YGTV. That is a free gift. That £4.99 worth of the Blooming Fast fertiliser, which means that you're going to get 100 litres worth of feed. So that's what sets this apart from that email offer. You'll get extras by shopping with us and using our code. If you want to add in your compost, for example, now we're getting over to over £40, and we've got that free postage included as well. That's something unique to us here at Is it unique to YGTV? It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Another thing with these becks as well is, when you order the gerberas, you go on the website, they'll have that little snowflake symbol.
Oh, Winter Hardy.
Yeah, and that's our winter hardy symbol. So we kind of give you that lifetime guarantee for that. These are survivors. So, if you do what you should do with these and they don't thrive, they die, they don't grow, we'll replace them for you free of charge. All you've got to do is pay the P&P. So again, if you're a new gardener, if you just joined us today and you think to yourself, oh no, everything I touch dies. Honestly, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. You're not cursed.
Do you know what? You're not learning if you haven't killed a plant. That's what I say. You're not learning if you haven't killed something at some point.
Well, you know what? I mean, I've been doing it 37 years, and every time we do a big planting scheme for somebody, sometimes we might put 300 or 400 plants in, and I do say to them at the end, don't ask me why. It always happens. 2 or 3 of them for no reason
Yeah,
will
absolutely.
die. And we always replace them free of charge for customers. We'll do the same for you as well. So, you know, don't worry about thinking, you know, I'm not green-fingered, I don't want to take the risk. We kind of take that fear out of it for you, giving you that lifetime guarantee.
Yeah, and I haven't seen that lifetime guarantee offered anywhere else. I know some garden centres will offer you a 5-year guarantee, which I think is really decent. But actually ours is a lifetime guarantee on anything that is fully winter hardy. Look for the snowflake symbol on the product page. Anything that's got that is classed as fully winter hardy and comes with that lifetime guarantee. Right, that is the brand new deal for today. You definitely need to be adding that one into your basket. It's a buy one, get one free. 6 of those pots delivered to your door, along with the free gift, as long as you enter that code YGTV2324. 561198 is the item number. We are currently on our favourites table. Now, we start off the week on a Wednesday, putting out items that we think that you're going to love. Sometimes we get it right. A lot of the time, actually, we get it right, and we, you know, we think, okay, we know what you're going to like, and we get it right. Sometimes that's what it is. This week, however, we didn't get it right, did we?
We didn't, no.
We had to change it over. I'm all right, that's fine, not a problem. You vote with your wallets, you vote with your orders. Whatever you buy makes it onto the favourites table. Thank you, Dingo, for your comment on Facebook, by the way. He said he's sitting ready and waiting with his coffee and his wallet ready. I do hope we're showing you some things that you would like to put into your basket. Now, the Canna Lily was definitely one of the absolute favourites from this week. It was right up there as 1, 2 or 3, basically, as far as the favourites were concerned. So let's see if it's going to be the favourite today as well. You are going to get 3 of these if you put 3 in your basket. And this one is the sort of, it's as good as a 3 for the price of 2, basically, that you're getting here. It's like a buy 2, get 1 free. And these are absolutely lush and sort of tropical, just when we're talking about the foliage. But putting these in the basket right now and getting these home means you're going to get these at exactly the right moment, aren't you? Because even though these are beautiful, just as a foliage plant, these are going to be even more beautiful once these tropical flowers appear.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Bex, I mean, you know, the value on these is just insane. These plants are so immensely high quality.
Aren't they?
They've got incredible root systems.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, already they've got those super sort of thick stems. Look at that root system. I mean, such an established plant.
Yeah.
Great big thick stem on there as well. And that thick stem on that is indicative to me of the fact that these will flower for this year.
Yeah, it's nice and solid, I can feel.
Yeah, that flower bud will already be sort of a third or halfway up that stem, ready to emerge a little later in the summer.
I can see another leaf. I love the way the leaf appears as well. Can you see that there? So that's another leaf coming up. There will be a flower bud in there, but I love how that's going to sort of unravel.
Yeah, and I like the way the light shines through these leaves as well. Yeah, when they sort of get backlit by the sun and stuff,
Stu
and the light
was just saying
shines through.
It feels like a kind of lush, kind of indoor plant, but it's not, is it?
Well, you know, Stu was just saying, you know, calathea. They are sort of like sort of calathea leaves.
I love my calathea.
Got that kind of look. But yeah, unlike calatheas, it can be a bit of a tricky houseplant to look after.
Yeah,
these are really easy. And again, I think we give these the little snowflake symbol as well, I believe, on these. These are hardy cannas that will come up year after year. And you can divide these in future years as well, because they start to form like multi-stem clumps eventually.
Love a free plant.
Yeah.
Love it when they clump form, because you just spread them around your garden.
Exactly.
Then,
they sort of form almost these kind of rhizomatous kind of roots, these big kind of fleshy sort of roots. And then you can dig them up and you can divide them and make more and more plants. But the great thing about cannas is they just create that drama. I mean, for me, I've got a sort of very tropical, jungly kind of looking garden. So I like anything with huge leaves. I like anything that's got very tropical, unusual flowers. Oh. And just imagine, Bex, mid to late summer, those huge spikes of sort of peachy, orangey flowers that are so dramatic and last for so long, atop of that incredible dark chocolatey bronze foliage.
That's going to be amazing, isn't it?
Talk about a statement. It's going to be absolutely knockout.
Right, in my make-believe garden. My make-believe, my fantasy garden.
That's like Bucks Fizz, the land of make-believe.
Yeah.
It's, it needs to be... it needs to be Beck's Fizz. Bexfizz, land of make-believe.
In my make-believe garden, because we're always planning, aren't we, in our heads, the kind of garden we want. I'm going to have that lovely tropical area. It's going to have big ferns and banana plants, which is what this is reminiscent of, and I'm definitely going to put some canna lilies in there.
Yeah, because and
hardy ones.
Yeah, I need to order some of these. I haven't got any I don't know why I haven't got cannas.
You should, because
you've
got a lovely tropical bit.
Yeah, and in fact, funny enough, I just had a plant die recently, a Japanese anemone, and that's left a patch about the size of a dustbin lid.
There you go.
3 of those in there, would look fantastic.
Adam's shopping now as well. Check him out. 450161 is the item number. If you'd like to go for the bronze leaf, peach flowers, lovely contrast you're going to get there. It's a triple deal, so you're going to the price you'll pay for 2 is exactly the same price that you will pay for 3. Make sure you put 3 in your basket and enter the code YGTV2324 to unlock that deal. And remember, these are hardy. They have the winter hardy badge of approval there as well. Right, let's take you on to the coreopsis. Oh, this is what I do have in my garden. I love coreopsis. They're lovely kind of... They're tall. You get these lovely sort of tall, willowy stems that come out of the top of these. So you get this lovely kind of lush foliage at the bottom, and then you get these lovely tall stems that appear. I just got to point out the price before I let Adam tell you about the actual plant, because this one has a just crazy kind of saving on here.
Yeah.
Ryan. We were doing this on Thursday. Ryan is the new guy that's putting all our shows together and giving us some amazing deals. So big thank you to Ryan. Oh, apparently I need to see what's coming next week. Yeah, I do. I can't wait. You're going to get 3 of these 9cm pots for $9.99. It's like a buy one, get 2 free here, because we've saved £19.98 off the price of this particular deal for you. Go on, Adam, I'll shut up. You tell us about coreopsis, because it's amazing, isn't it?
You know those kind of people in life that always give. When they walk into the room, they always bring a smile. They always light up your life. They always kind of bring joy to you.
Yes, Adam, I know exactly what you mean, being one of those people.
Yeah, but this is what these plants are like. This is what coreopsis are like. You plant these in your garden, and they're not fussy. They're not demanding, they're not prima donnas. All they want to do is flower and flower and flower and flower and just produce dozens and dozens and dozens of these.
For ages as well.
Ages, yeah. These super...
And mine have started in the last couple of weeks. They're flowering.
And they'll still be going...
They're just going to keep going right through, aren't they?
Even to September, October. Yeah. These super bright pops of sunshine on lovely, rigid, straight stems. This is a compact plant. It's a well-behaved plant. It doesn't romp away or take over. It doesn't get super tall and needs all staking and fiddling with and all that kind of stuff. You just plant it somewhere sunny and bright and well drained. Makes a fabulous pot plant, great for troughs, raised beds, anything like that. These are just such super happy plants. All they want to do is please you. That's all they want to do. They just want to keep flowering, keep looking gorgeous. All you need to do really is just deadhead them. I would deadhead them just to keep the flowers coming. Even the leaves are lovely as well. And as Beck said, they'll go right up until the frosts. They die off during the winter time. You can leave the dead stems on through the winter. Late winter, trim those dead stems down to about 1 inch or so. And then end of March, April, you'll see lots of new green shoots coming up. And they'll just flower for you all over again. But these
very reliable,
aren't they? Yeah, they're just fabulously reliable plants that just don't demand anything from you other than being in a warm, sunny, well-drained spot, and then they'll just give you endless amounts of joy year after year after year.
Do you know, mine are in clay soil, and it's not particularly well-drained soil at all, although I'm trying to improve the texture of it. And mine do great there. I mean, maybe they do better, obviously, in a free-draining soil, but mine are still growing beautifully and give me lovely yellow flowers, even in that thick, heavy clay soil. So 560890 is the item number that you need for that one. That's a stonking saving there, £20 off. It's like a buy one get 2 free there, because it's just $9.99 for 3 of those pots. So yeah, definitely add those ones into your basket. There's a reason it's on our favourites table. Now we're going to move on to the Sambucus, the black lace, something that Adam and I have both got in our gardens, something that is looking absolutely fantastic at the moment. Wherever you go, if you're driving around, if you're taking a walk, you will see this beautiful Sambucus. I'm just grabbing the iPad. Thank you, Adam. You will see this beautiful Sambucus, and it is so pretty. It's got lovely black lacy foliage, but then it gets topped with these gorgeous pink flowers, doesn't
Pinky
it?
white flowers, and also, oh, that is so nice. You know, it's weird because have you ever had elderberry cordial?
Yes.
Well, unsurprisingly, the flowers smell just like the cordial.
Well, it's a relative, isn't it, of elderberries?
Yeah, it's the sambucus. Yeah, I think the native one is Sambucus nigra, and this is just a hybridised version of the native Sambucus or elderberry. So it's hugely suited to the UK environment. It grows pretty much anywhere in the UK. It's super hardy. It will grow in dappled shade, full sun. Really easy to prune back if it gets too big. Come back year after year after year. It's magnificent. It really is.
It really is, and that's why I've planted it in my garden. I just love these clusters of flowers that you get up here. They're tiny flowers, but there's hundreds of them, and each of these can get to sort of 15 centimetres in diameter, and I just love the way that they appear against that black foliage. Now, Adam promised us that he would bring us his pictures, and these are those. This is it. So it's got a lovely white wall bungalow.
Yeah, that's at the end of our bungalow.
That's it against the end of it, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's just absolutely magnificent there. It's sort of the
really
white wall
out.
really makes the plant stand out. We've had lots of people knock on the door and say, "Oh, hi guys, what is that gorgeous shrub you've got flowering on the end of the bungalow?" I mean, look, that gives you the idea, the perspective of it there. You can see the end of it. So that's actually taller than me, and that's grown to that size in about 2 or 3 years. So
nice.
Sometimes in the first year they can be a bit hesitant, but year 2 to 3. They just explode, and this is the 2 gardens you see, because John, my husband, has the front garden, and that's John's front. Oh, that's his the what's name things
the
there.
Alstroemeria.
Alstroemeria Indian summer, which are really popping out now. So John has the front garden. I have the back garden.
We're coming to that later.
That's the. Physocarpus, yeah. But no, this has just been such a joy, and it's only just started flowering, and that's going to keep flowering for sort of month after month after month. And if we wanted to, we could leave that. It'd probably get double the height of that if we wanted it to. But you know what? If it gets too big, just prune it back to the size you want it to be. Pretty much any time of the year, really, because it will reshoot, it will flower again. So, in essence, this is a shrub that is suited to so many different positions. It's super bone hardy, fabulous fragrance, wonderfully cut, sort of lovely notched sort of fern-like leaves, really. Those pinky white flower heads that are super fragrant, loved by pollinating insects. It's just a real joy. It really, really is an absolute gorgeous joy.
It definitely is, and there's a reason it's on our favourites table. Another one that we've taken nearly £20. Oh no, hang on, we've still got the Coreopsis on screen. Let's have a little look at the details for the Sambucus. There we go. This one's got the £5 saving. There we go. 2 litre pot, £14.99. And of course, if you are in the club, you can get another 10% discount off that as well, so it'd be £13.49. Our lovely Sean Ryan is not here with us in the potting shed this morning because he is at QVC today. I don't think he's on anymore. I know he was on during the 9 and the 10 o'clock shows for a little couple of sections, and he's back on again at 2 o'clock this afternoon, just when we finish, which is perfect timing. So if you do want to go and join Sean for a full hour at 2 o'clock on QVC, he will be there. But let's have a little talk to him. Let's hear from him. He went out into the nursery to have a little look at the Sambucus.
Well, I'm out on this sunny day in the nursery and came across this. This is a Sambucus called Black Lace. It's adorable. I've actually got a few of these in my garden, and I chose them for so many different reasons. First of all, the foliage. This is a really wonderful colour, isn't it? Like burgundy, chocolate, almost black in certain lights. And then when you contrast that with the flowers, and it is this time of year when they burst into flower, and you get these really pretty, delicate, tiny white flowers with a little tinge of pink. But because you get so many hundreds of them all together, it really does create quite an impact. And then these flowers actually turn into berries during the summer as well. Just looking at these. Now, they're already good size, but the great news is if you've got a empty corner, a big gap in your garden, maybe it's like an ugly fence, and you just want to grow something in front of it really quickly, these do grow fast. They can actually grow a metre or so in a single year. Now, there are many varieties. I'm just looking at that gorgeous one over there. I think it's called, is it something like Southern Crest? Oh, no, it's not. Thank you, Stu. It's Sutherland Gold. I knew it was something like that. They actually work well together. In terms of planting, I think what works really well with the Sambucus, if you underplant it with things like ferns, that could look really good. These also look really nice near acers because of the leaves. I think they work really, really well as companion plants. They look great with grasses. But having said that, I've got one in quite a traditional border surrounded by geums and delphiniums and lupins, and they look really at home there as well. So it's a really versatile plant, very easy to grow sun or part shade. It will actually tolerate fairly exposed sites as well, so if you've got quite an open garden, it will tolerate a fair bit of wind as well. And all I can say is it's an absolute delight to the eye, and it looks really good with just the foliage, but with the flowers and the berries, it's even more spectacular. Wintertime, it is deciduous, it loses its leaves, but then in springtime, it all bursts back to life and does it all over again.
No, that was a little sneak peek at the nursery, which is exactly where we are right now, just outside that door, just there. There is an 11-acre nursery, and that's where Sean was the other day when he went and filmed that little clip. It is a wonderful place to be. Yes, sometimes there's electricity, sometimes there isn't. When we got here this morning, there was no electricity.
No, it was a bit bleak, wasn't it, to start with?
But, you know, it's always fun, it's always exciting. And those plants are looking phenomenal. They are there, ready and waiting to be picked, packed and dispatched to you. Remember, if you are in our club, you will get an extra 10% discount off plants, compost, pots. The price that you can see on the screen that is in the yellow text there, that is the club price. If you're not in the club, the price is in red. I definitely recommend you joining the club. It costs you just £5 to join, just £5. And then what happens is every single time you place an order for the next 12 months, you'll get that 10% discount. You'll get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers. There's competitions, offers. There's advice you can actually get as well if you need it. So it's well worth joining. We're club members, aren't we?
We are indeed, yeah. Why wouldn't you be?
Loads of money.
It'd be just daft not to be, wouldn't it, really, at the end of the day?
To be honest, if you shop, I mean, it depends how much you're buying, obviously, but, you know, even if you shopped only maybe 2 or 3 times in the year, chances are you're going to make that money back. But as gardeners, we know we shop a bit more than 2 or 3 times in a year, don't we?
It's almost impossible not to, isn't it, really?
Yeah, 2 or 3 times a week. It's a fun. It can be an expensive hobby, but it's definitely one worth spending your money on. So that is why we try and bring you the best deals, the best prices, and of course that discount club as well. Right, that was the Sambucus, the black lace. 510394 is the item number. Let's do a quick one, shall we? On the, I mean, this is Adam's favourite word, stonking.
It is stonking.
It's a stonking deal, this one, and it truly is a stonking deal. I'll run through it and then you can tell us some of the plants. Lucky Dip perennial. So Lucky Dip, we don't know what you're going to get. What we have in front of us here is a selection of plants that you are likely to receive. You will get 9 9-centimetre pots for £19.99. However, it's a buy one get one free. So if you put one in your basket and you enter the code YGTV2324, you don't need to do anything else. We will put another pack into your basket for you. So you will get 18 Lucky Dip perennial plants delivered direct to your door. And these are fantastic. What this collection will give you is a range of heights, colours, sizes, fragrance, long flowering season, but they will come back for you year after year after year. These are hardy perennials. These
are Becks as well, and this is basically what we call an herbaceous border in a box.
Yeah, I love that.
You know, once you open the box and put these into the garden, you've pretty much instantly created what we call that herbaceous perennial border. And by herbaceous, what we mean is plants that sort of flower for a long period through the summer, then they kind of die down during the winter, take a little bit of a rest or a break, and then they reshoot, regrow again the following year, but they come back year after year. They are perennial. And as Beck said, such a great mix on here as well. I mean, we've got plants, for example, like the hollyhock. I mean, hollyhocks can get sort of 2 or 3 metres tall, even taller. So, you've got height and drama there from the hollyhock. But then you might have somewhere really super hot and sunny where other plants struggle, we've got a lovely salvia here as well.
Oh, my salvia's popping up. It's looking great at the moment.
Yeah, and they love those really full-on sort of super sunny positions. And you might want something that's semi-evergreen, because I said most of these die down, but some, for example, like this Artemisia, Powys Castle, that will stay semi-evergreen in the winter time, so you've still got a little bit of interest from that one. You want some early flowering perennials. You can have geum. We've got this geum here. I'm not going to make out, I know which variety this one is. This is Lady Stratheden. So stunning orangey colour there. These are great for kind of shade or full sun. They're quite adaptable. Another one down here, which is brilliant for super hot sunny positions, Achillea, or yarrow is its common name. This one it's called Colorad, this particular example. And I bet the root system...
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the rooty beauties. Oh, yes.
That's a bit insane.
I mean, those are some definite plants that are raring to grow. You definitely need to get these ones home. Eleanor says the Lucky Dip is worth it just for the geranium and the geums, and there's more than one. Best deal ever. I think you're likely to get geraniums and geums. I can't guarantee it, but you're likely to get those.
Well, you know, this plant here, Bex, in some garden centres, you would see a plant of that size in a 2-litre pot, and it would be $4.99, $5.99 just for that one plant. You know, this is a plant with a stature of a 2-litre plant in a 9-centimetre pot. That's what's so incredible about this collection. I mean, if, for example, we were doing these and say it was just. Listen, it was just that little bit in the pot, and it was just that little bit there. I'd think, well, yeah, that's pretty good for a 9-centimetre pot, just that few shoots there. But look, it's the whole deal. It's this massive...
You could divide that
you could.
instantly,
yeah.
couldn't you? So once you get that home, that plant could actually be divided now.
I mean, if you wanted to divide it, all you would do is like basically separate it, like you're making a hair parting, if you like.
Yeah.
And then with a sharp knife, cut down the middle. You've made 2 plants, and then you could cut down the middle again and quarter it, and you could make 4 plants just from that immediately.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you know somebody who's just moved into a new house, or somebody who's, you know, just extended their garden and they want a really fantastic mix, not some boring, lazy, unimaginative mix of perennials, but a really fabulous mix, an incredible price, go for these, because these are just stonking value.
They really are. If you're in the club, this works out £1 per pot, and as Adam said, you know, you could easily pay $3.50, $4.99 per 9-centimetre pot in a garden centre, but we are bringing you the best value. This is what we're all about. £1 per pot. £1 per pot if you are in our discount club. Only just over £1 if you are not in the discount club. So still, either way, absolutely amazing value for money. Just add 1 into your basket and enter the code YGTV2324, and we'll do the rest for you and add the other one in. 561046 is the item number. Right, let's give you a little reminder of what we've seen so far. Get your pens and papers if you would like to make a little list of item numbers. Starting off with our cordyline. This is the Charlie Boy. This is one of the most stunning varieties of cordyline. Absolutely adore the colour, but I just love cordylines for the structure, the architecture, the contrast that they give you. Of course, they are winter hardy. They come with our lifetime guarantee. They're very easy to look after. Can be kept in a pot or planted into your borders. It's a double up deal. If you want to take advantage of that, put both into your basket, put 2 in and enter the code. You'll get them for £9.99 each. 680256 is the item number for the cordyline Charlie Boy. Next we have our Callistemon. This is the hot pink variety. Been super popular this week. If it was small enough for us to fit on our favourites table, I think it would be on our favourites table, because that's how popular it has been. In the 2.5 litre pot, saving £10 on this one. It is just £14.99 as long as you enter that code YGTV2324. You can plant it into the hottest, sunniest spot possible, or you could keep it in a pot as well. We showed you some Laval planters that would be great value. You could put it in there for the time being. Next we have our oleanders, the best price I think we have ever done on the oleanders. Those are shots that you're looking at right there that were done on the nursery just on Wednesday, so just 4 days ago. We took those videos, oh, say we, Stu did those videos, so you can see the quality that we are talking about. We're incredibly proud of the relationship that we've got with the expert breeder based in Sicily for these oleanders. You can't really get oleanders. If you search anywhere online, chances are, if you're buying an oleander, it's going to be from us because we have this amazing relationship with the best oleander breeder. It's a double up deal. You can get 2 of these for £19 and 99 pence, and it really truly is the best deal ever. Make sure you enter 2 into your basket, 680057, and put the code in, YGTV2324. That's how you get your price, plus your free gift. Remember that you've got your free gift if you're blooming fast this week. Then we've got the Gerbera. Now this was a new deal for us on YGTV today. It has gone out in an email offer. If you're a YouGarden customer, you may have received it. I recommend that you buy it from us at YGTV and enter the code YGTV2324 because then you'll get your free gift included as well. You don't get that when you shop via the email. Sorry, email people. But yeah, do think about putting in our code when you place that so you can get your blooming fast free gift worth £4.99. You will get 6 of those 7cm pots because it's a buy one, get one free. Now, canna lily. We did have a question on how tall canna lilies can grow, Adam.
They're quite statuesque plants, really. These can get to sort of a metre and a half
metre
tall.
and a half.
Yeah, so great for sort of mid to back of the border.
First year, or we've been waiting for it to establish?
So I wouldn't be surprised in the first year those get to at least 2 to 3 foot. And
2 to 3 feet.
And then in the following years, a metre and a half. Even taller than that is not unusual.
Lovely. That was Julia that asked that question. Hopefully, Julia, you're still watching. 450161 is the item number if you would like to go for the canna, the bronze peach, the bronze foliage, the peach flowers. The contrast of those two is going to be amazing. It's a triple deal. It's like getting 1 of them for free, basically, because the price for 2 is exactly the same as the price for 3. So make sure you put 3 in your basket and enter the code. Very tropical, lush feel that you're getting from those plants, not only from the beautiful flowers, but from those foliage as well. Next we have the Coreopsis, the sunshine yellow, bright balls of sunshine, the lovely kind of cottage garden feel that you'll get from these. Hardy, easy to grow, put them in a nice sunny position, plays well in your mixed borders. Definitely want to put those in with, I don't know, I think they look good with GMs. I think they look great next to your bowls mauve. You know, there's so many things that will look good with. 560890 is the item number and it's a stonking deal. Just £9 and 99 pence. It's like getting 2 absolutely free there. 560890 is the item number. Next we've got the Sambucus. This is the last one in our review. It's 510394 is the item number. It's the black lace and it's something that both Adam and myself have got in our gardens because it's just beautiful for starters. Super easy to grow, quite fast growing once you've got it in and it's got established. So if you do want to fill a space quite quickly in a border or even in a pot, you can do it brilliantly with Sambucus. The black foliage, that lovely kind of fern foliage. It's kind of a burgundy colour, but it's almost black. And then you get these lovely pink flower clusters in there. At this time of year, it's absolutely stunning. I always say, don't I, like when I'm going out on my dog walks and things, there's certain plants that you pay attention to at different times of the year. So like in February, it was the Forsythia, and then it moved into the sort of Ceanothus, and right now it's the black lace, it's the Sambucus. That's the standout plant in everybody's gardens at the moment. So if you've been looking at them and spying them and thinking, that's pretty, I want one of those, now's the time. You've got a £5 saving here. 510394 is the item number. Right, we've got some chat going on. I'm on YouTube at the moment. Stu's got the Facebook chat. Everyone's saying good morning. So Grimmy, good morning from sunny Tenby. Are you in Tenby?
Sunny, lovely.
Isn't Tenby in Wales? I'm sure Tenby's in Wales. He's normally in Wales. Are you on holiday, Grimmy? Are you watching from somewhere else? Anyway, good morning, Grimmy. Good morning, Elaine. Good morning, Ian. Good morning, Neil. Neil says good morning to everybody. He's saying good morning to everyone else. What else was it? Somebody was giving advice to somebody a minute ago, which I loved. Neil says, hi Stuart, just sent you some pictures of things in my garden that are doing well at the moment. The weather's a bit damp here, so not sure how good they are. I will have a look at those in a second, my darling. Eleanor was saying about how the lucky dip, I said that, didn't I? And she's still planting out her lucky dip because there's so many of them. Love it. Eleanor says, I'm torn because still got loads to plant, but see so many more I want to buy today. We know exactly that feeling, Eleanor. We can totally sympathise. I have no room in my garden, but it doesn't stop me from buying more plants.
Yeah, that amount of times I say that, and you go somewhere and suddenly you see some more amazing plants, and yeah, somehow you just find they're in the car, aren't they? You're taking them home.
Absolutely, you just
or
can't
you're
help it.
ordering online, or
right, we're on the email now, and this picture is from Elaine. Look at this beauty right here.
That is looking good, isn't it? And look at the contrast as well. The contrast in that gorgeous blue pot, and then that lovely
love that against that
foliage.
blue pot.
And the amount of flower buds and stuff on there as well. That's going to be a beautiful display all through the summer. Brilliant.
What is that plant? Is that that's the Alstroemeria,
yes,
isn't it?
Indian summer. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see. Let me just
so
zoom in there. Look, yeah,
I think
totally
that's
see that.
easily got to be the most popular variety of Alstroemeria anybody grows now. It's
that blue pot is gorgeous. I think that's a QVC one. Oh, is it one of us? Is it one of ours? I like that pot.
And that's actually
I might have to get that pot.
It's a plastic pot as well, isn't it?
It is a plastic pot, isn't it?
Because I remember we used to get those glazed ones, and they were the kind of glazed terracotta.
Yeah.
Really heavy.
They break.
Break, yeah. The frost used to crack them and stuff.
Looking nice, Elaine.
That's going to look brilliant forever.
What's the next picture Elaine has sent us? Oh,
hey.
Look! That's the geranium storm cloud,
Is that from us? Because that's looking really, really lovely.
Look at that little beauty.
See, she's got it in a beautiful, perfect place there as well, because geraniums love that really open, sunny, well-drained, gravelly kind of position. So it's not competing with anything else, and it's just loving, being the kind of star attraction in that little space.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Yeah, love that.
Such a brilliant purple, isn't it? That is
very,
such a
very
nice purple.
I love it against that, a bit against the gravel as well. That looks amazing.
Makes it really stand out.
Right. Anthony says, most self-sown seeds, but some plants from YGTV, can you spot them? I love this game. This is awesome. Right, what have we got going in here? So down here,
that's
some geranium.
Yeah, that's geranium, and I know that one, but I can't think of it at the moment. The little pinky purple one.
The little pinky one?
Yeah.
There's some geums.
Yeah, definitely geums at the back there.
What are those blue ones right at the back? I don't know, it's a bit
blurry
once I zoom in, but I like that colour blue.
Oh, I think that could be a geranium roseanne at the back, and then you've got...
Yeah, that's geranium roseanne there, isn't it?
Yeah, and then to the left you've got nigella. The little blue ones are nigella.
Those ones at the back there?
Yeah. I'm looking at the bigger picture on the monitors in the studio. Yeah, there's something called nigella, which are annuals, but they seed about really, really well. You can eat nigella seeds. They use
of course, yeah,
same
I love
plant.
those. Those are really pretty.
Yeah, they're really nice. They say they seed about all over the place, really, really
well.
well.
I love your garden. Look at this central bit here.
Is that that's a rose? Look at that beautiful, beautiful rose.
What's at the back there?
Oh, that's more nigella. That's a huge great big patch of nigella. Because once you've got it, you can't get rid of it. It's a bit like forget-me-nots. They kind of seed about all over the place.
That is so beautiful.
I think that's Geranium endresii, that one, but try and think of the common name for it. But yeah, that's a lovely sort of ground-spreading geranium.
Lovely garden, Anthony. I like how sort of wild it is. It's really beautiful. Let's have a look at Amanda. Amanda's lilies. Look at these. Those are bright and colourful, aren't they?
I'll tell you what, you've kept those so healthy looking as well, because sometimes I get the old dreaded lily beetle, but those look gorgeous.
I've only had a couple of lily beetles. I got rid of them, but they're all right.
Yeah. A little quick tip for you as well. If you do see lily beetles on your lilies, they're really, really bright orange. But if you go to pick them off, they do this really annoying thing where they drop to the ground. So
and then they go upside down, and they've got a dark belly, haven't they?
When you see them, get like an old mug or cup or something, and just put the cup underneath first. Then go to pick them off, and then if they fall off, they fall into the mug rather than onto the ground and get away.
Yeah. It happened to me the other day. I saw a lily beetle, went to get it, and it dropped off. So I've got to go back out and find it.
Yeah, they do that. So they're kind of little getaway technique, and you can tell the grubs as well, the larvae, because you see them stuck to the leaves or the underside of the leaves, and they look like bits of bird poo. And that's because what they do is the grubs cover themselves in their own faeces to actually look like a bird poo, and then that deters birds from eating them.
Really?
Yeah, because the birds just think it's a doo-doo and they don't want to eat it.
Doo-doo.
Yeah.
That's so clever, isn't it? All right, Neil says, hi Stuart. I'm in charge today, Neil. Here's some pics of things doing well in my garden. Red hot pokers, tall red poppies, the first flower on my recent hardy osteospermums, my fire and ice hosta. You can see the blue poppy planted in ericaceous compost in front of the gonk. Let's have a little look at the pictures. Oh, there's the osteospermum.
It's looking nice.
That's lovely, because that's going to be only recently planted, isn't it? So that's only just gone out.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardy ones as well. That one looks like.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, that lovely bright pink. That's really nice, and that's just one of many flowers to.
Yeah, I mean that's going to grow and establish and spread, isn't it? That's going to be really beautiful. So that's the osteospermum, and then here we go. Yeah. We've got the red hot pokers.
I'd tell you what, they're quite early, those red hot pokers. You've done well. They must be in a really kind of nice sunny kind of corner, because they normally don't flower till a little bit later in the year, so you've done well with those.
And there's his hostas down the front there. That's a beautiful hosta as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a really unusual one, that one. It's weird to see foxgloves as well. You've got a white foxglove there. And also, I think they're... You've got some dandelion, buttercups flowering in between, which I like. But, you know, I've not very often seen Nephofia and foxgloves flowering at the same time. But these days, the way things are, you know, who knows? Who knows, indeed. I mean, it was a wet winter, but it was incredibly mild, wasn't it? I mean, we barely got any really severe frosts or snow in most parts of the country. So a lot of things got ahead a lot further this year than in a cold winter. Well, there you go. Thank you so much for sending you pictures. You know how much we love to spy on your gardens. So my newest neighbour, they live over the road, and I've been spying on them. They're not watching? What, binoculars? No, in a good way. Oh. Not with the binoculars, but I've been looking, because they've got this garden and it's walled, but then they've got this bit outside the garden, which is still theirs, but it's sort of open to our street. And what they've done is they built a raised bed. They've got all these teepee structures. He's got things growing up and over. He's got this wonderful arch thing. So I've been checking out what he's got going on. And he came out the other day, and I was like, "Well, what are you growing over there, mate?" And he was like, "Oh, I've got beans. I got chatting to him, because I've never really spoken to him before. And I was like, I'm into gardening." And he was like, come in. So he was showing me the raised bed. He's got all sorts of beans and this and that and the other, and then he's got blackberries growing over this arch. He's got an apple tree, a cherry tree, so
this tree.
He's full on into it.
Well, this is just outside the garden, and then he was like, come in. I go in. Beautiful big garden. He's built these raised beds. He's put these lids on them. He's got leeks growing. He's got rocket growing. He's got cauliflowers growing. Wow. He's got this irrigation system in place that he can switch on with his phone, because he's going away on holiday. So he's like, well, I didn't want to get anybody to come in, so he can switch it on. That is seriously impressive. I was like, can we be friends? You need to take some pics. I'll ask if you're happy to have some pics, and be good to... Do you know what I might do? Because it is impressive. I said to him, "You're living my dream right now," because he's got more space than me. He's got a bigger garden, but he's living my dream basically. But it's lovely, isn't it? You know, go talk, share. It's lovely to see all these things, and that's basically what I was saying. So thank you so much for sharing your pictures. It's lovely to see what's going on. On the other end of the scale, I've got a mate called Richard, and he went into somebody's garden, but in the middle of the night. Oh. To cut their wind chimes down. Because they were annoying him. Kept keeping him awake all night. So he actually climbed over the fence, went into the garden, cut their wind chimes down. I can understand. They can be quite annoying, can't they? In a lovely sort of gentle breeze, they can be quite calming. But kind of, bit of a breezy night. You've got the window open all night, and it's like tubular bells outside your window. It's not good. It's not good, is it? Really? I understand. Yeah. But no, that sounds brilliant. That experience, because that's the thing in it. Sometimes it's so weird when you don't see what's behind people's fences. I mean, so where I live in Swaffham, I've only been there for 5 years, and the amount of times I drive past somewhere and I think, I wonder what's down there, and then occasionally somebody ring me up, and it is down that particular. I go down there and I walk in the garden. So, oh my goodness me. I did not know this was here, and it's remarkable what people do. Well, when these guys moved in, I saw that they were doing stuff, and they were, You can sort of say, I'm not there with binoculars. I promise, I'm not that person. But you can just see them sort of doing stuff in the garden.
Your drone up there with the camera on. Like.
So I've been wanting to see what's going on. So I'm glad I got chatting to him.
No,
so we might become friends now.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, because he might probably be quite happy us to share pics on here.
He was dead chuffed. He wanted to show me.
Yeah, because it's all inspiration and stuff to share with people and give us ideas.
All right, let's move on. Let's talk about some more of the beautiful plants, shall we? Because we have got the Salix flamingo, the willow bush here. 510919 is the item number. I think this is a plant that everybody should have in their garden, and I don't say that lightly. There's a few things that everybody should have. Ceanothus is one of them. This one is so super easy to grow, but the displays that it gives, I think it's well worth planting in every garden.
Well, you know what? Many gardeners have got this. I defy anybody to drive down many streets or drive more than a mile down any kind of street and not see one of these. Cause
there's a reason so many people have it.
Yeah, I mean, these are just such stunningly beautiful plants, and I think the reason being is because you're getting incredible colour, but without worrying about flowers. This doesn't need to flower to look fantastic.
No, it doesn't.
The colour is in the foliage, and it's like that all the way through the summer. I mean, these are deciduous, so they do lose their leaves in the winter time, but even then you've got a really nice sort of wiry structure to the plant that looks great with snow on it or frost, and all the little birds love to hide in it and eat the insect eggs and bits and pieces they can find. And it's an adaptable shrub as well. My brother's got one of these in his front garden that's grown as a standard. And it looks phenomenal. It always looks brilliant. He's so proud of it. He trims it back really harsh every spring. And then all the new growth that comes back gives the most dramatic colour, which is that's quite often common on a lot of things that have got variegated foliage. It's quite often it's the new foliage that's more dramatic. But you've got options with this. You can just leave this to grow into a shrub and let it get as big as it wants to get, or you can let it get so big and then keep trimming it back. You could sort of topiarise this if you wanted to, make it into a form of topiary. Yeah. The option is yours. But the good thing about this is these are so easy to grow. They're not fussed about soil. They like a reasonably sunny position, but they'll do well in dappled shade. They're quite good in windy areas. Really adaptable, and they're quite good for damp soils as well, or even wet soils, because Salix or the willow family love sort of really wet soil.
That's why it does so well in my clay soil.
Yeah, so it'll do well in really wet soils where other things might struggle. But just a really interesting shrub. You plant it, you leave it, you just enjoy it, and you decide what its future is. Let it grow wild, clip it, make it into a lollipop, do whatever you want to do. But whatever happens, you will enjoy months of fabulous foliage colour.
Yeah, it's totally winter hardy, so this has our lifetime guarantee as well. If this fails to thrive in your garden, if it dies, you can get in touch with us and we will replace it free of charge. Just speak to our customer services department, let them know what's happened. All you have to do is cover any postage costs to get it out to you. But that's the confidence we've got. We know that this one is a true survivor. It's an absolute trooper and super easy to grow. 510919 is the item number. Make sure you enter the code YGTV 2324 in order to get the saving. And of course, if you are a member of our club, you will get an extra 10% discount off the saving price as well. So do consider joining the club today.
It does
if
have
you
that
haven't
ridiculous
already.
name though, doesn't it? Because it's a showy-offy name. It's Salix integra Hakuru Nishiki Flamingo. Could they give it a longer name?
Let's just call it the Salix Flamingo, shall we?
I see. Yeah.
It's those lovely pink leaves. Anyway, let's move you on. Professional compost. This is what we all need. I opened my last bag just yesterday. I was planting out my Jacob's ladder, my polemonium.
You're doing it?
I can't help it. Can't help it.
Like,
it feels so good.
It's like when they do the adverts for those pastels, isn't it? Like, see how long you can pop one in your mouth for and not chew.
Yeah.
I
defy you to stand in this potting shed and not touch the compost. It's just not possible.
But even when we've been on with, or you've been with other guests, or I've been on with other presenters, or not necessarily gardeners like Bex and I, they do the same thing. They
do the same. They can't help it.
You can't help it.
It's soft. It's luscious.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It smells delicious. It actually.
That's the thing.
That's a weird thing to say about compost, because normally you don't want to put your hands in the compost. You don't want to put your nose in the compost.
No.
But actually, this stuff is truly incredible. It's made fresh. It's not been sat in bags for months on end.
And it smells fresh as well. Yeah. And you said as well, another sort of sciencey thing about this, Bex, you said this actually emits certain smells that actually make you feel good.
Releases happy hormones.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Serotonin and oxytocin, all the good stuff. It releases that into your brain. brain. This is why gardening is such an amazing hobby to have.
That earthy smell.
You get it. It's so good.
We shouldn't be surprised about that, should we? Because if you think, like, up until very short time ago in human history, we lived pretty much outside in caves and very near the ground and the soil, so we were used to those kind of aromas and stuff. So it's not surprising. But this is such a fantastic compost because it's the simplicity of it. Go to garden centres these days now, you'll see 8, 9, 10 different brands of compost, and they've all got sciencey stuff on the bags. This stuff,
added
that
this,
stuff,
added
that, yeah.
And a lot of it means nothing, and it's only tiny bits that they've added in. It's marketing ploy to get you, oh, I'll buy that bag then. It's not about that at all. This is about getting the right ingredients, and that is exactly why this has been formulated. This is not available anywhere else. This is a commercial product. This is what we use here at the nursery. Anything that's grown on, anything that's potted on, this is the compost we use. The bags are unmarked. There is nothing on here that says, oh, we've added this in and added that in. Buy this one. No, that's because this is the commercial product. We put the value in the bag, not on the bag. And the ingredients are exactly what our plants want and need.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first thing to say, this is massively peat reduced, and eventually, like everyone else, we'll be completely peat free. But this was massively peat reduced before other people were reducing peat in their compost. But then we've added that composted wood fibre to this as well. So that does 3 things. It opens the compost up, so it lets the water percolate through, so the compost doesn't get too wet. It allows air and oxygen to get down to the roots of the plants, which is really, really important. And it allows for those little tiny roots from a seed or a cutting or a little transplanted plant to get its roots down into that compost and establish itself. It's got a slow release fertiliser. You'll see the little green balls in this. Somebody mistakenly thought they were slug eggs. They're not. Those little sort of little tiny balls.
Yeah, they
you
thought
see.
they were snail eggs, didn't they? They put them as a review saying
there's a yellowy one
great
as well there.
compost, except for all the snail eggs.
Yeah, no. These are slow release fertiliser, and they're kind of heat reacted as well. So they break down over a period of time, and then release fertiliser for your plant for up to 6 months. You've got a wetting agent in this as well. It makes the compost what's known as hydrophilic. It likes water. It wants to absorb the water, and it's pH balanced as well. It means it's not too acid, it's not too alkaline. So the vast majority of plants are going to thrive in this. And you know what? Bex uses this. I've used this. Stuart Productors use this. I've just had the most amazing results. In fact, about 2 or 3 years ago, I bought a little tiny plant called an aglaonema, which I think you sell on here on the houseplant section.
Yes, we've seen
got that pinky coloured leaf.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, and sometimes you go in the supermarket and at the tills in those little kind of like egg holders, they sell those really silly tiny little. Well, I bought a cordyline and this at the same time. The cordyline is that tall, and this aglaonema has never grown more than 2 or 3 leaves in all the years. And I had it in this pot 2 or 3 weeks ago. I finally took it out of this silly little pot it was in. I repotted it into this compost. It's now onto its 4th leaf. It's grown 2 new leaves just since I put it in this compost. So I've cracked it. It didn't want to do anything for years. I put it in this compost. It started to finally grow.
But that is the difference that this compost can make. And I know we sort of wax lyrical about this, and some of you might be watching saying, it's just compost. And I understand that. I used to feel like that myself. It's just compost. Any old compost will do. But it really is important what you put, your plants in. It's like what we feed ourselves. If you feed yourself junk and rubbish, you're not going to feel happy, you're not going to feel healthy, and it's exactly the same for your plants. This compost is like giving your plants their 5 a day. They cannot live on water alone, just like us. We need all the goodness, we need all the vitamins and minerals. This is what this compost will do. 100125 is the item number. 2 50-litre bags. You will get your free gift included as long as you enter your code YGTV2324. So if you want multiples of your free gift, this is how you do it. Place 1 order for your compost, put the code in, YGTV2324, you'll get your free gift, then come back and place another order, and again use the code to get another of your free gifts.
Shall we set Stu that challenge later on that we normally do when we come back to the compost? Is just do the random the random review thing. Yeah, the random page review or the random.
Let's do it. There'll be there's pages of reviews, and what we'll do is we'll give Stu a number and go number 7, and he'll go to page number 7, and we'll read whatever reviews are there. We know that it's going to be amazing because It always is. 5-star reviews. And for years and years, we've been getting it on that compost. If you do want some personal recommendations from actual customers, obviously go and have a look at the reviews, but also just put a message in the chat on YouTube or on Facebook, because our regular viewers who are always watching, thank you so much for your dedication. Amanda, good morning on Facebook. They'll let you know how good that compost is. But we're going to bring you back to the oleanders, the biggest, the best deal that we have done on the oleanders for all the time I've been working with YG TV. This is a double up deal where you can get 2 of these for £19.99, so £10 each. Now they come to you like this, by the way. These are a serving suggestion. We'll give you the details of the Val pots in a little while, but this is how they're going to come to you. And these are just incredible quality, incredible value for money, coming from a Sicily-based grower, the best in the world. They have a waiting list to get to work with them. I believe the waiting list currently is 10 years. So if you want to sell oleanders, you'll have to wait 10 years to be able to get the best oleanders. But we have that relationship. We are already working with the best Sicily grower when it comes to oleanders. These are phenomenal, aren't they, for summer displays, evergreen colour and easy to look after.
Yeah, they are, Bex. They tick all those boxes as well. And the great thing about these plants is they're so well established. These are grown from cuttings, and when you get yours home and you look at them, generally what you'll find is 3 groups of 3 stems in each pot. So you're getting 9, on average, 9 stems in each pot. 3. Really, really super bushy plants, leaves all the way down to the base, smothered in flower buds. In fact, smothered in flowers to start with the potential for months' worth of more flower buds to come. The super glossy, verdant, healthy foliage, and look at the root system there. These weren't sort of potted up on the way over. You know, these have been established in I was going to say Tuscany there. I don't mean Tuscany, I mean Sicily.
Sicily.
Yeah, these have been established in Tuscany. Sicily!
Sicily!
And sent over to us. And they will give your garden that tropical, that exotic, that really
definitely make you feel like you're on holiday,
yeah,
won't
they
they?
do. Yeah, because, I mean, I appreciate not everybody gets to go away on holiday, and not everybody has, but for a lot of us, yeah, when we've gone to Spain or the Canaries or those sort of the Balearics or those sort of parts of the world, 9 times out of 10, when you arrive at the airport and you come out of the airport, the first thing you see is oleanders and bougainvilleas, isn't it? Generally,
because they grow sort of freely, and there's not. Then they grow down the sides of roads. There's nobody attending them. There's nobody looking after them. They're incredibly drought tolerant and grow surprisingly well here in the UK.
Yeah, they do, and they're quite hardy as well. I mean, these are hardy down to about -5. But I remember I've been really lucky to go to this place called San Gemignano in Italy 2 or 3 times. It's called the Italian ancient Manhattan, and sort of round the outskirts of this castle there were some huge great big clumps of oleanders, white flowering ones. Well, I went in May and it was scorching hot and really, really sunny, but in the gift shop there they had winter photographs of the area around the castle, with the castle in the middle, and the whole area was covered in a thick layer of snow. So yeah, that showed to me that those oleanders had been through that, that cold Italian winter.
Yeah.
And Tuscany can get really quite chilly in the winter time, but they'd come through. They were looking magnificent, even though they'd had the snow.
Well, we say they're hardy down to about -5, so most areas of the country they're going to be absolutely fine. Even if they do get a little bit affected by frost, they are quite fast growing. So I remember you saying, I think, one that got affected, cut the top off, and it came back. These can grow sort of a decent amount in a year as well, can't they? 20, 30 centimetres.
Yeah, and they flower well on sort of new foliage as well, because quite often you'll see the new growth that they make in the spring is the growth that actually they flower on. So that's a good thing there. Fantastic plants in pots as well. So if you are in a very cold area, I've stayed up in Newton Moor, up in the Highlands in Scotland, and -10, -15 is not unusual for them. But you can grow these in pots, and even in the winter time, they don't need heat, they don't need warmth. If you can just get them somewhere that's bright and sunny, but just above freezing, they'll be fine in that kind of position. The most critical thing is when you plant them in your garden, plant them in the warmest, sunniest, most sheltered spot you can find. And if you think the weather is going to get really, really cold, wrap them round many, many, many times with fleece just to protect them during the winter time.
Yeah.
but they're really worth that extra effort, because just to bring that holiday, tropical, exotic sort of feeling into your garden, I think is just magnificent.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you're getting the pear here. Those pictures you're looking at right now, that was shot just on Wednesday on our nursery. That is the quality that we're talking about, ready for them to be dispatched to you. The pairing is fantastic because you can put one either side of a doorway, either side of a seating area. So I love it that we've got that symmetry available for you. 2 for £19.99. Put 2 in your basket with a double up deal and enter the code YGTV2324. That's how you'll get your saving. If you don't put the code in, you'll pay £30 for 2. We don't want you to do that. We want you to pay £20 for 2. Right, the pots that they are in, these are the Laval planters. It is a twin pack that's available for you. A really good sized planter here. It's sort of your medium sized planter. Perfect for your oleanders, in actual fact. They'll live quite happily in here for 2 or 3 years. But we do have a double up deal on this. So if you put 2 into your basket, you will get 2 pairs. That means 4 pots for £19.98. So it works out about £5 per pot. And to get a plastic pot of this kind of quality, this kind of finish for £5, I think is absolutely incredible. If you've done your research, if you've done your shopping for plastic pots, you know that they don't look this good and they tend to be more expensive.
Yeah, they are super expensive. I mean, I guess they're a petrochemical kind of product, so that tends to make them expensive. But yeah, we buy these in such large quantities, we can get that incredible value. That's a good thing. You know, YouGarden are so well established, we can get to the best suppliers, we can get top-end pots like this. You know, if you walk past this, I don't know, somebody had these on their front doorstep, and you walk past and look left down their garden path, you wouldn't think these were plastic. You'd think these were stone pots, for example, because they just look so high quality. That, I mean, to me, they're very high-end, very contemporary looking, but, you know, they could equally do quite well in a cottage garden. All you've got to do is change the planting. You could go really formal, say, for instance, with one of our cordylines, we were saying earlier on, underplant that with black snake grass and white gravel. That'd give you that contemporary look.
Love that.
Or you could go for something a lot softer. For example, you could go for one of these oleanders in there and just have some sort of lobelia or some bidens or something sort of trailing down around the edge to give a more kind of tropical, exotic look. Or you could even go the other way and go for sort of lavender and go for a sort of a cottagey garden kind of look. So you know, these pots will suit whatever kind of planting scheme or mood you want to create. It's your option. You know, the world's your oyster with these.
Well, it's a great price, and this is why it's been really popular this week. So do double up on the twin pack, get 4 of those, or even double up the double up and get 8 of those. 130595 is the item number. Just always enter our code YGTV2324. That's the code for this week. It will change next week, because that's what unlocks those deals. It also puts into your basket the free gift, which this week is one of the best free gifts. We're super excited about this free gift. It is a pack of our blooming fast superior plant food, high in the NPK, but not just that, it's got all your trace elements included in there as well. It's worth £4.99. It'll give you 100 litres of feed. I think, who was asking earlier? Somebody on the chat was asking, but I've got a gallon. How much is that? A gallon is 5 litres, basically. So if you've got a gallon watering can, it's the equivalent of a 5 litre watering can. So you'll get 20 watering cans from that. There you go. Right, 130595 is the item number if you want to go for your Lavals. I need to give you a quick reminder of the new deal that we've brought in for you on Sunday. That is the gerberas. These are the hardy gerbera Garvinia Sweet Bright collection. You're basically going to get 6 pots included here. So there's 3 7-centimetre pots, but it is a buy one, get one free. So take down the item number, 561198. Enter one of those into your basket. Use the code YGTV2324. We will put another set of 3 7-centimetre pots into your basket for you. You get a red, a pink, and a yellow included in that collection. Obviously times that by 2, because you're going to get your buy one, get one free. We'll show you that there on that particular order. That's a great order. 1 order of compost, 1 order of our gerberas. We've got our free blooming fast, and we're over £40. So use your code and you will get that free postage. And that gerbera offer did go out in our emails. So if you are a YouGarden customer, chances are you received that email with that offer, but don't use that code. Use our code, because that's where you get the free gift included as well. You don't get that with the email code. Shh. Don't tell everyone. Actually, do tell everyone. That's what we want. We want you to tell them all about YGTV because we've got a wonderful community of gardeners here. It's so fun to be part of this little community. I love it. Right, we're going to move on to the Physocarpus. I've got your picture ready and waiting, Adam.
Yeah, this is actually my neighbour's garden opposite.
Yes.
This is Andy and Denise's garden, dead opposite our bungalow.
Look at that. Is that one Physocarpus?
That's one Physocarpus, yeah.
How long will it take to get to that?
I mean, well, I think Andy's clipped it back a few times, but I mean, you know, from these little plants here, probably in about 2 or 3 years, you will get to that size. Yeah, these are really, really fast growing, and again, they've got a bit like the Sambucus, the black lace. You know, they've got these sort of chocolatey, sort of bronzy coloured leaves, and the leaves are just great in their own right as well, because it's nice to just have something that's not just green, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
In fact, we've got a few today because we've got the cannas as well, haven't we? And they've also got those kind of dark coloured leaves. So
yeah.
You can almost put the three together, really, and sort of have a kind of little trio of all that wonderful coloured foliage. And then you get these heads of lovely, lovely white flowers.
Yeah, actually, Stu, if you bring the picture up again, there we go, look. So that is just a more close-up view, and you can see those lovely kind of dense balls of flowers that you're getting on there.
Almost like hawthorn, kind of heads of hawthorn kind of flower on there. Some are just going over, some are still to come. But these...
I love it, though. I like that mixture that you've got where the flowers are going over but also coming through.
Yeah, and the great thing about Physocarpus is they are a silly, 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 tough shrub. I mean, where they are sort of grown on my estate, we've got very sandy soil in Swaffham, very sandy, very well drained, dries out really, really quickly. But these shrubs, they do well in full sun. I've seen Physocarpus grow in sort of shade, semi-shade, full sun. They're not really fussed about soil at all, not even particularly fussed about position. Wherever you put these, they just seem to thrive and grow. And they've got a nice, neat habit as well. They're quite an upright kind of shrub, and they sort of form a goblet shape. So they're not going to go out all over the place and be really, really scruffy.
Quite neat.
Neat, yeah. But just really, really easy but stunning shrubs.
Lovely. Well, you have got a double up deal available there. There are 2 pots there. Let me just do that so you can see. There you go. 2 pots. You can just go for one if you want to, for £9.99, £8.99 if you're in the club. But if you put 2 of those into your basket, the second one will be £5.99 basically. So you get the second one for half price. 511565 is the item number. Do make sure you're using the code YGTV2324. That's how you access those deals. That's how you get your free gift included as well. The next one we're going to is the Aster. This is the Autumn Jewels collection. I love Asters.
Yeah.
I love, love, love them because this is all about getting that late season colour. The colour mix is incredible. I absolutely adore the beautiful colours in this collection.
Aren't they good?
But for me, it was genuinely about that, you know, late season flowers. These are flower for you, sort of October and into November time as well.
And yeah, they couldn't be more aptly named really, autumn jewels, because you know these look like sparkling jewels when they flower in the autumn. And it's good because they give you that big pop of colour right at the end of the season. I mean, we all know sometimes once you get into late August, September, mid-September, a lot of things in our gardens can start to look a bit dog-eared and a bit tired and kind of going over a bit. Well, these plants, this is their time to thrive. These plants are what is known as short day plants. They're triggered by the lowering light levels and shortening of days. It's called photoperiodism or photoperiodicity. So they react to the shortening of the day. So that is their trigger to then burst into these lovely
Which is
mounds.
really unusual when you think about it, because most plants don't have that,
no,
you know, in order to trigger the flowering season. It's the long days.
Yeah, well, I mean, you get long day plants, you get neutral day plants, and you get short day plants, and these are short day plants, like chrysanthemums. So that, you know, and great thing is because...
I love understanding the science behind it. I do, it's really interesting.
It's weird in how different plants will grow at different times, and that colours, those colours as well are really good for that time of the year when you've got the lower light levels, because those purples and those kind of red colours...
It's those purples that get me. I'm a big fan of purple.
But you notice it this time of year when you sit in your garden, well, when we will be able to sit in our gardens eventually without a duvet wrapped around us.
We will.
But those colours stand out the longest as, you know, as the light level starts to drop. These are easy to look after. These are bone hardy. These will come up year after year after year.
You don't really need to do anything to them either, do you? You pretty much plant them and leave them.
Plant them and leave them. And even when they're finished flowering, just leave them through the winter. The top stems will die down. Leave those stems till the following spring, probably late March. Take the dead stems off the top. You'll already see see the little sort of nascent shoots at the base coming through for next year's flower. And year on year, these clumps will get bigger and bigger. And just at that time of year when you think it's all over and the colour's going to disappear, they'll put the punch back into your kind of your gardening excitement and really lift you and give you sort of a boost, you know, because I get the SAD thing, and I know a lot of people do, where you start to dread the onset of autumn.
Days. And it's horrible.
But you just imagine on a lovely October day when it's still nice and warm, you've got that blue sky and you can still hear the birds singing.
You've still got flowers.
Yeah, and
flowers
suddenly
in the garden.
These mounds of colour are exploding and just keeping that joy going.
And this is a plant that really, the flowers smother the plant, and I really want to like impress that upon you. We say, oh, this is smothered. No, this one really is smothered with the flowers. You'll barely be able to see any of the foliage at all.
Literally, like the picture suggests.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
honestly,
not photoshopped.
That's what you'll get.
That's what they do.
Yeah, they are incredible. 6 plugs included, 3 colours, so you're getting 2 of each of those, and you are getting a £5 saving. We've taken a third off the price. Make sure you enter the code to get that amazing saving. 480451 is the item number. Next, we're going to move on to the bloodgrass, or bloodgrass, Red Baron, the Imperator. I've got this one, and I can't wait to see the bright red grass that comes from this. It's sunny spot in order to get that lovely bright red grass, but it's a real ornamental, this, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, I've got this as well, Bex. We were talking about it before the show this morning, because what happens is sometimes here at YouGarden is there's a Dutch trolley that left outside sometimes with plants that, I don't know, just got neglected or kind of gone past their best, and we're allowed to.
Mine's a rescue.
Yeah, a rescue, and you know, even though Bex rescued hers, their rescue plants, they're still looking good. I put some Red Baron into my garden a couple of 2 or 3 years ago on a south-facing border, and last year, they were fantastic.
Yeah.
I found as the summer went on, that's when they got more and more dramatic, and eventually it was almost like the top half of each leaf was absolutely gleaming red.
I mean, you can see that on a few of these. So this one, for example, it's a lovely green all the way down, but then as we get up to the top of this one, you can see how you're getting those burgundy colours, and that's actually then going to turn bright red as well. So what you need is the sunshine and the heat. Plant it, coat with a part shade position, of course, but you'll get the brightest, most vivid colour by putting this in a sunny spot.
Yeah, let's say mine's in a south-facing border, so it gets maximum amount of sun in the garden, and this is what mine looks like, sort of mid to late summer. But by that time, it's that fiery red colour. I've got it into sort of soil that's quite moist, that doesn't really ever dry out. And again, very similar to what mine looks like there. And I found year on year the clumps gradually spread out as well.
Yeah.
It's gone down.
And you can divide it.
You can divide it, and it's gone down the side of a border, and it looks great. And all I do at the end of the winter is I just trim it down a little bit to about 3 or 4 inches. Another important thing with grasses is don't ever cut grasses down like this too low, because what at the base of the stem in the spring will already be the new tip for the new shoots that are going to come up.
So you don't want to cut it off.
So you can see where this one got taken down to look about 2 or 3 inches. So don't go any lower than that, because then that new growth won't be chopped off when it comes through.
There you go. 560017 is the item number. You're going to get 3 of those 9 centimetre pots. Another big saving on that one. £20 saving. So again, I've got a few of these. This is like a buy one, get 2 free, because it's, we've taken 2/3 off the price there. That one is beautiful. I don't think you'll regret adding that one in. And don't think that you need to have, grasses aren't just about low maintenance gravel gardens. Grasses have become more popular again in the last few years, and that's because I think people have realised that, these work beautifully as contrast, like a cordyline, very much like a cordyline. That contrast, that structure, that kind of look and feel that you can get from having grass-like foliage against, your softer foliage and your flowers and things in your garden. They really are absolutely beautiful. And Chelsea was all about foliage this year, wasn't it?
Definitely, yeah, because foliage does give you that constant colour. Flowers come and go, don't they? But foliage keeps going. And just one more kind of little interesting fact about grasses is, unlike a lot of plants, grasses grow from the bottom up, not from the top up.
Yes.
So they've got these things called intercellary cells. So that's why when they get munched by cattle, when we mow them,
they'll still keep
going. Whereas if you did that to an ordinary plant,
it's done.
It would give up eventually.
There you go. All right, 560017 for the bloodgrass. We're going to move on to the digitalis, the Dalmatian mix. I can't guarantee which colour you're going to get here. It is a sort of potluck when it comes to what colour you're going to get, but it really doesn't matter which colour you're going to get because they are all absolutely stunning, aren't they?
Look at that. I mean, you almost don't need to say anything about foxgloves, do you? Other than the fact
we all know a foxglove.
Stunning.
How lovely to get one of these, because once you've got it as well, like, you should always have it. If it's happy, it will self-seed.
Yeah, I mean, foxgloves like somewhere sort of damp. They're like damp areas, they like dappled shade. If you think where they grow naturally, they're edge of woodland kind of plants where they get sort of the morning sun, the evening sun. They give you height, they give you drama. They're great for pollinating insects. And there's just something really beguiling and interesting and...
I love that this is the the digitalis as well. So you've got those lovely markings, the speckling on the inside of the flower.
You can just hear the bees buzzing around, can't you, in those flowers? You know, the little back end of the bees kind of in those flowers, sort of pollinating those flowers and just buzzing around. And also foxgloves, we were saying the other day, they always remind us of things like sort of Beatrix Potter and fairy tales and that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
You see them a lot in children's books, in illustrations and things like that. So, I think charming is what I'd say these are.
Very charming, definitely, and definitely one for you to bring those pollinators into your garden. Sean went out onto the nursery to have a little look at these as well. Just want to show you this so you can see the kind of quality and the colour mix that you could be receiving if you place your order today.
Well, these are our digitalis Dalmatian mix, foxgloves as I know them as, and they're just beautiful. And I always think that foxgloves, they look good on mass. Now, you don't need to have as many of these as we've got here on the nursery, but doesn't that look absolutely beautiful? And the size we've got here, we do sell the smaller ones early on in the season, but these, just take one out now, are so well established, aren't they? Beautiful. And again, the pollinators love these. You often see they little bumblebees. I say little bees are really big this year. They seem really big to me, but they love going inside each and every one of these beautiful flowers. The lovely thing is these do come back year after year. They actually often self-seed as well, so you can find over the years you get more and more of these. But I love the kind of country cottage look. I also like the fact that they're self-supportive as well. So with a foxglove, you don't have to stake them, so they never look ugly or anything like that. And when you see them on mass with, oh, there's a bee just whizzing in there. When you see them on mass like this, they are absolutely beautiful. I love the different colours as well. Variety of creams and purples, a little bit of lilac over there, and incredibly easy to grow as well. In fact, they do quite well in part shade, so back of a border, part shade, and they will come back every single year. They're just gorgeous. So yes, it is our digitalis foxglove, the Dalmatian mix.
There you go. That was our Sean on the nursery. When was that filmed, Stu? Was that this week? Oh, it was a couple of weeks ago, but they are still looking absolutely beautiful. I did see them the other day and they are incredible. Do think about getting hold of those. If there's one area on the nursery where there was lots and lots of bees, lots and lots of wildlife, it's where those are, because they do adore them, honestly. 511553 is the item number. It's a double up deal. So you can get two of those. So it's one for $14.99 or two for $19.99. So it's like getting the second one half price. And it'll be a lovely surprise as to which colour you get as well. We did have a quick question from Neil on the Imperator, the Red Baron. Will it work? Will it be okay in one of our Torino pots? The answer is yes.
Yes, yeah. I mean, high quality compost. What I would do for that is perhaps just get a little salsa to go underneath as well, so you can keep it moist.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that'd be happy.
A bit like these.
Yeah, something like that. That'd be quite happy.
Like these dishes that we've got here.
They never make square ones, so I've never seen
no,
square
I haven't
saucers
seen
for
any
square
square
pots.
ones. There's loads of round ones, but no square ones.
But yeah, I mean, this would be all right in here for a good 2 or 3 years at least if you keep it watered, and even in the winter, even if it freezes rock solid, it wouldn't affect it.
It'd be absolutely fine.
Fine.
Right, sorry, Stu, you did tell me where we were going next, and I've forgotten. Ooh, we're going back to our favourites table. Of course, we need to remind you of some of the favourites that we have got over here. Coreopsis is the first one we're going to talk to you about. These beautiful balls of sunshine yellow flower. It's good job the iPad's in a case, isn't it? It's fine. I didn't break it. It's fine.
It bounced. It didn't break.
It did bounce as well. We've also got soft floors in here, thank God.
It's like a wee ball.
Oh, God. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
Yeah.
Right, let's talk to you about the Coreopsis. I will rescue the iPad. This is 560890, the item number, and you are going to get 3 of those 9cm pots. Buy one, get 2 free is ultimately what this is, because you are saving £19.98 here. They're gorgeous, beautiful flowers.
Yeah, I mean, these are just joy, these flowers. Yeah, just that brightness. And it's the simplicity of these Coreopsis as well that I really like. You plant these, all they ask really, Coreopsis, is plant me somewhere sunny, bright and well drained, and they'll just keep flowering and flowering and flowering. I mean, the ones that we're sending out to you already got flower buds appearing, so they're going to start flowering from mid-June, and it wouldn't be unusual if they're still popping out flowers into late September, even to October. Just deadhead them, that keeps encouraging more flowers. But it's just, look at that. You can just see sort of, you know, how fantastic those buds are. And they've got sort of slightly furry, textured leaves as well. You're getting 3 of these fabulous plants. They'll just bring joy, but in such an undemanding way. They're a very, very popular perennial, and they're becoming more and more popular as the years go by.
Yeah, super easy. I adore mine. I think it's absolutely beautiful and flowering for ages as well. And of course, it's an incredible price today. We've taken 2/3 off the price. There's a £20 saving as long as you enter the code. I know I keep saying it, and I'm so sorry to all those that, oh, we know. This is what puts your free gift into your basket, but it also gives your saving. The only reason we say it is because there's always there's one week, every week there's somebody that doesn't enter the code. So that's why I keep saying it. Get your code in there, get your £20 saving, and get your free gift included as well. Plus, you can use that code with whatever you're buying. We select certain products, certain plants to show you during YGTV, but there is a whole website full of, you know, gorgeous plants, accessories for your garden. You can shop the entire website. Just always enter our code. That's how you get your free gift. Sometimes it even unlocks some special offers we didn't even know were there, which is always a bonus. 560890 is the item number for your Coreopsis. Now, we've got the Canna, the bronze peach. I'm so glad you've been going for this. I think it's so pretty. Even right now, it's got that kind of Musa feeling, hasn't it? It's got that kind of banana leaf feeling to it. Lush, verdant, tropical, huge, great big leaves on here. And look at the kind of sheen and the shine these have got to them. They're so pretty.
You'd almost think they're kind of artificial, those plants, wouldn't you? Because they're just so absolutely perfect.
But the best is yet to come, isn't it?
Oh, goodness me. I mean, and the quality of these plants is phenomenal. I mean, the root system, because we always pull the plants, look at that. You've got that fabulous, fabulous root system. These plants have already got those really thick stems, and even the stems have got colour to them as well.
Yeah, I love this pinky colour.
Yeah, even before it's flowering, and then you get these dramatic flower spikes that come out with these peachy, orange, tangerine kind of colours. These flower spikes can be sort of 12 to 18 inches high on their own, atop that incredible foliage. These are really dramatic plants that look good from mid to late summer. And you know what, if we didn't have frosts, they would keep going pretty much, they'd go through to January or February, they really would. But it's only the fact that the frost finally sort of knocks them back. But don't worry about that. These are hardy cannas. We've got the little snowflake symbol on these, so we're guaranteeing these are hardy. These are going to get through the winter for you. Come back year after year after year.
And you can get clumps from these as well, right? So these can be divided, because obviously you get the one shoot now, but in years to come you'll get additional shoots, won't you?
They sort of they almost form like these sort of rhizomatous kind of roots where they more and more stems come up, and then eventually you can dig up the clump and you can just split it into 3 or 4 different plants, and each one will become a plant in its own right.
Or you can just leave it there, and obviously you'll just keep getting more shoots.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be unusual in 2 or 3 years' time for each one of those plants to be producing 5 or 6 flower spikes.
Amazing.
In its own right, and they're good because, like the Aster Autumn Jewel, they bring colour mid to late summer into autumn. And a lot of these sort of plants, if you watch Monty Don on Gardener's World, I think he's got something called the Jewel Garden. It's one of those ones anyway. And he has one where it's all late summer flowering stuff. And it's all things like dahlias and tiberchinas and cannas, and they look amazing that time of year, just extending that season of interest for you.
Lovely. 450161 is the item number. Let's go and see our Sean Ryan, shall we? He went out onto the nursery again to have a little look at the cannas.
Hello. Well, I'm out on the nursery. I'm having a lovely day, actually. And I was just drawn to the Canna Canova bronze lilies because, for me, even though these aren't in flower yet, There are buds coming on many of these. The foliage is gorgeous, isn't it? The bronze looks just so striking. But you imagine in probably about, I would say a month, 2 months max, you'll have these lovely tall stems covered in those fiery flowers. These are really, to me, exotic. They really can make a garden look incredible, kind of in terms of it looking tropical. And these will come back year after year. You actually, so sort of like, it's almost like a buy two, get one free, so you get 3 for under £20. You will need to protect them over the winter, so let them die down, just keep them in a cool, dry, frost-free place, and then they'll come back year after year. And they do get bigger and stronger as well. So in year 2, year 3, you get more and more of those gorgeous flower stems and more leaves. Now, I've just had a little look at the roots on this one. I mean, my word, that is a really strong plant, isn't it? Amazing, actually. And I think these look great in pots. Well, you can put them in your beds and borders, but I personally would grow them in pots. Then it's a lot easier to overwinter them. And having 3, if you go for the offer of 3 in identical pots could look really, really magical. I've got a few of these in my garden. I tend to have them in pots near my palms and my kind of grasses and things like that, and they can just really look rather magical. So yes, it's the Canova bronze, and you can get 3 of those today on the show now for less than £20.
There he is, look, out on the nursery. That was in our sort of tropicals section. They don't need to be kept in there, in actual fact, because these are hardy.
They are. Lifetime guarantee on these.
I'm very, very tempted by these. I think they're absolutely beautiful, and I love the idea of them for getting that late season colour. Such tropical, beautiful looking plants, but later on in the season as well, which I think is uber valuable to us as gardeners, particularly when we're getting into those darker days, which I know we don't want to think about, but it's all about forward planning.
Other half at home, can you order 3 of these for me, please? Because that gap I was talking about, you know where it is. So
that's going
John,
in there.
Order 3 of these for me, please.
John!
Yeah, put them on the business card.
John, wake up! John!
Yeah.
Those, please.
Thank you.
450161 is the item number. Let's move you on back to the Sambucus, shall we? This beautiful, gorgeous, contrasting plant that you've got here, because you've got this really dark, kind of burgundy-coloured foliage on here, and it's lovely, sort of fern-like foliage, lacy texture to it. But then these bright pink flowers that you get on here, reaching about 15 centimetres in diameter. They're so pretty, aren't we?
Should we share this? Should we share what we're going through,
go
Bex?
on.
I mean, we're trying to do our best, and we're just getting heckled from the guy in the little room.
Stu told me to...
Give us your wrist. Slap.
I've gone the wrong way. I was supposed to go that way. Stu gives me grief all the time. He loves it. He loves giving me grief.
Let's just turn our talk back down. We'll take over from now.
No, don't, because he'll start pointing cameras in different directions. Don't give him grief. You know he's in control.
Oh, well.
Please come back, Stu.
Shall we finish on the Sambucus then, or shall we go back to where we
Right, no, come on, let's do it. Sambucus first of all, and then we'll go and look at the gerberas.
I mean, yes, this is dramatic, and it is one of those shrubs that is flowering its socks off at the moment. There's, I've given Stu, our producer, some pictures of the ones that John and I have got at the end of our bungalow, and loads of people have asked John, because when he's out in the front garden, people say, what is that beautiful shrub at the end of the garden there, at the end of the bungalow? It looks magnificent against that white wall. It does look
so pretty.
Yeah, that's been in about sort of three years now, and great. I mean, those flower heads are about dinner plate size, really
they get
big.
really big, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And the fragrance is absolutely fabulous.
Good, yeah.
Really lovely sweet fragrance. The pollinating insects love them. Look at this one. Another example here of one that's a nice upright shrub. It's got lots of really strong stems that support the flowers very, very well. This dark, sort of very notched, really finely cut foliage, feathery foliage, which is great. This shrub is bone hardy. You can grow it anywhere in the UK, and I mean anywhere. Yeah. It'll get through every winter. It'll get through every summer.
And it grows quite quickly as well, doesn't it?
Grows quickly. You can prune it back. In fact, you can butcher this plant if you want to. Literally, you can in the spring. If it gets too tall, you can really take this down, like you would a buddleia or a rose, for example. And you know what? It'll just laugh in your face and shoot and grow right back and just just look magnificent.
Well, we have got a £5 saving on this one for you. It's in a 2-litre pot, so it's a really good size for you. It's a great time to be planting this. You'll get some gorgeous displays this year, but of course, as Adam's been telling you, it is a perennial. It's super hardy. You'll get years worth of joy out of this one. Make sure you enter the code YGTV2324. That's how you get the saving. I don't want you to pay full price. I want you to get the saving. 510394 is the item number. Right, Stu, we're back over here at the Gerberas.
Should we go to the Lucky Dip collection?
And then we'll jump that way
should
again.
We go to the Lucky Dip collection?
No, we'll be in trouble. Right, Gerberas is the next one. Remember, with every order that you place, as long as you are entering the code, I knew that wasn't going to work, you will get your free gift included, which is one of the best free gifts we can bring you. I love our free gifts. First of all, it's free, and that is everybody's favourite price. But actually, this one is incredibly useful. This is the Blooming Fast.
Because, I mean, there's a really, really, really super famous fertiliser out there that was invented during the Second World War, but it's only got NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, which is great. That's the 3 main elements plants need for roots, shoots, flowers and fruit. But this has got trace elements as well, so it's got all those little kind of microscopic amounts of nutrients that keep us all healthy, that you only need in small amounts but are critical to the health of plants. So, and also it's a liquid feed. I much prefer liquid feeds this time of year to granular feeds, because the liquid gets absorbed immediately by the roots of the plant, and also you can use it as a foliar feed, because a lot of plants will absorb that fertiliser through their leaves as well as their roots.
All right, well, it's a free gift, remember that. £4.99, but only if you enter the code YGTV2324 when you place your order. Let's tell you all about the Gerberas, because this was the brand new deal that we brought in for our Sunday show. It has gone out in some emails, but don't use the email code, because then you won't get your free gift. If you use our code YGTV2324, you'll get the same deal, which is a buy one get one free, but you'll also get your free gift included, and you can then also add more into your basket, get it to over £40 and you'll get your free postage included. Gerberas are phenomenal plants, aren't they? Because they're just easy, loads of flowers, hardy.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, because it was Panto season, I could say Gerberas aren't hardy.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah, no, that's the weird thing. I never thought I would live to see the day when we could grow hardy Gerberas in the UK. -8 these will go down to, which is absolutely phenomenal. My mum's grown these. She grew them in a window box. They looked absolutely magnificent. Oh, they look magnificent. You can get up to 50 flowers on average on one of these plants once they start flowering.
I grew these last year. They're coming back again for me this year, and they do just throw flower after flower after flower. Deadheads, then once they fade, it'll throw up another one. Use them as cut flowers. They're used so much in cut flower displays. If you go and buy a bouquet of flowers, there's normally a Gerbera in there somewhere, because they have these lovely, strong, sturdy stems, and they're just super easy to grow. As Adam was saying, look, the quality, this one, it really does want to get in your garden. As soon as you plant this out, I think you'll be surprised at how quickly you see those flowers start to come through. 561198 is the item number. Put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV2324, and we'll give you another one, or another 3, I should say, because it's a 3-pack. And you'll get your Blooming Fast included in there too. Go to YouGarden.com in order to place your orders, or if you like speaking to people, you can actually place your order on the phone as well. 0844 502 0050 is the telephone number. Just tell the operator you've got an offer code, which is YGTV2324, and they will put that in for you so that you get the deals. Right, we're going to go pens and papers time. We're going to have a little review of some of the things that we've seen so far. Adam's going to change the tables over so we can show you some more wonderful plants. So get your pens and papers out and make yourself a little list of what you would like to buy. We're going to start with our Pussy Willow, the Salix, the Flamingo. It's not a Pussy Willow, is it? Have I just made it up?
It's the same family. It's the Salix family,
isn't it? I was thinking Salix Pussy Willow. It's a Salix Flamingo Willow bush. Ignore me. 510919 is the item number. We do have a £2 saving on this one. It's £11.69 if you are in the club. And I just think this is something that every garden should have. The displays that it gives you right the way from, it starts to get into leaf in around sort of April time, and then then you get this almost, it's like an explosion, a firework display. Look, you can see it in that picture how you get these beautiful leaves coming out of here, the new foliage growth. It comes through these gorgeous colours of pink, and it just stays looking beautiful all summer long, right the way through into autumn. It is deciduous and it drops its leaves, but it's super hardy, super easy to look after, and just a very, very impressive foliage plant. 510919 is the item number. It's the bush in a 3-litre pot. Cordylines, we've got our Charlie boy for you. I think this is one of the most stunning varieties of cordyline that we bring you in actual fact. Height, structure, contrast, this is what cordylines can offer you, and you can get 2 here for less than the normal price of 1 of them. It's a double up deal. You can get 2 for £19.98. Love them planted into borders, giving that contrast in those borders, but also love them as like a, you know, a feature to be planted up in a pot, underplant it, as Adam was saying, with maybe some of our black grass, you know, the Ophiopogon, that beautiful black grass around the bottom. Or you could even underplant with, you know, summer bedding and winter bedding and things. They're brilliant. They're super easy and very evergreen, of course. So you get that year-round colour. 680256 is the item number. Go for the double up deal and get 2 of those. So you've got that lovely symmetry and pairing. Oleanders are next. Again, we've got an amazing double up deal here. The best price we have ever done on these. I genuinely can't remember doing a lower price on them, and I love that it's the red colour that we're offering you this week. It's a beautiful, beautiful deep red colour, not a scarlet, just a beautiful deep red. 2 of those for £19.99, so it's like £10 each as long as you use the code YGTV2324. Long flowering season all the way through the summer, evergreen foliage. Drought tolerant once you get it established, and definitely something that's going to give you that Mediterranean vibe, that holiday feel in your garden. They are toxic to cats, to pets, to humans. Have to point it out to you, just like so many other things in our gardens. You know, I've got rhododendrons in my garden, which is very toxic to dogs, but what I do is I keep them in a pot and I keep them out of the way of his reach. So there are things you can do even if you do have pets. 680057 is the item number. Asters, this is another one I've got in my garden. The reason I've got this is to give me that late season colour when all the other flowers have pretty much gone away, done and dusted. They've gone away from those beautiful summer months. The asters are just coming into their own. 6 jumbo plugs. Get them planted now, get them established. You will get flowers this year, and then next year they will multiply. They will get bigger and better. They form really neat mounds of foliage that does completely get covered by the flowers here. It's one of the most beautiful sights in October and even into November as well. I highly, highly recommend Aster Autumn Jewels in your garden. Honestly, if you want those flowers a little bit longer, when we're starting to feel all sad because the days have got really short, this is going to bring you that joy. 480451 is the item number, £5. That's what I mean by smothered. Look at it. Can't see any foliage, can you? 480451 is the item number. Then we've got our red barren, the blood grass. You can see why it's been called that, can't you? Bright red grassy foliage that you get from here. Now the strongest red colour will come if you plant it in the sunniest spot in your garden. It can cope with a shady position and it will look still beautiful. You just won't get as vibrant red shades from it. So if that's what you're growing it for, put it somewhere nice and sunny. It's amazing saving, honestly. We've got a few of these this week with the like a buy one get 2 free. It's a £20 saving here, which is like buy one get 2 free. 560017 is the item number. You only need to put 1 in your basket. It's a pack of 3, but the important thing you need to do is enter the offer code YGTV2324, or you're going to pay nearly £30, and we don't want you to do that. Foxglove, the digitalis. Love the digitalis. Love the little leopard sort of markings that you've got inside those flowers. It's what gives the bees their little runway, because they absolutely adore this plant. Very cottage garden feel that you've got from this. And of course it will self-seed. If it's happy, it will self-seed, and this will spread around your garden very, very happily. 511553 is the item number if you would like to add the Foxglove digitalis Scarless Dalmatian in a 2-litre pot into your basket. It's a surprise on what colour you're going to get, but it doesn't matter because they're all absolutely gorgeous. 511553 is the item number. I'm sorry, laughing. Stu's giving me grief again. I do love it when he gives me grief. Apparently, I'm giving him grief.
We're not doing our toll today, are we? We're just, yeah.
Thing is, I've got to talk and listen at the same time, and sometimes when you're on a roll, you just can't hear words. You're just saying words. So he was like, come back over there, and I'm walking over that way. No, come back over there. I was like,
we just zone out in the end, didn't we?
You were trying to push me though, weren't you? I was like, I know there's something, I just don't know what it is. Anyway, here we are, back at the Gerberers. We knew it was going to be amazing. It is on the email offers, but don't use the email code. Use our code YGTV2324, because not only will you get the buy one get one free, that is 6 of the 7cm pots, 3 different colours, 2 of each on the buy one get one free, but you will also get the free gift, because that's what our code unlocks for you. You don't get that with the email offer. 561198 is the item number if you want to go for the Gerberer collection, and I highly recommend you do, because these are hardy. They'll come back for you year after year after year. But you are going to need some compost to plant things in, even if you're planting them out in your borders. I highly recommend putting some of our premium professional compost into the hole, because it's going to give them the best life, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. I mean, that compost, well, I told you a story that I'll tell you later about a plant that had for years wouldn't grow in the compost. Boom.
And now it is.
Last couple of weeks he's off.
Yeah, well, let's hear from our head gardener, because he's the man in the know. He's going to tell you all about our amazing premium professional compost.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing, because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic, and plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in, but most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9cm square pots or the 3-litre pots or the 5-litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah.
There he is, the man who knows what he's talking about, our head gardener, who is the biggest advocate of the premium professional compost. He truly believes in this product, has had a hand in, you know, the formulation of it to make it the absolute best thing that you can use for your plants, outdoor plants, indoor plants, and pretty much 98% of everything that you're going to plant in your garden and in your home is going to live the happiest life in this compost. It has been designed to be in the right pH level for the majority of your plants. The only exceptions are things like azaleas and rhododendrons.
Yeah, but we do have like an equivalent on the website as well, acacious compost, if you want it for things like that. But this, as you say, Bex, it's pH balanced, so the vast majority of plants will love this. Slow release fertiliser in here as well, feeding your plants for up to 6 months. It's got a wetting agent, so it makes your compost like kitchen towel.
Yeah.
It wants to absorb the moisture. It wants to suck it in. You know, sometimes when you've used other compost, you've got home from holiday, all your pots and baskets are dry, you've gone to water them, water runs straight off, doesn't it? Runs straight off like water off a duck's back, all over you, all down the front of you. This is much, much more likely to absorb that moisture much more quickly, hydrating your plants, bringing them back to life. And it's got that open structure of that composted wood fibre, letting air and oxygen get to the roots, letting the roots penetrate through the compost, letting the moisture percolate through, and it's a hugely peat-reduced compost as well. So, yeah, and the results have been fantastic. I don't know if we can do this now, but normally whenever we go on the website...
Yeah, we're going to have a little look.
We pick a random review. It's always a really, really good
over
review.
the years that we've been bringing this compost, we've had thousands and thousands of people sort of write in, and sometimes it's not just like 2-word reviews, which are wonderful and we love those, but sometimes people write big essays. They've done their own little experiments and done some in some other compost and some in our compost, like with daffodil bulbs, which really shouldn't make that much difference.
I remember that one.
But it's made a massive difference. We're going to go to our website now and have a little look at some of the reviews. We're just going to pick a random page of reviews. Stu, page number 4? 4, he says, fine. So he's going to go to page number 4 of the reviews, and let's have a little look at what people have reviewed this, because it is absolutely incredible. Carol says, love that I can purchase the huge bags of good compost and have it delivered to my door. Before I was having to buy a small bag to put in my shopping trolley and walk home with it. Also like to give delivery guy 5-star, he was so helpful. We read this page the other day. We've had 4 more pages of reviews since the other day. That's basically what that's saying. Good quality compost at a reasonable price. That was from Jean. From Joan. Delivery and packaging very good. Not yet had a chance to use product. Too much rain. Bless you. Sorry, we can't control that. Let's click on to the next page and see. Number 5. Here we go. Let's have a little look. So... first class compost, very light, free draining. It's definitely professional and my plants sprout within days. I've repotted all my pots and indoor plants, used it for seedlings too. It's worth the extra couple of pounds to have the best rather than cheap, sludgy compost. It's delivered to your door, which is a big plus. I'll never shop anywhere else. It's so right, Lynn. Thank you so much. Honestly, I mean, Lynn just highlighted the price there, and let's just point that out to you. Yes, it is more expensive than some other composts out there, and I'm not going to shy away from that fact. This is not about getting the cheapest, it's about getting the best. Now, what we try to make sure we do is give you good value for money, though. So what we have always done is put in a free gift. This one is worth £5.99, so take that off the price. Works out 20 quid, doesn't it? Then you can take off your 10% discount if you're part of our club. So it's well worth joining the club. We can take a little bit more money off there for you as well. This is also delivered direct to your door with no postage cost included as well. So that's got to be worth a little bit of something as well, hasn't it? So this is really where we try and make it as competitive or as good value for money as possible. But like I said, it's not about getting the cheapest, it's about getting the absolute best, and that's what you're getting with this premium professional compost.
There's your other little trick with this as well, you normally suggest.
So, oh yeah, well, if you want to get multiples of your free gift, and this week is definitely, and sometimes we bring you a free gift and it's good to get a free gift. Sometimes it's great to get multiples, and this is great to get multiples of. We're in the heavy feeding season right now, aren't we? And we're going to continue doing that all summer long. So getting multiples of these is definitely worthwhile. This little sachet here makes 100 litres. But wouldn't it be good to have 200 litres or 300 litres of your free gift to really see you through the summer season? Well, your compost comes with no delivery cost. So let me put it out there. Maybe you need 200 litres of your compost. 4 bags. Maybe that's what you need. I would place one order for 100 litres, and I'd put in my code YGTV2324, because then I'm going to get a bag of my free gift. Then I would come back and I would place another order for my compost, another 100 litres, and enter my code YGTV2324 so that I can get another bag of my Blooming Fast. And then, because there's so many beautiful plants on the show today, I'm going to come back and I'm going to order my Laval planters, and I'm going to order my Geranium Roseanne, and I'm going to get my Hardy Gerberas, and I might add in my Lucky Dip perennial collection. I'm going to get my order to over £40. I'm going to enter the code YGTV2324, which means I'm going to get free postage on that order and another bag of my Blooming Fast as my free gift. This is the way that you can play the system a little bit. I do it all the time.
Yeah, and it's
totally allowed. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's all legal.
It's all above board and legal. It's not a problem. All right, 100125 is the item number for that premium professional compost. Enter the code so that you get your free gift included. And now we are going to the centre of this the potting shed here. We're going to take a little look. I haven't brought the picture. Not that you really need it.
Where's a?
I mean, it does itself. You don't really need the picture of this one, do you?
Oh, there he is. I can see him down here.
So what we've got what we've got is our pair of the patio spiral olive trees. Actually, it's not a pair, is it? Is it a double up deal? I can't remember, Stu. It's a double up deal. So we are recommending that you go for a pair of these. You can just go for one if you want to. But again, I think this is great for the symmetry. I think this is wonderful if this is either side of a front door or a back door or a seating area. And I do appreciate these are some of the more expensive items that we bring you. But comparatively speaking, these are excellent value for money, aren't they?
They are, because these are statement plants, aren't they? I mean, these have taken a lot of training to get these to be spiralled like this, growing them around a solid support in the early years. You know, when the growth is soft, they keep tining it round, leave it until that stem matures and hardens off, what they call liquidized.
That's taken time. That's not something that's just been done very quickly and easily. That's taken time.
Yeah, these have been crafted. You know, these have been given lots of care and love and attention, and even the top part as well. I mean, that's been sort of, excuse me, trained into a ball shape.
Yep.
So yeah, these have been given love, and these are just statement plants, aren't they? They create a bit of drama, they create a bit of interest. And rather than just a straight up stem, you've just got that extra interest there, that spiralling sort of spring-like stem.
And of course they're evergreens, and this is something that you got all year round, super low maintenance as well. They come in the pots that look like, you know, terracotta pots. You could happily leave them in there if you want to, of course. You could then pot them on into some more decorative pots if that's what you choose to do. It's one for $39.99, or you can go for two in a double up deal for $59.98. So they work out as £30 each if you go for that double up deal, as long as you put in the code YGTV2324. Sean went out to have a little look at these on the nursery, because these are brand new this season.
I keep coming back to these at the nursery. These are the spiral stem olives, and I just think they are beautiful. They're works of art, aren't they? I was just imagining how many years it's taken to grow these, to actually get an olive and train it so the stem goes round and grows out in this absolutely delightful spiral shape. They're just so ornate, so beautiful, and I would definitely go for pair. What's interesting is when you look, they are so similar. A lot of the stems are, I mean, these two are vertical, that's a new word, virtually identical. I like my new word. But let's talk about olive trees. So they are regarded as being hard in the UK. I've got several, and I've had them, probably 12, maybe even 15 years, and they've all survived the winter. They will produce olives, and in fact, this one, if I just bring it round, this one, and that one, they've got flowers forming right now. Now, the flowers are quite insignificant. I mean, these are buds, but when they open up, they're kind of like a creamy colour, really quite small. But every one of those flowers has got the potential to actually turn into an olive. On a good summer, depending where you live in the UK, they will ripen and you can actually eat them. Some summers, if it's a short summer, you live in the north, they may not ripen enough to eat, but they'll still look really, really attractive. You imagine this covered in olives, it's going to look absolutely gorgeous. And I could just imagine these 2 spiral olive trees outside your patio doors. If you're lucky enough to have a conservatory, imagine them outside the conservatory doors. They're just beautiful. And so I can only imagine the amount of years and the amount of skill that's gone into growing these into this spiral shape. I love them. I love olives anyway, and I love the fact they're evergreen. I love the foliage. I love the fact that they give you a real sense of the Mediterranean. But these, being spirals, are really, really special.
Yeah, they're super pretty, aren't they? And I do think that if you have a moving-in gift for somebody or a wedding gift to buy for somebody, that would be an absolutely incredible one, because they're really long-lived. They're winter hardy as well, probably down to
-10.
like -10, yeah. And it's just really, really easy to look after. And of course, you've got that extra bit of interest going on with that specially crafted spiral stem there as well. So do consider. Not just for yourself, but those could be an amazing gift. Right, we're going to move on.
Especially
we're going to go quickly down.
What? Friend called Olive.
Oh yeah, if you've got a friend called Olive, that would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Right up her street.
Right, let's have a little look at the Parahebe. This is the pink avalanche.
Yeah, we were being silly just now.
Stu's calling it avalanche.
We were going to say it in like a sort of a funny way, weren't we? We were going to say pink avalanche.
No.
But no, we went for pink avalanche in the end. Yeah, Parahebes. Parahebes are really, really good shrubs. They're not grown enough, actually. Evergreen, which is good, so they look sort of good all the year through. Then they have these lovely spikes, just simple spikes of flower that go on for a long, long period of time. Make great pot plants, great for beds and borders, good for somewhere kind of reasonably hot and sunny and well drained. And I'm only laughing because Stu said America, not England. Not at the moment. It will be though.
It will be.
You know,
no, these are going to grow beautifully
they
here.
Will. And you know, historically, I mean, we'll see, but historically, a lot of the hottest summers have always followed very cold springs. So,
well, I can't wait. It's about time, to be perfectly honest with you.
So we'd be, should we just tell him?
Stu, can we have the details, please, for the Parahebe? We've still got the spiral stems on. Thank you very much. Right, it's £9.99 in the 9-centimetre pot. It's a really lovely, beautiful plant. How big is this going to grow, Adam?
These aren't huge, huge shrubs. I mean, I've seen Parahebes flowering at work, growing at work, and they get to sort of about 2 to 3 foot tall. They're kind of a nice, neat, tidy shrub.
So if I wanted to keep it in a pot, this would be perfect.
Yeah, these are fantastic for pots.
But
really
if I was going into a border...
Yeah, if it's going into border, I'd put it right at the front of the border and just give it a little bit of space. These don't like to compete with other shrubs, so if it goes in a border, give it a bit of space where it get lots of nice light all the way around it, somewhere nice and sunny. That's what it adores.
Does it? Is it a wildlife plant? It feels to me like wildlife are going to be interested in this.
Yeah,
one.
I mean, it definitely attracts the pollinated insects. It's one that they absolutely like. And again, look at the quality of the plant. It's got these lovely serrated edges to the leaves, these willow-shaped leaves with the nice serrated edges.
They're not sharp, though, are they?
No, not sharp. No, not sharp.
Just serrated edge.
Yeah, not like an agave
like
or something
like that.
Or something. No, not like a holly. No, not prickly. But the leaves are sort of quite leathery, so they're nice, sort of strong leaves. And even the stems are that lovely sort of red colour, which is a nice feature. And they form a nice sort of dome-shaped shrub. And then these flowers, a bit like Veronica flowers, actually, they just keep flowering for month after month after month after month, giving you interest. And a plant that's just pretty much undemanding, to be honest. Yeah,
I love it. I think it's really beautiful and quite elegant, actually, when it comes to planting schemes. 511563 is the item number if you would like to give the Parahebe a go. Let's move on, because we've got a triple pack here of the Agapanthus. These are gorgeous. I love Agapanthus. It's one of my favourite flowers. Not one I've had loads of success with, but that's just me. They're actually very easy, aren't they, if you just follow some simple rules. But you're going to get 3 different colours included in this collection. The poppin' purple, the brilliant blue, and the bridal bouquet, that beautiful white colour. I always talk about these being firework displays, and they are, aren't they?
They look like, when they explode at the top, they look like one of those, when you hit, you go to one of those displays and you hear that sort of boom noise, and then all of a sudden, bang, and
that's what it looks like.
Just comes out equally all around the same point. That's what these flowers are like. They radiate out from the top of the stem to create these tennis ball size inflorescences with dozens and dozens and dozens of flowers on the top of each stem. And you said, Bex, about simple rules with agapanthus. Yeah, there are some simple rules with agapanthus. Grow agapanthus in full sun, as much sun as you can grow them in. Grow them in really well-drained soil and grow them on their own, standing out on their own. If you plant these in a really, really dense border, they will stop flowering. They won't like it. You'll get leaves, you'll get very, very few flowers. So, somewhere nice and open where they're not competing for light or sunlight, good drainage, that's what they'll do really, really well. And they adore being in pots, and they absolutely don't mind being most ridiculously pot bound. In fact, this one here has got, this is insane, to be honest. It's got a huge, great big flower spike already. That's probably getting onto sort of, a couple of foot tall. There's another 1-2 flower buds on this one as well. And as much as I like to keep showing you what the root system's like, I'm not even going to be able to get this one out the pot. Look, can you see, look, like look, the way the light. Yeah, the roots are so huge on this, they're actually changing the shape of the pot. That's how, I'll try, but let's see.
Go on, you can get it out. I believe in you. You can't, can you?
I don't.
Might have to cut that one out.
But, no.
Yeah, you'd have to
I'll end up
cut that one
snapping it
out.
off the top. One of these will probably come out.
But you can see how happy that is being in that restricted pot, and that's the point,
that's
isn't it?
That's the thing, yeah. Even though, look at the root system on there. Yeah, even though it's super pot bound, they do not mind being pot bound. I've got a lady whose garden I visit in a place called Fifield near Ongar. I've been going to her for about 15, 20 years, and she's got these stone pots of agapanthus that have been on her patio in these same stone pots forever and a day. And every year they still flower their socks off, even though they're in these really super dry pots.
Yeah. But this is the beautiful thing about agapanthus. They really are genuinely quite easy to grow, but it's about those beautiful displays that they will create. And of course, in this collection, you're getting 3 of them, and it is a half-price deal.
And these are hardy, aren't they?
Yeah,
ones?
Absolutely.
These are the hardy ones.
They might need a little bit of extra winter protection. This isn't a case of leave them out like in all weathers, is it? They might need a little bit of winter protection.
Yeah.
I think down to about -5, isn't it, with these?
Yeah, or even, because what you generally find, there's 2 different types of agapanthus. The Africanus type, the ones that remain evergreen, they're not very hardy at all. These ones, which have the deciduous foliage, i.e. this dies down in winter, these are much, much hardier. And if they are in those super sunny positions, well-drained soil, they'll get through absolutely most winters.
Lovely. All right, well, you are getting 3 of those favourites. They are half price for you, just £19.97. Enter the code in order to get that beautiful half price deal, basically. Geranium Roseanne is the next one we're moving on to. I'm just trying to send Stuart my video because I did a little video of the Geranium Roseanne yesterday and I completely forgot to send it to him this morning. So let's go and speak to Sean first. He'll tell us about the Roseanne and I'll see if I can get my video to Stu because I just want to show off and show you mine.
So I'm out on the nursery, as you've probably gathered, and look at the Geranium Roseanne. I mean, this is amazing. And this really gives you an idea of what they look like in your garden because they do spread, they do form these beautiful clumps. And what's been lovely, as I've been sitting here, I've seen so many bees just dancing between the flowers. There's one here, there's several over there. They are great for pollinators. Now, what was interesting about this plant, it got awarded Plant of the Century at the Chelsea Flower Show. So when the Chelsea Flower Show celebrated their 100th anniversary, this won Plant of the Centenary, which just is the biggest award you could ever imagine. And I can see why, so many reasons why you should go for this. First of all, it flowers from around about May, June, all the way through summer into October. In fact, I even had flowers in November until we got the first frost where I live. Very low maintenance. It's fairly drought tolerant. It will tolerate part shade, sun. It just keeps flowering and doesn't need any real attention at all. And I love the kind of natural look to this. It kind of weaves and meanders in and out of your other plants. And what is so lovely is the colour on this particular variety. I mean, I love blues in the garden. This is a gorgeous blue with a little bit of lilac in it as well. So it's a wonderful plant called Geranium Roseanne. I've got these in my garden, and I know Bex has too.
So there was Sean out on the nursery floor looking at the Geranium Roseanne. These are one of my absolute favourites to grow in the garden. It's a proper Chelsea winner as well, isn't it?
It is. You know, Geranium Roseanne, over the last probably 4 or 5 years, John and I, we've planted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these. They're just one of the most amazing geraniums that have ever been bred. They have a huge, great big root system that just lasts for year after year after year. They're bone hardy. They grow in really dry soils. They get through any winters. They get through really dry summers. They spread. They flower for months and months and months on end. And all you need to do at the very end of the season, probably sort of mid to late winter, you just end up with sort of the dead stems on top of the soil. Just lift them up, cut them off at the base. Next spring, a whole new lot of shoots come up, and they just keep flowering away.
And you can divide them as well. So as they form a really nice big clump, mine's got to the stage where it's a really nice big clump now. So
yeah.
I wouldn't do it now, obviously, but later on I can divide that clump and put it, you know, put half of it somewhere else.
I mean, although you could. But I'll tell you what, I had to transplant some of these for a customer last year. I could not believe the root system on them.
Really?
They took a lot.
Tricky?
They took a lot of digging out.
Yeah, well, in my clay soil, I'm not even going to try, to be perfectly honest with you.
But that's why they produce such a
There
mess.
it is.
That's yours. There you go.
So look, I mean, look, it's right at the beginning of the season, so it's just starting to flower, but you can see the beautiful kind of foliage that you're getting there. Those flowers as they come out, you can see my bowls moved there, and it's just this beautiful kind of mound of foliage. It's really neat, and of course it is excellent ground cover, and I love how I've got the erigeron growing in and through it. It's giving a real sort of country cottage vibe to me.
Because these don't get really, really tall.
I don't know what I planted there. Do you know what those tall bits?
I thought they were leeks.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. I remember putting them in, but I can't remember what they are.
They look like leeks to me, but...
I definitely haven't planted leeks in there.
Oh. No,
They're coming up, and I'm like, oh, I know what. I remember planting something there in autumn last year, but I've no idea what they are.
Can't quite see enough of them there to get an idea.
Right, let's have a little look at the Geranium Roseanne, RHS Award of Garden Merit winner. Now, look at this. A 9-centimetre pot is £9.99. What we have got for you today is the 2-litre pot. The 2-litre pot is also £9.99. Let me just let that sink in a little bit. 9-centimetre pot is the same price as the 2-litre pot. And this is not a 9-centimetre plant put into a 2-litre pot. There are some really decent roots on the bottom of that plant. Yeah, look.
Yeah, these roots don't show up quite like others because they're darker, but yeah, I mean, they're
rooty.
And that is a solid root there. Yeah, these have huge, great big roots on them, and that's really good.
Whoops.
Because
I mean, you know, squeeze and tease, don't rip them off. But yes, 2-litre. Can I just pick up the agapanthus? That is a 9-centimetre pot there. That's a 2-litre pot. It's exactly the same price for a 2-litre as it is for the 9-centimetre. But make sure you use our code YGTV2324 because that's how you get that saving. And of course, you will also get the free gift that is included with every single order by entering that offer code. 100 litres of the most amazing plant food you will make from that one little bag there, worth £4.99.
I've seen one of those geraniums. They'll cover an area. 4 or 5 square foot. I mean, just one. They just spread out, and so just that one plant is going to just give you so much impact and cover so much area.
What you were looking at in my little video there, that was one plant.
Yeah. By the end of the season, and sometimes they have this really weird habit as well. If they hit another shrub or something next to them, they actually grow upwards through the shrub. I've seen like them 3 or 4 foot tall growing out the top of another shrub, just looking for more space and going towards the light. So
there you go.
Stunning geranium. We love it. We've planted literally hundreds.
It won Plant of the Centenary at the Royal Horticultural Society.
Doesn't surprise me.
100th Chelsea Flower Show as well. That's how good this one is. Definitely, you need that one in your garden. 560643. Remember, it's £9.99. Same for the 2 litre pot as it is for the 9 centimetre pot. So make sure you use our code. Right, another new one for this week was the Naughtier, the Melton Pastels. I really adore these. I love the kind of pincushion flowers that you get on these. Definitely gives you that sort of, it's an alpine plant, isn't it?
Yeah, and easy to grow, Bex, as well. I mean, these are really, really, really easy to grow. I mean, you sort of say Naughtier Macedonica, so you kind of get the idea of the part of the world they come from. So, you know, the kind of central kind of northern Europe kind of areas, and these just flower and flower and flower and flower. They're really, really hardy plants that will come up year after year after year. Again, I could think of a garden that I used to look after in a place called Hatfield Heath. And I planted a group of these in a corner bed many, many years ago. And it's dry, it's really heavy clay soil that cracks in the wintertime, gets quite wet in the, cracks in the summertime, gets quite wet in the wintertime. But they just come back year after year after year, and they seed about as well, so you get extra plants.
Love
come
that.
up.
Yeah.
And for a good 3 or 4 months, they're just an absolute riot of colour. You don't even need to deadhead them. Pollinating insects love them, bees love them. Got quite interesting foliage as well. Tall stems with masses and masses of flowers. And the ones, I mean, even the ones we're sending out to you, these are already got flower buds coming. I mean, these are smothered in flower buds. So within a few weeks, you're going to get flowers on these, and they're going to keep flowering right the way through June, July, into August. And then sometimes I found if you chop them down after they've had their main flowering period, give them like a liquid feed, they will often come back and give you another flush of flower before the autumn or winter.
Well, of course, the liquid feed you're getting free in your order that you place today, because that is the Blooming Fast, the 100-litre sachet. Well, it'll make 100 litres, that sachet that you get delivered to your door if you put the offer code in YGTV2324. I adore these. I don't grow them. I do feel like I need to add them into my garden because they're super easy to grow, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I just think they'll give that lovely... I'm sort of going for the cottage garden, kind of throw it out there.
Cottage garden
and
look.
that's exactly the feel that you get from these.
But
560643 is the item number.
Yeah, sorry, Bex.
No, go on.
Yeah,
You say.
no, I was going to say open and sunny though. That's what they like.
Yeah,
so,
it's got to be a sunny spot.
Yeah, really nice open sunny spot. Don't make them compete with other plants, and they'll just look magnificent for months.
Well, it's a great deal as well. It's another one where it's like a buy one get two free. It's £9.99 for one, whereas the usual price for 3 of these is nearly 30. So we have got some stonking deals on the show today.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely brilliant because, again, you know, I could see some garden centres with these in 2 litre pots and there'd be 4 or 5 sort of 99 each kind of thing. So, you know, 3 of these, you know, it's just amazing price, really.
It really is. Yeah, I'd like to add those ones into my basket as well. So I think you should be adding that as well. I'm just having a little look on the chat to see if anybody else is chatting in here. Eleanor, it's very overcast and windy here in northwest Leicestershire. Yes, it's not wet, but it's definitely overcast here in Lincolnshire, isn't it?
A bit cool as well, but yeah. It's going to change. Keep the faith.
Owen, I know you put this in here a little while ago. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late. I was in the garden tidying up. And then she said that the rain forced her in. So I'm sorry about that. I'm sort of glad because it means that you're here and you're joining us. But obviously, I'd much rather that you were out in the garden. I'm hoping it's going to get a little bit better. Like it feels like it needs to, doesn't it?
Yeah,
like some warmth.
Just don't think about Monday or Tuesday. Just discount them and then, yeah.
We're not going to talk about them. Right, Elaine has sent a picture. She's asking what this is. Now, I did show this to Adam because I think I know what it is. But and Adam's not sure because I think that this is the Exocorda. Is that not the Exocorda racemosa it was called?
No, that's a Philadelphus.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a Philadelphus, or mock orange.
Is that the little white love?
It could be that one. I mean, you'll know it's a Philadelphia. If that's flowering now, then it's definitely a Philadelphia because the Exocorda finished flowering about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Oh yes, of course it did. Yes, you're absolutely right.
And this is Philadelphia's or mock orange. And you'll know it's the mock orange because it has a really, it has a really, really sweet fragrance. This one's a double flowered one. I think the other one was a single flowered one. But yeah, it's a Philadelphus mock orange. Beautiful, beautiful shrubs.
It is
lovely,
gorgeous,
lovely fragrance.
isn't it?
Yeah, really tough, really hardy. Will come back year after year and flower for a good
pure white flowers.
Yeah, good flower for a good 4 to 6 weeks.
Actually, the way that it's grown as well in that shape is really interesting.
I think there was one called Philadelphus virginal, and I guess, you know, white, pure, kind of, that's where it kind of got its name from. So
there you go, Elaine. Hopefully that has helped. No more at the moment. That's really, really beautiful, though. Thanks for sending the picture. I nearly made you fall over then, didn't I?
There was a wooden block behind me. I didn't see.
We always fall over in the potting shed. Right, let's remind you of our oleanders. These are the beautiful kind of deep red shade of oleander, not that scarlet red. They're this lovely, deeper kind of pinkish red that you're getting. And this is the best price that we've ever brought you on oleanders. In all the time that I've worked with YouGarden, I've never seen a price this good. These pictures were shot just the other day on the nursery. This is the quality that we're talking about, and we're so proud of the quality of our oleanders.
Yeah, I mean, the quality of these is superb. These are grown from cuttings, and when you look at these, when you get these home, what you'll notice generally is there's 3 groups of 3 stems in each pot, so you're getting 9 stems on average in each pot. All wonderful, wonderful, regular, I was trying to think of a better word than that, regular sizes, kind of. Uniform, that's the word. All nice uniform sizes. Fabulous root systems on these. Leaves all the way from the top to the bottom. You're not going to get just some spindly stick with a few leaves and a few flowers on top. Every stem pretty much is covered in flower buds. Flowers open, tiny, tiny flowers that are going to give you flower months and months' time. And I'm seeing, as I work outside since I've been gardening for 37 years, I'm seeing oleanders getting through more and more winters and getting bigger and bigger in people's gardens. And like Stu was just saying, in central London, you know, you see really huge oleanders now because they have that kind of microclimate effect. I mean,
yeah, they do.
Parts of London can be 5 degrees warmer in winter than surrounding areas. So yeah, that few degrees. And my mum has grown one of these in her garden for the last 5 or 6 years. In sort of a corner of a building, and that one's got through every winter.
Yeah.
She's never fleeced it or anything. Flowers every year. So, and we generally say hardy to -5. If it's going to get a lot colder, you can fleece them, wrap them up. And if you do fleece them, don't just go round once. Go round a good half dozen times, and then just tie the top off like the end of a Christmas cracker. Growing them in the garden, the warmest, sunniest, most sheltered, well-drained position is what they'll love, but you can grow them in pots and just keep them just above freezing for the winter time.
All right, well, this is how they come to you. You can see there's multiple stems down the bottom here. Every one that I've picked up and looked at, there are 9 stems, foliage all the way down to the bottom, gorgeous root structure. Super proud of the relationship we've got with the best grower based in Sicily for these. And of course, remember, it is that double up deal. Flowers all summer long and evergreen. It is toxic, just like a lot of things in the garden. Don't eat it. Don't let your pets eat it. I have dogs, or I have a dog. There are certain things that he, shouldn't eat, like rhododendrons. What I do is keep them out of his way. I put them in pots, I put them up higher. So you can still grow these things in your garden. You just need to add that extra bit of caution in. Double up deal, add 2 into your basket and enter the code YGTV2324 so that you can get that amazing discount. They work out at £10 each. And maybe you would like some pots for them to go in. These are the Laval planters. They come as a twin pack, but you can double up and you can get 4 of these, so 2 twin packs. So the normal price for the twin pack is normal price is actually £19.98 for the twin pack, £10 each. We've brought £5 off that, so you can get the twin pack for £14.98, so that works out £7.50 each. But if you double up and get 2 twin packs, 4 of these, you will get them for the same price as 2 of the normal price. You'll get them for £5 each. 130595 is the item number. They're UV stabilised, frost resistant, and they're absolutely gorgeous, so designed to last you for many, many years. Let's bring you back over to our spiral patio olive trees. And these are something that I've kind of always wanted, but they've always been out of my price range, to be perfectly honest with you. I've always, because you see them growing, don't you? You see them growing outside of high-end businesses or a beauty spa,
Yeah,
or
I know what you mean.
a hairdresser's or something. And there's a reason that they grow these. They're easy to look after, they're evergreen, blah, blah, blah. So I've always wanted them, but whenever I go to the garden centre and I see the price, I'm like, oh yeah, I can't afford that. Not here.
No, and the value. I mean, these still are, for some people, what I would say a considered purchase.
Of course, yes, I appreciate
but
that.
The amount of work that's gone into these to create that spiral kind of system on there, that's taken a long time. That's not happened overnight. What's happened is a support has gone through the middle there at some point, and the stem, when it was much younger and much more soft and sappy, has kind of been trained around that and around it until it's become this hard sort of what they call lignified kind of stem.
This is a process that's taken, a couple of years probably
probably
at least.
good 2 or 3 years at least to get that kind of spiraled effect.
Because it's well sturdy now. Well sturdy, there's a gardening word
well
for you.
sturdy. I like that.
Well sturdy, that.
You went, that's
It's like it's dead classy.
Yeah, that's where I come a bit of an Essex boy, so well sturdy. It's kind of. We've got this lovely kind of head of foliage on here, and this one I was just looking for my little
clippers.
My little clippers.
I saw them a minute ago. You keep talking. I'll see if I can find them.
No, I think I put them somewhere else, Bex. But
you've hidden them, haven't you?
Yeah, these. I mean, at the moment, these have got this kind of loose kind of look to them, which I quite like. But you could, if you wanted to, you could clip these into that perfect ball shape on top of this lovely spiral stem. That's one option you've got there. Olives as well are hardy down to about -10. So I mean, literally, you can just sort of trim down, and you could just sort of. I don't know the best secateurs in the world, aren't they? But they do the trick. But you can just see there. So just go around and sort of take those little tips off to get that sort of rounded look. They'll reshoot as well. Then you can just clip again, and eventually you'll get that really compact, lovely, perfect ball shape. But you don't need to do that
multiple times through the growing season, through the year, and you will get that lovely, dense, bushy foliage, which is what we want from these, isn't it?
Which would look really, really good. But you might just want to leave them to look a little bit more natural, like the one here. So it's completely up to you, how you grow these. Oh, look fantastic! A much better pair of clippers have arrived.
Oh, I love them.
That's it. That's what we want.
Much easier to do. Snip,
snip, snip, snip.
Oh, I'd use my right hand. I'm not left-handed, and I'm trying to use my my left hand.
Yeah, and that's literally all you need to do. And sometimes with olives in the UK, they do flower, by the way, olives. I mean, don't get too excited about the flowers. They're tiny, kind of little yellowy white flowers. Blink and you can miss them. And they do produce olives as well. And again,
I've got to do the other one now. I've got to match them up.
They're very unlikely to be edible, but it's quite nice to have black olives on there, even if you treat them sort of ornamental. But these are really, really interesting. I like the way the stems kind of wobble there, Bex, as you do it as well.
Yeah, I quite like it.
These remind me of, again, the thing is, I'm about to say something else now, and every time I say it to Bex and Stu, because I'm so much older than them, they look at me like, what's he talking about? You will remember this guy.
What reference are you going to make now?
Zebedee from Magic Roundabout.
I remember Zebedee. It's all right. I remember that one.
That's a relief. Yeah, it's like a little Zebedee stem there, isn't it? Kind of boing, boing, boing.
Boing, boing.
But yeah, I mean, it's quite therapeutic what you're doing there, Bex.
Oh, I love it. I love trimming like this. This is one of my favourite jobs to do.
Just to clip and shape round.
There you go. Look how beautiful.
And you can do that kind of, I mean, we've done that in a reasonably loosely shaped kind of ball shape. But, you can really take some time with this if you want and make it a perfect ball shape. It's up to you.
Yeah, the thing is you have to stand back, because what I do is I start trimming and then I'm like, oh no, and I have to turn it around and then you overclip. Take your time.
Well, sometimes they've frames that they put on things like this as well at a young age, like sort of wire frames they put. And then,
so you can't over prune it.
Yeah, and they just sort of clip in round them to get that perfect shape. But these are great statement plants. You're going to have these for many, many years. I say hardy to about -10, evergreen. Brilliant.
680205 is the item number. It is on a double up deal. You can get one of these if you want to for £39.99, but you might want to add 2 into your basket, because the second one you're getting half price. It's just under £60 for both of these, so £30 each, which I think is a phenomenal price actually for an olive tree, but also one that has been fashioned into this gorgeous spiral stem that you can see here as well. It comes in a pot that you can actually keep it in. It looks like that terracotta as well, but of course you can plant it into something else more decorative if you choose to do so. 680205 is the item number.
I went on holiday years ago to, I think it was either Zanzibar or Kenya. I can't remember which country it was.
Right.
And they've got a huge palm tree there, and that is completely spiralled like that, and it's really, really famous, this palm tree.
Wow, okay.
Because nobody kind of knows how it's done it, but you drive along and palm trees are normally straight up, and this palm tree just spiral, just like that.
Wow.
It's the first time I've ever seen this like a spiral palm tree.
Love it.
It was bizarre. Yeah.
All right, well, let's move on now because we've got our stonking deal of the show. We've got a few stonking deals, but this one I think is massive. Stu's ordered this in actual fact. He's got this Lucky Dip perennial collection. And this is well, what he's doing is some are going to be for him, some for his mum, and then the neighbour will probably get anything else. Oh, they've all been distributed. I love that, honestly. I mean, I did it with all my dahlias. You'll have heard me saying I planted so many dahlias, I just can't fit them all in my garden. So I gave them away to my neighbours, the ones I couldn't fit in.
Oh, that's nice.
I've grown them up from the tubers and then I gave them away. Right, but that's exactly what you could be doing with this if you want to. It'd be great for somebody who's got a brand new garden, like a new build. You know, when you just got a patch of grass and you've got all empty borders, this would be fantastic. Or I think this works really well for people who've got more established gardens. There's always a gap that forms. There's always some plant that should have tried harder but died off, isn't there? And you've got that gap to fill. Well, you can fill those gaps with this little collection that we've got here. It is a buy one, get one free, but in the deal you get 9 centimetre pots. Enter the code YGTV2324 and we'll put another 9 in there for you. It is Lucky Dip. I can't guarantee what you're going to get, but what we've got out here is a really good idea of the sort of things you can get in here. A salvia, they've got geums, we've got all sorts, haven't we?
Yeah, it's a fantastic mix, this, Bex, as well, because you say you've got plants that are going to flower at all different times of the season. You've got plants that are going to be happy in different environments. You've got plants with different leaf shape, different flower colour, so many things. You've got one here, for example, this Artemisia Powys Castle, which is Powys Castle, this one, it is quite a famous one, Powys Castle. This is almost, well, sometimes semi-evergreen.
Isn't this one that smells delicious as well?
Yeah, this is, you know the drink absinthe?
Oh, yeah.
Absinthe is made from Artemisia or wormwood. It's exactly the same plant. In fact, absinthe was banned in the UK for a number of years.
It was
because it was toxic, but they found a way now of making it so it's
non-toxic.
Non-toxic, yeah. Mm. But yeah, look at the root system on that. I mean, again, fantastic root system. And what is really, really ridiculous about this plant is basically this is a 2-litre plant living in a 9 centimetre pot. In a garden centre, I could see this in a 2-litre pot, £5.
Yeah.
Just for this one plant.
Well, it's just £1 each for these pots if you are
mad.
in the club, because the discount price is £17.99 and it's a buy one, get one free. So you'll get 18 pots. They work out £1 each. It's just over £1 each if you're not in the club, so it's still immense value for the Lucky Dip perennial plant collection. Year after year after year, you're going to get these coming up, aren't you?
Well, you might even get a hollyhock. This is Chater's.
Nice.
Now, Chater's is a double one. This will be Chater's double, so super double hollyhock there. So you're going to get some dramatic height from this. Or, say you've got somewhere that's really stupid, hot, sunny and dry. The soil is that's super dry, so it's too hot, too dry. Tell you what, grow salvias. Salvias love those really, really super hot baked conditions. They'll absolutely thrive. They'll look wonderful. Or you could go for the yarrow there, which also grows fantastic. Alchemilla. No, not Alchemilla.
Alchemilla, isn't it?
No, not Alchemilla. I'll get it right in a minute. I have to look at the it's gone straight out of my head. Achillea. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
That's the one.
Achilleas are so ridiculously drought tolerant, and they have these wonderful flat heads of flower that look absolutely gorgeous, and that lovely ferny foliage. So a brilliant mix. There's Gaillardia. There's a lovely Gaillardia down the front here. That's mid to late summer flowering, or Leucanthemum. Lovely little daisy, those classic kind of yellow centre daisies with the white petals. A brilliant mixer. As you say, we can't specify which one. You might get the odd double up, but whatever you get, it's going to be brilliant.
I don't mind a double up at all. That's absolutely fine by me. You won't get more than 2 of anything. We can pretty much guarantee that to you. But it is a buy one, get one free. The biggest saving, the biggest deal that, well, maybe not the biggest, but anyway, it's a great deal for you. 9 centimetre pots, and you'll get another 9 put into your basket as well when you enter the code YGTV2324, along with your free gift, the best free gift, the Blooming Fast sachet worth £4.99. Let's bring you further along on our favourites table. We've got the Sambucus, the black lace, and this is gorgeous. The reason I planted this was that this has got a very Acer feel to it. Love the ferny leaves, but then it's the contrast between that dark colour with those beautiful pink clusters. Yeah,
I mean, and this is a type of elderberry, although I mean, it's turn these. Yeah, look at that. I mean, you can really see that fantastic foliage on there as well. That
love it.
A nice kind of really etched, notched, serrated kind of foliage.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's stunning, isn't it? I mean, everything about this plant is nice. The dark coloured leaves, those chocolate-coloured leaves.
How fast it grows.
How fast it grows. Those wonderful heads there of pinky white flowers.
And they get massive, don't they?
They do, yeah. We'll say the ones on the one we've got at home, dinner plate size flower heads on there. Lovely, sweet fragrance.
It's a gorgeous fragrance,
I can smell them
actually.
from here, actually.
Yeah, me too.
I can actually smell that from here.
I love that hashtag nostril feast.
And it, I mean, not surprisingly, it literally does smell like elderberry cordial as well.
It's so beautiful,
That's what they
honestly.
use the flowers
Everything
for.
about this plant is gorgeous, and it's a £5 saving for you today. I was putting that, I'll leave it like that. It's a £5 saving on that one, and it's in that 2 litre pot. You'll get a really big display from that in its first year, and of course you can treat it quite mean, can't you?
Yeah, you can. You could chop them right back. You know, really chop these back. You know, this one I'd say is more of a younger berry than an elderberry, but eventually it will become an elderberry.
He's funny, isn't he?
Not really.
He's a laugh a minute. That's why we love having him in the shed with us. 510394 is the item number if you would like the Sambucus Black Lace. John's a lucky man, I can tell you.
He's not sure sometimes.
We're going to move on now. We've got the Coreopsis for you, and you're going to get 3 of these. This one's the really good price as well, isn't it, Stu? Isn't this one's... He's going to bring it up, yeah, $9.99. So it's like a buy one, get 2 free. The usual price here is £29.97, because they're normally $9.99 each.
Hold on a minute, before I talk about this.
Go on.
So, discount club price for 3.
Yeah.
£8.99.
Yeah.
Okay. Again,
yeah.
Look,
It's mental, isn't it?
It's not right. Look, I mean, this one, and I know I keep saying this. I don't want to, I don't want to bore the socks off of people, but you go to a garden centre today, you'll see a plant like this one, in a 2 litre pot, and it will have £4.99, £5.99, £6.99 on it.
Yeah.
It really will. I mean, if the little 9 centimetre pot here, so. If in this 9 centimetre pot we had just like, I'm going to hide it behind it. If it just had that little bit there in that 9 centimetre pot, I think that was good value, and I think that would be about right for a 9 centimetre pot. To get a plant that branch, that established, is insane.
Flowers,
Yep.
buds coming, and the beautiful thing about Coreopsis is that it flowers for such a long time as well.
It does, and because it's an established plant, this is going to flower for you this year, and month after month after month. And Coreopsis, they just light up the garden, they light up the room. They're like those kind of people, that when you walk in, everybody smiles, everybody feels happy, everybody feels uplifted. That's what these plants do in the garden. They'll just brighten the garden up for month after month after month. Just deadhead them. The bees will love them, the pollinating insects will love them. They're quite nice, compact plants, probably get to about a couple of foot or so. And again, all these ask of you is put me somewhere sunny and bright and well drained. That's where they'll really thrive and give you their best. And they do make brilliant, brilliant pot plants.
They do indeed. 560890 is the item number. Buy one, get 2 free. That's essentially the deal that we've given you there. It's a £19.98 saving, but only when you enter the code YGTV2324. This is what we love about YGTV. This is what we love so much about the job that we do here, and that is the fact that we are passing on some of these amazing savings to you. I take advantage of these savings all the time for my garden because these are some of the best prices that you will see out there. Right, let's move on. We've got our well, it's about the free postage, it's about the free gifts as well, isn't it? It's not just the savings and the deals. There's so much going on here. Let's move on to one of our other favourites of the week, and that is the Canna. This is the Bronze Peach, and I am totally in love with these. It's not something I've got or have grown, but I do feel like I want to add these into my garden because these have that lush, tropical, gorgeous feeling. They look like that right now, but the best is still to come, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's kind of sort of more ridiculosity with these as well because...
I love that, ridiculosity.
The value of these, I mean, these are absolutely fantastic plants, really, really brilliant plants that are so well established already. The root system on these is phenomenal. When you look at the thickness of the stems on these, that's already indicative to me of the fact that there's already a flower bud, in that stem. That flower bud is making its way up through that stem. In a couple of 2 or 3 weeks' time, you'll start to see that.
It feels really solid in there.
If that was a really thin, wiry stem, I'd say no hope of flowering this year. The fact that that stem is that kind of thick shows to me that flower spike is being pushed up through the middle of that stem, and from midsummer right the way up until the frosts, you are going to just get the most dramatic displays from these cannas. Huge chocolate coloured leaves, great big spikes of those peachy, orange, tangerine type flowers. And although this looks like a tropical plant, I think they originate from India and that part of the world. This one is hardy. This has our little snowflake symbol, our lifetime guarantee. So if you want to try something different and you're a novice gardener, you're new to gardening and you worry a little bit about whether you can grow these, there's no risk with us. No. Because if these fail, we'll replace them for you free of charge. You just got to pay the P&P. But I mean, I'm going to say it's the third time. Put one of these in a 2 litre pot in a lot of garden centres, $6.99 each. No problem at all for a plant this size.
Yeah, and I think people would pay that because this is something a little bit different, a little bit more tropical feeling. So I think people would pay that. But here at YouGarden, it's like a buy 2, get 1 free. If you put 2 in your basket, you'll pay £19.98. If you put 3 in your basket, you will pay £19.98. Just make sure you put the offer code in, YGTV2324, and you will get that amazing deal. We did have a question earlier. Somebody was asking how tall these were going to get. You were saying first year maybe
about
2 to 3 feet?
2 to 3 feet. I mean, cannas with the flower on top can get to sort of about a metre and a half, so they're quite sort of dramatic looking plants. Great for sort of back of a sunny border or mid border. Brilliant in pots as well. They're very, very happy in quite large pots, and you can eventually divide them up. I think we had a gentleman contact us the other day, didn't we? From, was it the sort of canna or some garden somewhere?
Yes, was it East Coast Tropical Gardens?
Yeah, that was
I think it was our lovely friends at East Coast Tropical, Nathan.
Nathan was saying, these are hardy. Nathan said you can lift and divide these as well, make more plants as time goes by. And if anybody knows, he knows, because he's got that kind of garden. Yeah, so and if you want a tropical garden look, cannas are brilliant for doing that as well, give you that sort of tropical look. And these ones, personally, for me, I prefer these kind of more peach-coloured ones than the really bright red or yellow ones, but it's all about personal taste. For me, I like the slightly softer, less in-your-face colour on these, but what I really do like is the contrast between the flower and the foliage.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
That's really good. Really, really good.
This is why I'm saying that the best is yet to come here, because you're going to get this lovely foliage plant home, and then you're going to get this beautiful flower. Let's have a little look at Sean when he went out to have a look on the nursery at these.
Hello. Well, I'm out on the nursery. I'm having a lovely day, actually. And I was just drawn to the Canova bronze lilies, because for me, even though these aren't in flower yet, there are buds coming on many of these, the foliage is gorgeous, isn't it? The bronze looks just so striking. But you imagine in probably about, I would say a month, 2 months max, you'll have these lovely tall stems covered in those fiery flowers. These are really, to me, exotic. They really can make your garden look incredible, kind of in terms of it looking tropical. And these will come back year after year. You actually, so sort of like, it's almost like a buy 2, get 1 free, so you get 3 for under £20. You will need to protect them over the winter, so let them die down, just keep them in a cool, dry, frost-free place, and then they'll come back year after year. And they do get bigger and stronger as well. So in year 2, year 3, you get more and more of those gorgeous flower stems and more leaves. Now, I've just just had a little look at the roots on this one. I mean, my word, that is a really strong plant, isn't it? Amazing, actually. And I think these look great in pots. Well, you can put them in your beds and borders, but I personally would grow them in pots. Then it's a lot easier to overwinter them. And having 3, if you go for the offer of 3 in identical pots could look really, really magical. I've got a few of these in my garden. I tend to have them in pots near my palms and my kind of grasses and things like that, and they can just really look rather magical. So yes, it's the Canova bronze. And you can get 3 of those today on the show now for less than £20.
There you go. That's the quality that we are talking about. And that's why we do those little videos there, so that you can see just outside this door, our 11-acre nursery, and you can see the kind of quality that we are going to bring you. We do obviously try and pick some nice-looking samples to bring in here into our potting shed, but it's very much about showing you that the quality you see in here is the kind of quality that we have out there on the nursery floor. So they're ready and waiting to be dispatched to you. 450161 is the item number if you would like to go for those. Put 3 in your basket. It'll be the same price as putting 2 in your basket. We were just talking under that little video about what we're having for tea. Adam had a Chinese takeaway last night.
Very nice it was too.
And he's got us all thinking about Chinese takeaway now. I was gonna do a chicken salad, and then I moved on to burgers, and now I'm feeling like I want a Chinese takeaway because you've ruined it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, because we had those quarter of duck with the you get those little
hoisin sauce.
Oh yeah, the plum sauce, the lovely plum sauce, and then little crunchy bit of cucumber, the little strips of spring onion you pour on the sauce, you roll it up, and it's gorgeous.
I might have to have a Chinese takeaway.
So nice.
You made me spend my wages.
So we
now.
had those as the starter, and then it was kung po chicken, fried rice, chicken in black bean. We had spring rolls, vegetable spring rolls. Oh, gorgeous, lovely.
All right, I might have to order.
Really nice.
561198 is the item number we're going on to next, and that is the Hardy Gerbera collection, and this is the new deal that we brought in for you today. This is also a buy one, get one free here. But when we say buy one, get one free, the deal is for 3 pots. So your buy one, get one free means you get another 3 pots included. You're going to get 6 in total, 6 of the 7-centimetre pots. And the thing with Gerberas is they're super easy, and these are the Hardy ones.
These are, and I'll be honest with you, I saw these on a previous life about 2 or 3 years back, and I thought, gimmick, they're not really going to be Hardy. They're those I nearly said the name of another company then. Glad I didn't. But there's another company I think is a bit gimmicky that brings things, and I'm not always sure about them. But these, my mum grew these. She grew them for about 3 or 4 years, and I don't know where she's put them now. I didn't see them when I went round there recently. But -8 these will go down to. So these really, really are super, super hardy Gerberas. The quality of these, again, is absolutely phenomenal. I tell you, do you know what's really foxing me today, Bex?
What?
I'm not understanding how we managed to get 2-litre sized pots in the most ridiculous, diddly little 9-centimetre or even 7. That's a 2-litre sized plant in a 7-centimetre sized pot.
I know, right? These are desperate to get planted, though. These really are raring to grow in your garden, and you'll be amazed once you get these planted out how quickly they send up these beautiful flower spikes. Yeah, those are mine. So those pictures were taken last year.
Beautiful.
We do even have those pots available if you would like to get hold of those as well. And that was just a typical day where I've got, and you can see multiple, and that was the first year, by the way, so that's the first year I had them planted, and you're getting multiple flowers at any one time. As one fades, you cut it off at the base, and then you get the other ones that come up. You can cut them for cut flower displays as well.
Now, I'm not going to say I've grown these because I haven't, but how long did each flower last on average for you?
Oh, now there's a good question. A good few weeks. Each flower, yeah, you're probably going to get...
Because a cut flower, they last a long time.
Yeah, they last ages.
Vase, so...
I mean, each flower, if you leave it on the plant, you're probably going to get a good 3 to 4 weeks out of each of those flowers. Is it? When you cut them, they last a good couple of weeks as well.
They do.
Whenever you've got a bouquet of flowers that have got Gerberas in, the Gerberas are the last ones standing, aren't they?
Yeah,
last
more
man
often than
standing.
not. Yeah, and they've got those lovely, really strong, upright stems as well, so great for sort of cut flowers. But yeah, it's extraordinary. I really didn't think, they'd go down to -8, but they do, and we've got the lifetime guarantee on them as well. That's what, we wouldn't back it up with that if we didn't think they'd last. They die down in the autumn and the winter, but then they come back in the spring. I mean, all they ask of you basically is just plant us somewhere sunny and well drained and warm. That's where, I mean, they again, we're always honest and up front with you. They wouldn't survive through the winter in really wet, waterlogged, cold soil. So providing you've got them somewhere well drained. I mean, they do brilliant in pots.
Yeah, and if you keep them in pots, of course, you can move them if necessary. You know, if it's really wet over the winter or anything, you can move them. It's super easy. Now, this did go out in an email offer this morning. I saw that email offer, and there's a specific email code that you can use. Don't use that. Don't use that one. Use our code, YGTV2324, because you'll not only get exactly the same deal, but you will also get your free gift included as well. This is exclusive to YGTV. They don't get this on the email offers. And this is definitely a gift that you want to get at the moment, because this is what you're going to be feeding your plants with on a weekly or every other week basis throughout the summer. So it's a really good way, it's a really good idea to multi-order, as in do multiple orders so that you can get multiple gifts included, because it's one per order. Did I make that clear? I stumbled a little bit over that. Hopefully that was clear.
I was just thinking, I know we've got the coloured pots that these can go in.
These would work great.
But the Torinos.
Yeah, the Torinos.
They look good. Torino.
The Torinos.
Those would look nice, wouldn't
Yeah,
they?
they would look beautiful in there. You've got the lovely dark contrast with the colour, and then the bright colour over the top as well. They would be perfect.
Those really, really strong coloured flowers contrasting against that kind of bronzy-looking pot. I think that could look really classy.
I love it. And these Torinos are on a buy one, get two free. So if you were to put 2 of these into your basket and enter the code YGTV2324, you will get 6 of those. And of course, these are on a buy one, get one free, where you get 6 of them as well. So then you could put 1 in each of these pots.
Match made in heaven, that, isn't it?
Love that. What a great idea.
Yeah,
well
they
done,
look great.
Evan.
No, so,
You've earned your money today. Well done.
But, I mean, you could go with the jazzy coloured ones. It's up to you, whatever your style is.
No, those are great.
Whatever
Love that.
floats your boat, really.
All right, 130272 for the Torinos, but Torinos. Buy one, get 2 free. Or if you want those bright coloured pots as well, the ones that I've got, these are called the Bellagios. And the item number is 130327. You will get 4 of those pots. So if you double up, you'll get 8, and then you'll have 2 spare once you plant your gerberas out. It's up to you, but there's the details for you. Use the offer code so that you get that 10% saving on top of the already £12 saving on that particular item there.
I like the Bellagios, don't you?
The Bellagios, yeah, they're lovely, aren't they?
They're nice. Yeah.
You're just going to change the names for everything now, aren't you? Thank you, Adam. Adam is going to go and change the table so we can show you some more beautiful plants, because we're in the last quarter of our 4-hour marathon here. We've got about 40-odd minutes left. So we're going to do a little review for you, just to give you a reminder of some of the item numbers and some of the products that we have seen already. Pens and papers, write them down, make your list. Just got whiffs of that. Beautiful smell. Get your pens and papers and write down the item numbers. We're starting off with our Agapanthus collection. I always want to sing Agapanthus. 3 9cm pots included in here. You've got the Poppin' Purple, the Brilliant Blue, and the Bridal Bouquet. So 3 absolutely gorgeous favourite Agapanthus. And look at the price. It's a half-price deal. We've taken, or nearly, near as it can be, we've taken £19 off that deal. It's just £19.97 for all 3 of those. And you're getting those at the right moment. The buds are there, they're waiting to open. You get lots of flowers from these, and they do last a long time. They flower right the way through the summer for you. And of course, they just keep getting better year on year as well. And you can multiply the clumps, you can divide the clumps once they form too. Super easy and super, super beautiful. 561267 is the item number if you would like to go for the Agapanthus collection. The next one is the Physocarpus, the Lady in Red. This is the beautiful one that Adam took a picture of his neighbour's one for us. It is a beautiful foliage plant more than anything, but you do also get these lovely clusters of flowers included on there as well. I always like to highlight when we have these darker foliage plants for you, because I just think it's really important to dot a few of those out in your borders so that it can contrast against the greener foliage that you get in the garden. 511565 is the item number. Double up deal available, 1 for £9.99 or 2 for £14.98. The second one is basically half price in that particular deal. Aster Autumn Jewels. I am highly recommending these. I really do think these are something that you should add into your garden, specifically if you want to really extend that flowering season. I know we don't want to think about it, but gardening is all about forward planning. Once all those summer flowers have faded, you know, all the dahlias and, you know, all those gorgeous summer bedding, bright rainbow of colours, once they start to fade, the asters can really help you to prolong and extend that summer flowering season, because these will flower right the way through into October and into November. 6 jumbo plugs that you're going to get here, 3 colours, 2 of each. Get them planted now. Let them establish. You've got sapphire, you've got rose quartz, and you've got purple diamond included in there as well. I love the colours on these. Highly, highly recommend. Got them in my garden, absolutely adore them. 480451 is the item number and a £5 saving. Do remember, if you're in our club, you will also get another 10% discount off everything that you order as well. Your pots, your plants, your compost. It's well worth joining. Salix, this is the bush variety that we've got for you. Now, it comes in the 3-litre pot, so really nicely established, quite fast growing as well, actually, so something that will fill a gap relatively quickly. But it's something that gives you just beautiful foliage colour, sort of all the way through, right the way through from sort of early spring when it starts to sprout, right the way through into autumn where it drops its leaves. It's easy, it's super tough, it's really hardy, dead easy to look after. You know, a bit of pruning, you can do it. So I used to do it autumn time, prune it back, but I'm starting to leave it now over winter and then just prune it early spring. That new growth that comes through, you'll have that lovely sort of salmon pink and streaks of flamingo pink in there as well. It's really, really pretty. It's in that 3-litre pot and it is that £2 saving that you're getting on there as well. Do make sure you enter the code in order to access that saving. The 2 favourites of the show, we just saw the Coreopsis. We adore the Coreopsis. It's sunshine, bright yellow colour, really easy, cottage garden look and feel to it. And of course, this is a massive saving. It's like a buy one, get 2 free, because the RRP should be nearly £30, whereas you will be paying just £9.99. And the final favourite is the gerbera. Of course it is. It's an amazing deal. What you're going to get is 3 7cm pots. Those are mine, by the way, that I grew last year. That's not what you're going to get. We'll show you what you're going to get. But that is the kind of look that you can create. You will get 3 7cm pots. You'll get the red, you'll get the pink, you'll get the orange. But we'll give you 3 more because it's a buy one, get one free. You have to enter the code YGTV2324 in order to get the free one. So please make sure you put that code in. But you can have summer-long displays of these beautiful gerberas, lovely tall stems. Cut those flowers, add them into your cut flower displays, but also you can leave them on the plant. Once they get established, you can get probably about 50 flowers from each one of those, excuse me, from each one of those pots. 561198 is the item number, and do remember that they are hardy. They never used to be hardy, but they are hardy, these ones. £17.99 if you are in the club. That went out in an email offer. Do not put the email offer code in. If you receive that email offer and you want them, don't put the email offer code in because you won't get your free gift. With our offer code, YGTV2324, you'll get your free gift, the Blooming Fast, included in your order. So it works out better value, basically. Right, fantasy garden time.
Fantasy garden.
Fantasy garden. If I had a completely brand new garden to plan and plant it all out, yeah, I'll have Stu saying I'll have Chris Hemsworth over there, and I'll have Orlando Bloom over there, and I'll have Brad Pitt in that corner. He's not far wrong, to be honest with you. No, if I had a fantasy garden, I'm planning a garden, I'm planting it out, this is one of the items that features in that garden. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do agree as well, because Viburnum plicatum is kind of one of the more, how can I put it, sort of high-end type of viburnums.
I knew I'd got it right.
It's quite a regal kind of plant, really. I just love the structure of it. I think, Bex, you described it once as almost like a sort of a wedding cake kind of tiered effect to this tree.
I love the way it gets the way it grows. It almost forms, and you can see it in the picture, actually. Yeah. It forms these sort of beautiful shelves
like
of
tiers,
flowers,
like
tiers, like a wedding cake.
Yeah.
And I think it's stunning when it's in flat. The thing with this is, there's lots that happens to this throughout the year. When it's in flower, it's beautiful, but it's not just about the flowers, is it?
Isn't it just about the flowers? I mean, the flowers are finished flowering on this now, and you get these flat heads of flower. If you imagine a bit like when you look at a cow parsley kind of flower head, that's how these are shaped. Flat flower heads there with those gorgeous, gorgeous flowers and the little sort of buds and stuff in the middle. Look absolutely stunning. And then later on in the year, these incredible deep red clusters of berries. In fact, on the one we've got here in the potting shed, you can see,
forming.
yeah, the berries just starting to form. So this one's finished flowering now, but it's already busy getting onto its next really exciting stage. Yeah, so they're going to be in another couple of months' time, those gorgeous, gorgeous orange berries, which I'm sure the birds are going to really appreciate, orangey red berries, which is nice. Even the stems are interesting on this plant as well. Like a lot of shrubs, we bring you the new growth has got that lovely sort of reddish colour to the stems.
Yeah, and just look at the foliage as well. Look at the kind of deep sort of veining that you've got on those leaves. I think that those are just super interesting on their own.
Yeah, they are. And
so you've got the flowers, you've got the berries, you've got the really interesting foliage. It often gives a second flourish of flowers.
Yeah, it does.
Autumn,
Yeah,
it?
It'll throw out the odd extra sort of flower now and again. I mean, its main flowering time is going back sort of about 3 or 4 weeks ago. But yeah, it will. Obviously, it's mature, throw out some more colour, and it's quite strange because it's a plant that sort of wants to grow upright, but then it sends out these sort of sideways sort of planting branches that so you give that sort of tiered look, and really, yeah, look at that.
Rooty beauty.
Look at that. I mean, that is just a stunning
That's
root
amazing,
system
isn't
there.
It? No, it's a border plant, really, isn't it? Could you grow it in a pot?
I probably would put it straight into the garden. I mean, you could put it into a very, very large pot, but really, this could be a statement plant in the middle of the lawn.
Yeah, I love that idea, that circular bit in the middle of the lawn or in a big border somewhere. It would definitely be an impactful plant.
Yeah, I think, again, it'd be a shrub to perhaps grow a little bit on its own, a bit isolated, so you can really appreciate the shape and the structure of it. I think sort of in too much of a mixed border, I think you'd miss out on the shape of it.
I agree. Right, let's have a little look. So 510690 is the item number. I highly recommend it. It's in my fantasy list of, plants for your garden. It definitely is up there. I'm making a list, so and I'm checking it twice, so that when I move house...
but you're going to be naughty or nice?
We'll be very nice. So when I move house, I'm going to plan my perfect garden. It's never perfect, is it? It's always a work in process, but this is on my list of plants to go in there. £10 saving, it's £29.99. I know it's up there as far as the price point is concerned, but look at the size of it. Look at the beauty of it. Look how much joy you'll get from that. I think it's well worth it. I'm just having a little look in the emails. I don't think there's any more fresh emails in here. Last call for emails right now because we're entering the last 30 minutes of our 4-hour marathon. So if there's anything you want to share, if you've got any questions, if you want to show off your garden, we want to see it. Send your emails to ygtv@yougarden.com and I'll have a little check in a little while to see if anything else is coming in. Anything else on the chat?
I was trying to think of any pictures we've seen from people recently, and I'm trying to think, like, could we ask them to send an update? There was something the other week we were saying, can you send us an update in a few weeks' time?
Was it the flame lily, the Gloriosa flame lilies?
It could have been.
What about your sweet peas? Anybody that got the sweet pea seeds as the free gift? I did a little video this morning. If you're on Facebook or you're on Instagram, I might post something. I need to post more on TikTok. But I did a little post this morning. My sweet peas are starting to flower. They're coming up.
Good.
There's flowers
that's
coming.
Quite early as well. That's nice.
Give us your updates. We want to see them all.
The Sunbelievable. Did anybody buy the Sunbelievable?
Yeah, have you received those yet?
Is that sort of, how's that coming on? Is that starting to really get slabbish and flower well? It'd be good to see.
What about your standard patio roses? I should have done a little video on that. My standard patio roses. My patio standard. Anyway, those things. All in bloom, flowers, buds, loads of those coming out. I'll do a little video on those later as well. Send us your updates. We want to see. Neil was just commending our customer services. They said they replaced the correct free gift, sent an error, once back in stock. Great service. So apologies, but yes, we will always fix a problem if there is one. Right, where are we going? Sorry, Stu. Verbena. Oh, yes, of course, verbenas. These are a great summer bedding plant, aren't they?
They are. And the good thing about these ones is, now, I used to like to grow verbena, and then they kept getting mildew.
Oh, they got diseases, didn't they? Disease-ridden.
Yeah, we've got some. These are really, really mildew resistant, these ones, because I've grown them before in the past and they've looked good for a good kind of 2 or 3 months, and as you get to late summer, early autumn, they just turn white and look really unattractive. These got that mildew resistance, so that's a brilliant, brilliant plus for these.
I love the way they open. I love those colours.
Do you remember? Do you ever remember selling the plant backs in a previous life called a lantana?
No.
They used to have these things called lantanas, and they used to have sort of flat heads of pink or kind of orange sort of flowers. They got that kind of shape to them. I like that sort of flat flowering head on there. But what a good mixture of colours on those.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Really punchy, sharp, distinct colours, aren't they?
And they don't get massive either, do they? So they work really nicely in a variety of situations. Front of borders, window boxes. You could put them into the top of hanging baskets.
Really, really adaptable plants. They like sun. They like a really nice sort of open, sunny position. And that's what they'll do, what you see there. I mean, oh, they're in the pot there, aren't they? Look, you can just see. I think they're in the pot, looking really... Oh, there you go. Looking really attractive in that pot. Just deadhead them. Once the main flower head is finished, just sort of, you know, just pinch that flower head off. That'll encourage more flowers to keep coming. And if they are in pots or baskets or troughs or anything like that, just liquid feed them as well once a fortnight. If you've already, well, you'll get a pack of blooming fast with the order anyway, so just use that as directed, and it will just keep that flower display going for you as well. These are just great bedding plants. They'll keep going right the way up until the autumn, and then eventually, you know, they kind of have their time. But between then and now, they're going to give you so much colour, so many flowers, and even the leaves are very attractive on these as well.
They are, aren't they? I adore them, and they are garden ready. This is what a garden ready plant looks like. It basically is a plug plant that has just been grown on that little bit more. So they are ready for you to plant out in your garden. You don't need to, you know, grow it on or anything. I know gardens are frost-free now. So it's less of an issue right now, but certain things you have to grow them on your windowsills before you plant them out. Not with our garden ready. You can plant these straight out and they'll give you joy, colour, beautiful flowers all summer long. 410077 is the item number, and you're getting a £9 saving on that one. Of course, you get an extra 10% if you are in our club, and you would pay just £15.28. Next, we're going to come back to our geranium Roseanne. We have to, because this is amazing. It's in a 2-litre pot, and if you go onto the website and you have a little look under the item number 410... No, I'll give you the item number for the geranium Roseanne in a second. But if you go onto the website and look under that item number, 560292, the 9-centimetre pot... Let me show you the size of a 9-centimetre pot. Yeah, there we go, look. So 9-centimetre pot is exactly the same price as the 2-litre pot, £9.99 and £9.99. Now it's showing up like that because Stu's already put the code in on the website. If it's not showing up like that, it's because you haven't put the code in. I promise you, it is £9.99. So the difference in size, there is a 9-centimetre pot, there is a 2-litre pot. That is the difference that we are talking about, and that is the amazing deal that you are getting by watching us here at YGTV. Geranium Roseanne, though, multi-award winning and absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, in recent years, for John and I, when we've been designing gardens, it has been our go-to geranium because it is so hardy, it's so reliable, it flowers for so long, it's got gorgeous foliage, it establishes so quickly, it covers a large area. You don't need a lot of plants to cover a large area with this, and it will keep flowering right the way up until September into October. It just flowers and flowers and flowers. It will get through the coldest winters. It will get through really dry or really wet summers. It's probably one of the most adored geraniums by landscapers and professional plants people that surround. It's Geranium Roseanne has really taken the geranium world by storm in the last sort of 5-10 years or so. It's just a magnificent geranium. I just know when I plant it for customers, it's going to do what I want it to do. It never gets particularly tall, so it's not like one of those geraniums that can get 3 or 4 foot tall, and then you get a really wet, windy day and it all flops over and looks a mess. I mean, I've generally found, including the flowers, it never tends to get much more than knee-high generally. So a nice sort of ground-hugging geranium, but it can do a few odd things. It's made me laugh. I remember putting it in one particular border, and it ran sideways, and then it hit a shrub, and then it actually grew up through the shrub. Yeah. And this particular shrub looked as if it had geranium flowers on it, but it was just a geranium growing up through it. And then when it's all over at the end of the season, just trace those little stems back to the main root ball, trim them off. They all lift away really, really easily. It will sit quietly in the ground through the winter, and then next spring, another little cluster of leaves come up, and it will do it all over again.
That's amazing, honestly. I choose to grow this particular variety in my garden because I just think it's absolutely stunning. And of course, it's a multi-award winner. Not only does it have the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, proven performer. If the RHS say so, I'm all over that because they know what they're talking about. But it also won Plant of the Centenary at the Royal Horticultural Society 100th Chelsea Flower Show. And I just think the competition for that particular Plant of the Year must have been immense, right? It's such a big competition every year, but at the 100th Chelsea Flower Show, that's quite a thing, isn't it?
It is absolutely phenomenal, because I mean, there's literally hundreds of thousands of plants, they might want to choose from, but it just doesn't surprise me that this geranium got that, because as I say, I've just been blown away by it.
Yeah, me too. 560292 is the item number. Remember, it's amazing value for money at $9.99 because the same price is on the 9-centimetre pot. So we really are bringing you a great deal on this one. Right, another one that's a favourite and one that I adore. I planted in my garden because I want to extend the flowering season, the summer season, as long as possible. I hate it when those flowers start to go over at the end of summer. It's such a depressing time of year, isn't it? But with asters, we can actually extend that.
Yeah, these are what's known as short day plants, so they start flowering when the day lengths start to drop and the light levels start to drop. I've got some of these in my garden, and you know what? It is just bizarre to get so much colour in such an impactful way so late in the season. You kind of think of colour like this as being spring or mid to high summer, but these fabulous, fabulous asters, late summer into autumn, even going into early winter, just form these gorgeous mounds of flower, and when they are in full flower, the foliage almost completely disappears. And I'll tell you something else that will thank you for these. It's the bees and the pollinating insects. They can get that late hit of nectar and pollen from these, so they'll be really, really happy. But these will just lift your mood on that autumn day. If you, like me, if you suffer from that seasonal affective disorder, and you kind of dread the onset of winter. And,
I do.
Yeah.
Every year.
And
Makes me sad.
I know, and you can see your garden starting to decline. Plant lots and lots of these asters, and then they will just give you these explosions of colour. They'll lift your mood. They'll almost, on one of those gorgeous October days, because quite often, I tell you what, I bet there'll be nicer days in October this year than we're having in June.
Yeah.
Because you can still get those nice October days where it's 23, 24 degrees. We've got a nice high pressure. We've got the blue sky, no wind. There's still the birds singing. And if you look down and you just see these wonderful domes and clusters of asters in full bloom, you know what? You're taken right back to midsummer.
It will indeed.
Be gone.
480451 is the item number. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order, or until 4 o'clock this afternoon, you can go on the phone lines 0844 502 0050. You're getting 6 jumbo plugs, bigger plugs basically, been grown on, so they're just even more established. 3 different colours, 2 of each, delivered in our little mini greenhouses. The packaging is fully recyclable. They will have been in the post for a few days, so obviously plants don't like being in the dark. So give them a big drink, show them some light, and then get them planted out. They will be beautiful this year, and then next year they'll be even bigger and better. They're hardy and they're perennial. They are fantastic. 480451 is the item.
I feel like singing about them, like jumbo plugs, jumbo. Yeah, I'm getting delirious now.
Can we go to the emails, Stu? Yeah, so Alison said she visited her auntie in Leeds on Thursday and she showed me this flower and said that she's had it for 3 years. It was a present and this is the first time that it has flowered and she has no idea what it is. So I said that I would ask this wonderful gardening channel and community and let her know. So any ideas would be much appreciated. I think I know this one, which is quite exciting. Adam, is it a campanula?
It is a campanula.
Yes!
And I think it is a type of campanula known as Campanula persicifolia, which come in either blue, purpley blue, or white.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got some growing through from my neighbour's garden. And do you know what? Every year before it's flowered, I've kind of pulled it because it comes through under the fence and I pulled it. But this year I didn't. I let it grow. And I'm so glad I did because these beautiful flowers are growing through.
They are really, really pretty.
So thank you to my lovely neighbour, Andrew. I'm getting your campanula on my side of the fence.
Yeah, why not? Nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, not at all.
But yeah, Campanula persicifolia, really nice.
There you go, Alison. So I hope that helps. You can let your lovely auntie know that we think that it is Campanula persicifolia.
Persicifolia, yeah, type of that.
Go.
Yeah, so they're either blue, well, purpley blue, but pretty much the same colour as the Roseanne geranium or the pure white like you've got there.
And Tony has emailed, but I can't see any attachment. He says, hi Bex, can't get the chat at the moment, so I'm sending this email to try and find out what's wrong with my gerbera. They have flowers on a couple, but they are so small you can't see them. I haven't been able to feed them yet as my plant food has only just arrived, Tony. So I can't see the pictures, Tony. So, oh no, hang on. I haven't been able to... No, you haven't... Trying to find out what's wrong with the gerbera. They have flowers. No, you're right. He has mentioned nothing about sending any pictures. That is me making things up in my head, isn't it? Thank you, Stu. Right, so he's got his gerbera plants.
Yeah.
Tiny flowers, not much going on with them. Do you know what? Mine were a bit slower to get started this year, and to be honest, one of them has been dug up by something, a squirrel or something. But since feeding them, it has made a bit of a difference. So maybe it is about feeding.
Yeah, I tell you another thing it could be as well. It could be a bit of transplant shock because unfortunately, the weather's always going extremes these days. I mean, the weather it's exceptionally cold at the moment for June.
And wet. It's been so wet.
I mean, we're having really cold nights at the moment. Temperatures well below average. And sometimes things like gerberas, they'll attempt to flower, but because there's not that heat, the flower will open out, but really quite small. It won't develop as well as it should do. Once the weather warms up, and it will.
It should be.
Yeah, and we get some decent warmth by day and by night, you'll find the new flowers will open out properly and give you bigger flowers. My advice would be just cut those little flowers off. Don't
let it waste its energy.
Yeah, don't let it waste the energy. Cut those little flowers off. Once they've become established, you will, by the mid-end of summer, get those proper sized flowers.
Lovely. I hope that's helped, Tony. Right, let's move on to our final item on the table. That's the Parahebe, the Pink Avalanche. We think this one's... so I'm going elegant and classy. This is going into the elegant and classy
It is elegant
category.
and classy. This is a compact shrub. Gets to about 50 centimetres tall. It's got these nice serrated leaves, which are semi-evergreen in winter time, depending on how cold the winter is. Nice colourful stems, and these spikes of really nice flowers that are sort of multi-colours. On the same sort of spike of flowers, you can get some that are a whitish colour and some that are a purple colour, and it's always nice, isn't it, when you get that kind of transitioning of flower colour even on the one flower, because it kind of looks like you've got two different plants in the one pot, but it is the same plant. These like to be in a nice sunny open position, well drained, make fabulous pot plants, and they just keep flowering all the way through the summer. Just one quick bit of advice I'd give you is once each flower spike has finished flowering, clip that flower spike off, take that flower spike off, because that will encourage it to throw out more flower spikes and keep going. And on the picture you can see there, can we just go back, Stu, to the one before this one? Thank you. Yeah, you can see there
look at that.
How that colour's transitioning.
I love
that.
So,
the youngest flowers that
youngest
just open out.
White or pink?
No, I think the youngest ones. You can see the ones that are most, because when they're in bud,
they're
you can see,
pink, aren't they?
they're that sort of purpley pink colour, and then they sort of start to flush lighter, and then they almost end up white as they finish flowering. So it's great to get that colour combo on that one flower spike.
So did you say? I'm sorry, I was doing something else. Did you say about keeping it in a pot as well? Yeah,
they're fantastic pot plants, make great pot plants, because it only gets about 50 centimetres tall, and it's a nice, compact, well-behaved shrub. So, again, like I said, I haven't said it yet today, but if you're just 3 floors up and only got a balcony...
You haven't said
No, I haven't said it. So that's a great plant for growing in that position. If you want to grow something in a pot in a nice sort of sunny position, and it's a shrub, but you don't want a shrub that's going to get too big, grow Parahebes. Nobody grows enough Parahebes. They're still a really, really very unusual shrub, and I don't understand why, because they flower for a long, long time. They've got the hardiness guarantee for us as well. They have this semi-evergreen foliage, and they're just a really delicate but pretty shrub.
Yeah, they really are. 5115 563 is the item number. It's £9.99, and of course it is £8.99 if you're in the club, because you get that extra 10% discount. Give that one a go. We'd love to see how that grows in your gardens. We're bringing you into the centre again. We're bringing you back to our Charlie boys, the Cordelines. I think the most stunning variety of Cordeline that I've brought so far as YGTV is concerned. The colour of these is absolutely incredible, but when it comes to Cordelines, I just love what they offer the garden.
Yeah, I mean, look at the drama. I mean, when you look into this, that kind of that incredible colour on there. I mean,
yeah,
just
I love it.
fabulous. These, you know, the outs. Look at that. I mean, let's augment that. There you go. Look at that. The stripes on there.
So beautiful.
So this plant almost looks like it's been illuminated by the sort of the colour. And in fact, I don't know if the camera can pick this up either, but no, it probably can't. It's just. I love the way the light actually shines.
Yeah,
through.
it's not something you can see on the screen, but when you get it home, you'll be able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine when the sun goes down behind this or comes behind it, on that kind of more reddish part of the leaf, it actually lights up more than the darker central part. So you've got that sort of colour contrast there as well. And I'm just going to pop this one down because look at the uniformity of it as well, that wonderful kind of uniform spiky shape there. This is a really happy, cheerful looking plant.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we've got this as a double deal as well. You can just go for one if you want to. We've taken some, money off that. It's normally $19.99 and it's $14.99 if you just want to go for one. But I do recommend going for the second one because it's just £5 more. And I really like the idea with Cordelines of creating a beautiful, a pot display. If you had like a beautiful tall urn, for example, this is where I think Cordelines really work. You've got one of those lovely kind of shapely urn pots.
Well, I think you might have a pick. I don't know if Stu got it on. I did email Stu a pick.
Oh no, I've got it.
Yeah, there's a customer's garden in Cambridge, and
I'll find it.
Yeah, I didn't buy them. The customer bought. No, tell a lie. The customer had 2 green Cordelines, and she had 5 pots. And and she had a little corner somewhere, and exactly what you're describing backstage. Yeah, she already had these 2 green Cordelines, and she says to me, I just want to create a little bit of contrast. So, can you kind of come up with something? So I said, well, why don't we have 3 red Cordelines behind the green Cordelines? And that works. Yeah, it's a lovely sunny corner.
It does. It works beautifully.
It works really, really well.
I love the idea of this in some nice tall urn planters like that. I wouldn't do it initially. I wouldn't underplant initially because obviously they're right down to the base. But as they grow, sort of next year probably, mine has grown a good 30 centimetres.
They're quite fast growing,
It's got a nice sort of 30 centimetre trunk now because the lower leaves kind of fade. These lower leaves, as they go over, they fade. You pull those away, and then you get this trunk formation here. So mine's grown probably about up to here. It's about 30 centimetres. So I've got a big thick trunk, and then I've got this spray of things happening here. Then what you can do is you can underplant around the bottom, and I just think those two either side of your front door, low maintenance, high impact. That's what you've got with that planting display.
We were saying earlier on about underplanting them with the black snake grass. There's a really gorgeous grass called Festuca glauca, which is a really... There's one called Elijah Blue, which is a really blue coloured grass that loves the same position as these. So imagine underplanting that with that blue Festuca grass and then putting like a white gravel in between or a black gravel in between.
Love it.
And then you've created something really... actually, look,
rooty.
It just wants to show itself the roots. It just jumped out the pot of its own volition there. We've got the incredible root system on that as well. So, again, sending out super established plants there. Look at that. I mean, that is going to root and grow away so quickly for you. I'm going to pop it back into our Laval pots.
Yeah, so if you fancy the Cordeline, we've got Charlie Boy on a double up deal, 2 for £19.98, £10 each. But if you need a beautiful pot for them to go in, we've got a killer deal on the Laval planters. It's a twin pack, so you can get a twin pack for $14.98. We've taken £5 off the usual price. But if you double up, you can get 2 twin packs for £19.98, which means you're going to get 4 of these Laval planters, and they work out just £5 each, which, if you have done your research on plastic pots, first of all, ours look amazing. I have looked in some garden centres. The plastic pots, I think, are rubbish, genuinely. They look like plastic pots, basically. They do look like plastic pots. Sorry, I don't know where my mind was going then. But they don't look quality and high-end. These look like stone pots, don't they?
They look like the real deal, to be honest.
They do.
But unlike the real deal, they're not super heavy. They're not going to crack. They're not going to sort of chip or splinter. They're not going to grow that horrible green algae on the outside.
Yeah.
And these are UV stable. They're frost resistant. They're lightweight. You can just grow so many different things in there. And mean, for instance, we've got that lovely cordyline there, but we could also have. Actually, already in there. What
yeah,
am I doing?
already
I didn't need to swap. Already there. Look, you can tell it's getting late in the show. I'm like,
yeah, you can go for the oleander. So I think this is a great basket. In actual fact, if you go for your twin pack of your cordylines and you add in the double up deal of the twin pack of the Laval planters, and you add in your oleanders, that is an amazing basket that you've got going right there. So you've got your 4 pots, you've got your 4 plants, and the amount of impact, the amount of space that's going to fill in your garden is going to be incredible. And of course that would look beautiful in there as well, that twisted stem olive tree. 130595 is the item number for your twin pack of Laval planters. Make sure you double up. Do make sure you enter the code YGTV2324 because that's going to put your free gift into your basket as well. Our amazing Blooming Fast fertiliser. That sachet is worth $4.99 and it will make 100 litres of the best plant feed that you can get. Oleanders is where we're going to next. So we've got our planters.
Shall I put them in the pots?
I think they're in there already, sweetheart.
Yeah.
You do need to add the Laval planters in order to get this look, okay? This is how they will come to you if you don't add the Laval planters, and then you can plant them wherever it is you want to. It's up to you whether you want to plant them out into borders or you want to plant them into pots. But these are incredible quality, beautiful, deep red, almost pink tinge to the colour of the flowers here. It's not that scarlet red, it's a beautiful, beautiful, classy red in actual fact. And it's a double up deal here. So you can get 2 of these for 20 quid, 19.99, £10 each. It's the best price we've brought you on oleanders. And for a plant that will flower all summer long and is evergreen, that's great, isn't it?
It's good going backs, and these are from Sicily with love because these are grown at a world-renowned growers in Sicily. It's got a 10-year waiting list, and the quality of the plants they're provided us with is phenomenal. Generally, you will find when you get these home, you'll have 3 groups of 3 stems.
Yeah, let me show you that.
So, sort of up to 9 stems, if not more, on average, per plant. So
3.
we're not sending out some weaselly kind of single stem thing with a few flowers on top. This is a multi-stemmed plant.
3 there.
Wonderful, wonderful willow-shaped leaves, really verdant, shiny, glossy foliage.
Gorgeous.
It is already in flower. Many, many, many buds to come. Fabulous root system there as well. And all oleanders ask of you is plant me in the warmest, sunniest, brightest, most sheltered part of the garden. If it's going to get really, really cold, we are in winter, grow me in a pot and then just put me somewhere frost-free for the winter. Frost-free, keep me on the dry side, give me some light. Don't stick me in a dark garage for 6 months with no light at all.
Yeah, they won't like that.
As long as they've got some light, but keep them dry through the winter. They don't need water in the winter. They like to be really, really dry. Bring them out next spring, get them to grow all over again. In gardens, hardy down to about -5. If you're going to get a bit of a slightly dodgy frost, not too bad. You can put fleece around them, horticultural fleece to keep them frost-free. But in recent years, we're all seeing more and more oleanders becoming established in the UK. Year on year, getting to be bigger and bigger plants. And if you want to bring that holiday feeling into your garden, well, what can do it? What can do it more than an oleander? To be honest, because quite often when you get off the plane, you go to baggage reclaim, and you walk out the other side of the airport when you go on holiday. Pretty much as you head towards the coach or your taxi, one of the first things you see is over an oleander or a bougainvillea.
Yeah, and they're beautiful and they grow surprisingly well here in the UK, considering that they love those hot, dry countries. They actually are well suited to growing here in the UK. They thrive on neglect, and I do love saying that about certain plants. Sometimes it's just better to leave them alone. The more you interfere with them, the more you're going to stress them out. Just leave them to do their thing. Occasional deadheading and they will reward you all summer long. You're going to need some compost to go with it, and this is the best compost. This is the premium professional compost. This is the compost we use here at the nursery to pot on or grow anything in. It's your 5 a day. It's delivered direct to your door with absolutely no postage cost included. So if you want to get multiples of your free gift, this is the way to do it. Place an order for your compost, put your code in and get your free gift, then come back and do another order. If you can get that order to over £40, you'll get free postage on that as well. 100 125 250 litre bags delivered delivered direct to your door. Let's finish the show over here on our favourites table. We're into the last sort of 5 or 6 minutes. We're going to start off with the amazing brand new item that we brought in for this Sunday's show, and that is the Gerbera collection. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan. We love him. He's putting together our shows at the moment and he's doing a fantastic job. Now, this has actually gone out in an email deal today. I received that email and we matched that deal. Actually, we did it a little bit better because when you watch YGTV and you enter our code, you get a free gift included in your order. You don't get that on the email offer. Plus, if you can get your order to over £40, we'll give you free postage on that as well. So there's a few extra reasons to shop direct with us at YGTV and use our YGTV code. Now, these are hardy Gerberas.
These are hardy, but also, you know, there's a saying, isn't there? They say you can't get a quart in a pint pot, but you can get a 2 litre plant in a 7 centimetre pot, and that's what we've done here.
Well, yeah, because you're saying that the size of this,
yeah,
the size of this foliage is what you would expect to see in a 2 litre pot.
I know. I mean, how have we got a plant to be that incredibly gorgeous and stunning and high quality in a pot that small?
I know.
Because again, I mean, I can just see in a garden centre, one of those could be in a 2 litre pot, and you could be paying £6 just for one of them. I mean, it is just really, really sort of crazy, 6, 7, 8 quid, you know, for one of them. And these are just such stunning plants, hardy to -8 degrees. Who would have thought we could ever get Gerberas to be hardy in the UK, but go down to -8? We've heard people say you can get up to 50 or around 50 flowers on each plant, and great big flowers on these, great big daisy-like flowers on these nice tall stems.
I loved them, honestly. So these are the ones that I grew last year. These are the pictures from last year, and they did look absolutely amazing. So this was the first year that I planted them, and look how many flowers I've got at this one snapshot in time, but they flowered all summer long for me. I cut the dead heads off. I didn't do any indoor flower displays, but you could quite easily with these Gerberas if you're into doing your indoor displays. They're used readily, freely in cut flower displays. If you ever buy a bouquet of flowers, you tend to get a Gerbera in there, and that's because they last a really long time as a cut flower. I also found that they lasted ages on the plant outside. Bright, zingy, beautiful colours, and they definitely will light up any borders or pots. Plus, they are hardy as well. It's a buy one, get one free. So each item, you get 3 pots. You'll enter the code YGTV2324 and we'll put another 3 pots into your basket for you, along with your plant food. So you're going to get 6 pots. If you want 12 of these, why not? Why not multi-order? Put 2 lots in your basket. Enter the code YGTV2324 and we'll put another 2 lots in there for you. You could marry them up with the Bellagio pots. You know, there's lovely brightly coloured pots that you saw in my garden. Or we do have the Torinos that you could do as well. These are on a buy one, get 2 free. Bellagios are there. You're getting a £12 saving on that one, $7.99 for 4 of those pots. So multi-order those as you see fit. Or you can go for the Torinos, as I was saying. That darker colour, which against that lovely... I mean, I like the bright colour of the zingy ones, but I get it. That looks amazing, doesn't it? Lovely contrast with the foliage. And then when you get those brightly coloured flowers coming out the top of there, they will look fantastic. They are UV stabilised, frost resistant as well. Got the drainage holes in the bottom there, and it's a buy one, get 2. Absolutely free. Put 1 in your basket, enter the code. We'll put the other 2 into your basket for you. And you can multi-order on that as you see fit. So if you want 1 for each of these, you do need to multi-order. Put 2 in your basket. We'll put 4 into your basket free of charge. 130272 is the item number for your Torinos. Right, let's have a little look at the Canna lilies as well. This has been one of the other really popular items from the shows this week. Canna lily bronze peach, beautiful foliage but gorgeous flowers.
Yeah, gorgeous flowers. Again, I just have to laugh because I just don't understand how we get such fabulous quality plants. What was that?
You're right in there, Stu. Stu's just dropped something. We heard a big bang in our ear.
These are amazing. Every part of this plant is fabulous, apart from the quality of them with their incredible root system, but the foliage on that sort of chocolatey bronze foliage, those super roots. Check them out. Those super thick stems that are going to indicating to me there's already flower buds in the middle of those stems.
Yeah, nice and solid.
You know, these are going to flower for you this year. And just imagine, we don't have to imagine, it'll happen. Just think about when you get these spikes of these peachy, orangey, tangerine flowers above this incredible foliage. And these are really good plants for mid late summer into autumn, and if we get sort of an Indian summer kind of thing, these will just keep going. It'll only be the frosts, the first, and it won't even be the first light frost, it'll only be the first really quite harsh frost that will stop these flowering, but they're hardy. These are a lifetime guarantee.
I think
the
that's
little snowflake
amazing
symbol.
for something that looks so tropical, you know, with those big banana leaf type leaves on there and those beautiful flowers, it being so tropical that, you know, that it can withstand all of that. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Well, they're kind of what's known as root hardy. So the top part of the plant will go, but the root will remain
Love it.
viable underground to regrow the following spring.
450161 is the item number. It's like you're getting the third one for free. If you put 2 in your basket, you'll pay $19.98. If you put 3 in your basket, you'll pay $19.98. So make sure you put 3 in your basket. Coreopsis is, I think, the last item that we are going to go to on our favourites table. We will be back next week. Are you in next week? Am I seeing you?
I think I'm with you next Sunday.
Okay.
And possibly one day during the week, but I can't remember at the moment.
Well, we'll be here on Wednesday 10 till 1, Thursday 10 till 1, and back on Sunday 10 till 2. It'll be me, Adam, or Sean Ryan in the potting shed. So do come and join us. Let's finish on the Coreopsis. How, where am I planting it? What's it going to look like? How long is it going to flower for?
Just going to flower its socks off all summer long. There's already buds on these now. They'll be flowering in a few weeks' time. They're going to keep flowering right up until the autumn. Nice, compact, well-behaved plants. Front of the border somewhere bright, sunny and well drained. That's what they'll love. And I can't just think of that song. Is it "You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine"?
Don't. My mum used to sing that to me. I sing that to my kids.
You're with me when skies are grey.
Ah.
And that's what these are going to be. You know, these are going to lift your mood. These are like that wonderful friend or that person that you've always loved. When they walk into the room, they light up the room. When you plant these in your garden, they're going to light up your garden.
I can't wait. I mean, I'd say I can't wait. Mine are flowering and they look absolutely beautiful, but just keep deadheading them and they'll keep coming through for you all summer long. 560890 is the item number. All 3 of those 9cm pots for you. Oh my word, buy 1, get 2 free is essentially that deal. Right, this week we've got some new garden readies coming. We've got new roses coming. We've got the pre-planted hanging baskets. We've got a big fatsia coming in. Yes, you know how much I love it.
Is it the ghosty one?
We've got a multi-pack of aces. No, that's the spider's web, which is the one I planted. I love that one. Multi-pack of aces. It sounds like I've put this show together, to be perfectly honest with you. We've got geums, love geums. Hydrangeas, love hydrangeas. We've got return of the passion flower. Whoop, whoop. And we're going to keep the Hardy Gerbera deal. So, as long as the stock lasts for that, we will have that in place. Remember, it's gone out on email as well, so it's not just us that have got it. Right, I'll be back on Wednesday. I'm definitely in. I'm in Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday. Adam's here and Sean is here. Oh, you're here Wednesday. Sean's here on Thursday. So do come and join us at 10 till 1 on Wednesday and Thursday. If you can't join us live, you can always watch on Catch Up, Facebook, YouTube and on the YouGarden website. It's been so wonderful having your company. Thank you, Adam.
Cheers, Bex.
Thank you, Stu. Thank you, everybody. See you soon.